Well, thank you very much for having us up here to the lovely state of Oklahoma. As Clayton mentioned, I did get to Texas as quickly as I could, but I think I may have passed by something just as nice, if not nicer. So, very pleased to be here. How many people know what Camp Quest is? Who's heard of Camp Quest? Anybody? Wow, seems like almost everybody. That's fantastic. Hayden, what is Camp Quest?
It's just a camp for children of free thinkers. It's pretty cool.
Yes, pretty cool, she says. Yeah, it's we like to say it's beyond belief. Camp Quest is actually this is just a mission statement. The basic goal of Camp Quest is to really do for free thinking kids what has been the case for the children of religious families for years and years and years. All over the country, especially here in Oklahoma and in Texas, there are lots of religious-themed camps. I don't know if any of you saw Jesus Camp, the documentary Jesus Camp. That is, one extreme version of a religious camp out there. There are a lot of religious camps that people send their kids to for the explicit purpose of religious indoctrination. And say what you will about that. They may have fun there. They may play games there. They may have a good time. But for free thinkers, that sort of experience for our children is just not negotiable. And the problem is that even when you take away those explicit religious camps, the ones that really try to indoctrinate, if you look at the other camps that are left over, very often those do have some sort of a religious component. The counselors are religious, or they're being sponsored by a church in some way, or they're affiliated with the church in some way, or they're being held on church grounds in some way. And it's very hard to find good, really secular camp experiences for your kids. And that can be a problem because it's not that there are more free thinkers now than there used to be, but I think that free thinkers, things have changed. We're now more willing to stand up and let ourselves be counted as free thinkers. And now that we're willing to stand up for ourselves and be seen in society as free thinkers, we want our children to be proud of who they are also. And so for that purpose, having these religious or pseudo-religious camps is just not an option for us. And so that's why we have Camp Quest. So Camp Quest, for those of you that may be familiar with Camp Quest, you may not know a little bit about its history, so I'll go into that. And then Philip will fill you in on some of the things that took place last year at Camp Quest, Texas. So Camp Quest is actually several years old. It was founded in 1996 by it was actually a group of people with the Free Inquiry Group, FIG, of Cincinnati in northern Kentucky. Ironically enough, I'm from Cincinnati originally. I had no idea that these people existed. I had no idea that Camp Quest was happening more or less in my backyard. If only I had known, I would have leaped at the chance to be a part of that organization. I would be remiss in pointing out also the camp directors for about the first decade of Camp Quest was Edwin and Helen Kagan, two people that were instrumental in the founding of Camp Quest and really shaping it to be what it is today. They've since retired. In fact, Helen has passed on, but she is remembered across Camp Quest through the Helen Kagan Memorial Campership Foundation, which provides a way for underprivileged kids, children of free thinkers, to be able to get to Camp Quest, even if their parents can't afford it. So we definitely thank her, even though that she's passed on, for her continued support of Camp Quest. Now, at Camp Quest, as I said, it was initially something that took place primarily in Ohio, North Kentucky, but sort of centered in Ohio. And that's where it is, that core group of people that formed Camp Quest. They're still based in Ohio. But several years in, it began to expand. Because other free thinkers, other free thinking groups began to hear about, what is this free thinking atheist camp that you guys have in Ohio? What is this? And so just a couple states to the south, in Tennessee, there was a group, the rationalists of East Tennessee, heard about this, and they said, well, we want this too. You know, we can send our kids up to Ohio, but we could also put one on in our own state. And so was formed the very first expansion. It's called Camp Quest of the Smoky Mountains, and it's still in operation today. After that was formed in very short order, Michigan, Minnesota, California, and Ontario, Canada, the first international Camp Quest, were founded. And once that had taken place, now all of a sudden, what started as just a very local camp in Ohio became kind of a national, even an international phenomenon. And so in order to manage all this, Camp Quest Incorporated was formed in 2007. And shortly thereafter, Amanda Metzges was hired as the executive director of this organization. Amanda is a fantastic lady. She's very smart, whip-crack smart, and very warm. She loves Camp Quest. She loves working with the campers.
She loves everything.
She loves yeah. There's nothing that she doesn't love. She's just a really wonderful, sweet person, and she does a fantastic job as executive director of the Camp Quest Inc. organization, which is supported by a very robust board of directors. You'll notice that the board of directors for Camp Quest is made up of people from all the Camp Quests all over the country, and even Bobby Kirkhart representing us with the Secular Coalition of America. So Camp Quest is in fact affiliated with the Secular Coalition of America. So there is a little bit of a political interest there, which is quite important for maintaining our needs and making sure that we're represented. These are the current locations of Camp Quests, at least within North America. The original one is in Ohio, as I said. We have Michigan, Tennessee, Virginia. This is actually Camp Quest Chesapeake. It serves this entire region. South Carolina is starting this year. We have Texas, of course, Minnesota, Ontario. Camp Quest West, they call it. They don't count Camp Quest California's Camp Quest West. Is, I think, the largest Camp Quest, in fact. I think they're shooting for 75 campers this year. It's fantastic. In fact, they might even be splitting north-south. And then Camp Quest Montana is just forming this year also. So we have quite a bit of a spread, and that's not even mentioning the Camp Quests that are in the UK and other countries. So we do have on the website, there's an FAQ list. These are definitely the two frequently asked questions at the very top. This is what everybody wants to know. This is, whenever you talk to somebody who's completely unfamiliar with the camp, whenever you talk to journalists who are wanting to do stories about the camp, this is what they want to know. Now wait a minute. If this is an atheist camp, this is what everybody thinks it is. If this is an atheist camp, are campers required to be atheists? And the answer is no. Of course not. We would no sooner dogmatically force our children or try to indoctrinate them into, I don't even know how you would indoctrinate them into atheism, but we wouldn't even try. That's not the point. The point of Camp Quest is to instill the values of critical thinking, the love for exploration, the scientific method. Now, granted,
and fun.
And fun. Most of the kids do tend to come from atheist families or free-thinking families, and most of the kids that have thought about it and considered it have arrived at a position of atheism. Yes, that's true. But it's not a requirement. And likewise, the other question, can campers believe in God? Of course they can. In fact, at Camp Quest, Texas last year, we had at least one camper who did believe in God. And she had just as much fun as everybody else. So we don't discriminate, and we don't force our views on anybody. Now, a little bit about Camp Quest, Texas. So Camp Quest, Texas was founded in 2009, primarily by a group of people in the North Texas area, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And the first thing we did was put on a day camp in 2009 at, it was really a fantastic, it's like a petting zoo / farm in Collin County. One of our friends owns this really fantastic property, and they've got llamas and peacocks and kangaroos and pigs and sheep and horses and goats and ducks and everything. And so we had a day camp at their farm, and the kids just absolutely loved it. We had over 30 kids show up just for one day. We had lots of parents come, and the parents came, and we thought they would leave and then come back at the end of the day. The parents did not want to leave. We actually had to scramble at the last minute to find places for them to sit, because the parents were just so excited to find other free-thinking parents, because it can be really hard, especially in this area of the country, to find other free-thinking parents and just trade stories and maybe parenting techniques, or just let off a little steam about maybe some religious family members that don't like the fact that you're not taking your kids to Sunday school. So last year we actually had the very first week-long summer camp. This is the traditional Camp Quest experience. It's a week-long sleepaway summer camp. The very first one last year in August of 2010 in Brownwood, Texas. And then we also carried off a mini camp at the Texas Free Thought Convention. And we're actually going to be doing this very same thing this year. Last year was a huge hit. The parents loved it, the kids loved it, the convention organizers loved it, because they were able to pitch that to parents and say, look, you don't have to leave your kids at home. Bring them to the convention, and there'll be a Camp Quest experience for them that they will absolutely love. So we did that. Camp Quest Minnesota did that at the American Atheist National Convention this year. It was a big hit. This is, I think, going to be a very typical thing we're going to see at these national and regional atheist conventions. It's going to be expected that Camp Quest is going to be there to take care of the kids, because why not? Why not? Why would you leave the kids at home? It's a fantastic experience. So we're going to be doing that again this year at the Texas Free Thought Convention in 2011. It's going to be in Houston. Richard Dawkins is going to be there. I highly recommend, if you can make it down to Houston, get there and bring your kids, because Dawkins is going to be there. Quick facts about Camp Quest Texas for this year. The dates, July 31st through August 6th. That's basically the first week in August. It's going to be held at the All Saints Camp and Conference Center, right on Lake Texoma on the Texas side, the bad side, obviously. All Saints is a really fantastic location. It started off as a POW camp in World War II. And then after the war, it was sold to the Boy Scouts. And the Boy Scouts turned it into sort of like their regular Boy Scout summer camp type thing. And really built it up, built the trails up, and made a lot of nice facilities. The Boy Scouts sold it to the Lutheran Church, and they turned it into a church camp. The Lutherans in turn sold it to the Episcopal Church, and the Episcopals own it now. And the Episcopals, they've got tons of money at their disposal. They have done a lot of improvements to the site. They've put in brand new cabins, brand new infrastructure all over the place. It looks fantastic, and it has that really nice camp feel. There's trees all over the place. There's a lake. There's boats. There's all kinds of stuff that's really fun to do. Kids age 8 to 18 are welcome. Now, bear in mind, if they're between 16 and 18, they can be part of the counselor in training program. They get a little bit more responsibility and learn how to be counselors, so they can come back after they graduate and be counselors the next year. The fee is $375 until June 1st, when it goes up to $425. So if you're thinking about registering, make sure you get it done before the end of the month. And you can do that at our website, campquesttexas.org. And I'm going to show here a really quick video of some of the footage that was shot last year at camp. And then Philip is going to fill you in on some of the other details.
And again, I'm Philip Kaiser. That's the formal part of tonight's presentation. I will be talking about mostly the camp experience. A little bit more background on me. We'll talk about that later after the fact. This is all about camp. There are two other people that I kind of wish could be here tonight. They wanted to be fellow Oklahomans. Joe and Mary Ebersol are up in Muskogee, and they have been really big supporters of Camp Quest and Camp Quest Texas. In fact, they also have some scholarships that they have offered that are, unlike some of the merit-based, theirs are, would you say talent-based? Yeah. Because their requirement is that the potential camper write a bit of an essay about why they want to go to camp. And they consider the submissions they get in for awarding scholarships. So, as I said, my portion is all about the experience. You saw a whole bunch of things in that video about what it is to be at camp. Last year, it was not at the place where it's going to be this year. It was instead of a 4-H camp down in Brownwood, right off Lake Brownwood. And just to talk through some things, the general course of the day actually starts the night before. Camp is the Monday through Friday, but you get there Sunday. Your parents bring you, drop you off, and then right off the bat, you start meeting some of the other campers that have arrived. You pick your bunk, and until you make your bunk, it's not actually yours. So first thing off, you got to take responsibility for what's going on there yourself. We have some various games and other things that first night to help get people meeting each other, and then stay overnight. Before getting in bed, you got to take the shower. Got to get clean, because we all get grimy during the day, being out in the hot Texas sun. So the first day, after waking up, a little bit of room cleaning, get ready, go to breakfast, clean the room, and there's a contest on cleaning the room. The contest for cleanest cabin warrants you a pink unicorn that the other camps use as a talking point, because the other camps have an invisible pink unicorn that's wandering around camp somewhere, and the campers are invited to prove that the pink unicorn is or is not there in some way. Being Texas, we have an invisible jackalope wandering the grounds. But there is a real pink unicorn at our camp, and that's the prize for having the cleanest cabin. That prize gets you the first in line for lunch, dinner, and s'mores. Yeah. After that, there's a bit of a hike, walk, some of the various trails, things like that, and we ended up down at the lake. Half of the campers stay at the lake, the other half go to arts and crafts. Again, being Texas, first day, it's really important. We make backpacks so that we can always have our water with us and our sunscreen. Really important in Texas. While the other half was down, with me. I was down at the lake. We would be looking at the rocks, be looking at flora and fauna. One day we tried to look at the microbial stuff with microscopes in the lake. We're trying to get some better microscopes this next year. But after that, we'd go kayaking most days. One day, instead of just going kayaking, we actually had some barrels, wood, rope, and things like that, and the project was to build some kind of water-worthy craft that the two teams could race. That was fun. Any comments on that one?
Well, it didn't work out too well for most of the people. The other team got halfway across the lake, and then it broke. They were all like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna beat you," and then they got the same thing as we did. So.
It was a whole lot of fun. And then the two groups swap, which is the way we do a lot of that. Is there are enough campers that we do divide into two groups for a lot of things, and one will do one thing and the other something else, and then we cross in the middle and each shares. Come back, clean up, have lunch, After lunch, we would have some pool time. Pool time, always a good thing. This year it's going to be a little different. I don't think there aren't too many water slides, but there's a big trampoline in the water.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you're looking forward to that, huh?
Yeah, that sounds really, really awesome.
So after pool time, we would have another split time where half is doing science and half is doing some kind of outdoor activity. Often let's see, we had dodgeball with wet sponges. We had a variation on freeze tag that was using a actual, biological versus, biological elements, viruses versus doctors type feel to it, for the doctors could unfreeze, things like that. And again, swap. Some of the things we would do in the sciences where you might have seen, lots of great pool time. Hey, there's us trying to use the microscope. Yeah, and they find things with the pond too. Yeah, I should have been clicking a bit. So during science, was this the science or art and craft? I wasn't inside for most of that.
That
so.
was science.
Okay. Yeah, one of the things they did during science was take an animal and imagine them marooned
in a different environment than they would usually be in, and we had to give it special adaptations to better survive.
So they would imagine the variations that would form in an animal over an extended period of time, given some make-believe location that they put the animal in. And there were some fun adaptations that the animals developed. And they had to explain why, what adaptations they had and why. I'll come back to that. There's science in here somewhere. Some of the science stuff was using giant 2 and 3 liter water bottles with 2 smaller test tubes, mostly filled with water, and some weights to demonstrate pressure differences. One day was music, where some musical instruments were made and some of the theories of music were gone over. One of the really interesting science experiments involved voodoo, but I will let you hear that from Hayden Company. Was that fun?
Yes, that was very fun.
If anyone knows the Four effect, it was relating to that. And so science and the physical activities would swap. And we'd have a little bit of free time, downtime in the cabins, where we would have some of our discussion groups. Talking about bullying, talking about free thinking, other free thinking topics in general. And it is real important that this is not just some form of lecture by the counselors to the campers. It's all interactive. It is by the interaction that people learn best, and that is what we try to have in everything we do. One of the outdoor activities actually involved a ropes, log, and rock climbing course. You see here a little bit of assistance being given to a free-floating log that's suspended on both ends by wires. Very hard to walk across. So a little bit of skill and a little bit of trust involved. And always the fun. Rock climbing, I didn't get to do this. They didn't have time for the counselors to do it, only the campers, but we got to film it. And it did look fun. Swimming pool time again. Here's one of the science sessions that dealt with the pressure variances. Lots of it, lots of fun. The kids, the campers helped out in the kitchen. I don't believe that is going to happen to that extent this next year, just to the rules of the camp we're at, but there'll still be many ways to help. This is initial planning stage for them building their own boats. Those are some blue barrels in the middle. That there's some 2x4s and rope that they're trying to figure out how to put them together with. After all the free time and science and so on, there was dinner. And after dinner, there was free time. Free time, you actually got to choose. The campers got to choose what they wanted to do. And they could either play games, which involved billiards, card games, ping pong, basketball, whatever was available in the area. You could go and do some of the arts and crafts. Or one of the other things that I thought was just amazingly awesome was something called Socrates Cafe. It comes from a book that its name might be Socrates Cafe, but Amanda is the one that brought this to us. And the point of it is there's no lecturing, but there is answering questions. But that's always kept short, and you always needed to end whatever you were saying with a question and turn the speaking floor over to someone else around you for them to either answer, take the question in a slightly different direction, and something else. And at the beginning of this, everyone is told that there is no one that is an authority at this particular event. Everyone is an equal. Everyone's questions is considered equally. You know, a bunch of the pictures in the video you saw looked like Amanda was lecturing people. That's just because that's when the camera happened to be there taking pictures, and it was someone that wasn't talking that happened to be taking the picture. She actually spoke only as much as everyone else. If it was a little more, it was only to maintain flow of conversation, point who was talking. And, you know, every one of these campers is, well, I'm getting tired, but, you know, these are pictures at the, well, there's more, but all of these pictures right here are at the Socrates Cafe session. And every one of the campers is there voluntarily rather than playing games or doing arts and crafts. And they're enjoying being challenged. You know, these are, you know, deep thought looks that you're noticing on all the faces. Because they're, I mean, it's awesome. Of course, I was at the kayaks every day, and I love that, being out on the water every day, as you can see. Yeah, I had my head everywhere. Everyone at camp knows my hat, likely. What was your nickname, by the way?
My nickname? Hayden the Rock Lady.
Oh yeah, you're shown on stage with the guitar even. So absolutely. You had many names that fit. At night, you know, after the free time, we gather back for campfire, which is often here somewhere. You know, one of the arts and crafts days was actually doing the dyeing of the tie-dye shirts. So those are done on site by each of the campers. Oh yeah, air hockey. Will you play with me? And that was our entire group last year. And you know, and then we, at the end of the day, after campfire, where we have some talk about non-theist or free-thinking individuals, some stories, s'mores, lots of flashlights, lots of fire and sparks, and enjoying the outdoors. It would be back to the cabins to wrap up, take the showers, and repeat the next day. Although one day we did have a special outing after normal bedtime where we went out and did some stargazing. And we're definitely planning on doing that even bigger this next year. We have some people we're trying to arrange right now to bring telescopes and such. And this is our logo from this coming year. I believe that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Obviously operate a computer, so you know you should be afraid. Okay, so I'm going to kind of talk to you about some gender issue things. I have a presentation today. Okay, so what I'm basically going to be talking about is the rampant sexism that has hit our community, the skeptic community, the atheist community, and I guess he already kind of figured out who knew what. So for a lot of you, this sounds like it's going to be kind of a new introduction to the topic. Is that the feel that I'm getting? Okay, so this will be an interesting thing. Can everybody see? Do I need to move over here? Okay. I want to establish kind of why this topic is important and also where it started, its current incarnation, and, you know, why are we still talking about this anyway? You know, this happened 2 weeks ago. It started actually, this current incarnation 2 years ago. And, you know, why is it that we're still here? Why are we still talking about this? Why am I here today? So one of the things I thought that we should do before we get started is to define some of the words that we're going to be talking about tonight so that we don't have an entire hour of, well, what does that mean? That's not how I mean it. Well, I mean it this way, I mean it that way. Okay, so in typical debate style, we're going to define our words. So the first thing we need to discuss, and not discuss, but identify is the word sexism, and what does that mean? For the purposes of my conversation with you tonight, sexism is a prejudice, a stereotyping, discrimination, or devaluation based on a person's sex. Not just because you're a girl, not just because you're a guy, it goes either way. Okay, so in this talk, that's how sexism is going to work. For example, you'll get farther with a woman if you compliment her on her eyes than having an intellectual conversation. Very sexist comment there. Okay. When you objectify something or someone, that degrades that person to the mere status of an object. And you basically take away their humanity and you turn them into an object. And they have as much significance to the world as a cup or a chair. And of course, you would think that that would be bad to objectify a person. And in my example of this one is if you have a presenter who shows a bunch of scantily clad women on their slide to an audience that's fairly mixed, this could be considered objectifying these women to make the point that they don't really have any value to the conversation. They're just there for eye candy. They're there to, you know, as an object of the conversation rather than something important. And feminism, which is kind of a loaded word. Sometimes I think it's almost as loaded as the word atheist. It's basically, at its heart, the advocacy of women's rights on the ground of political, social, and economic equality to men. And so I want to stress this word here, equality, because that's important in the discussion that I'm going to have. And you know, I think one of the things that tends to get compromised when we start talking about feminism is a lot of feminists get upset when the guy doesn't open the door for them, but they still want to get paid the same. Well, open your own door, and then you're equal, right? So that's where I sit on feminism, and that's how we're defining that word for the purpose of the talk. Okay, so a couple years ago, once upon a conference, we go. There's a presentation, and the guy is up there. He's talking. He uses some imagery and some things in his speech that are questionable. That he objectifies a woman in his talk. He makes some very sexist comments. He does some different things like that. And of course, the women in the audience go, "Whoa! Whoa! Wait! I don't like that. Bad! Don't do that!" And there's this huge outcry. Some men get involved, and pretty soon, you have this massive blood hunt for this speaker, and they want him to resign his position in the community, and they want him to say he's sorry for doing all of these horrible, horrible, horrible things to these women. Okay, so it's not familiar. Anybody have any idea what I'm talking about? Okay, well, it happened at a Ruby conference 2 years ago. Ruby is a programming language used to write programs. It has absolutely nothing to do with skepticism. Okay, the point is, this happens all over the place. It's in lots of different places. It's not just in the skeptical community. Move 2 months, you have exactly the same scenario. Somebody is up on stage. He has a presentation that is objectifying a female in his thing. He makes the comment that I used in there about talk to a woman and get a date if you tell her she has pretty eyes, but don't expect anything if you talk to her on an intellectual level. And wham! We have the nuclear explosion. of feminism and sexism in our community too. Okay, so it's exactly the same song and dance. Been there, done that. So why are we still here, right? This was 2 years ago. Enter elevator gate. So for those of you who know what this is, okay, take a deep breath, bear with me, we'll get through it. Okay, for those of you who don't know, do any of you know who Rebecca Watson is? Okay, that don't know about elevator gate. Okay. Okay. Rebecca Watson is a very, very prominent, maybe one of the top prominent out there female skeptics in the community. And she does a very large number of conferences every year. She's very popular. She's a great speaker. She was in Dublin a couple weeks ago, and she gave a presentation on basically sexism and skepticism and why it's a problem, blah, blah, blah. So she gives this speech. That evening, she's at the bar till 4 in the morning. She's having drinks with everybody, she's talking, she's socializing, she's doing her thing, and it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and she's like, okay guys, I'm tired, I'm gonna go up to bed, we still have a whole day of the conference left, I will see you in the morning. And some guy breaks away from the group, someone she has not spoken to, this person has not contributed to the conversation at all, gets up, follows her to the elevator. They get on the elevator and they ride up to whatever floor it was. And while they're in the elevator, riding to the floor so she can go to bed, he turns to her and says, I'm a big fan of yours, I think you're great, blah, blah, blah. Don't take this the wrong way, but I would like to know if you'd like to go have coffee with me in my room. And Rebecca Watson says, oh, that's really nice, but no, thank you, I'm tired, I'm gonna go to bed. It could have ended there. Right? It could have been done, no harm done. But it didn't. She went on to her blog, posted a video, recapping her conference experience in Dublin. And in there, as an offhanded comment, she mentioned this guy, we will now refer to him as Elevator Guy, and said, dude, that was really creepy, there's a lot of people that would consider that creepy, just don't do that, okay? End of story. Could have been the end of the story, wasn't, okay? So another prominent figure in the community got online and said, guys, don't be jerks. Don't creep women out. This isn't good. We don't want to make women feel ostracized, objectified, sexist. We don't want to do that, okay? So don't. And Richard Dawkins comes back, and he sends a message out called Muslima, and he's basically not mocking, I don't want to use that word. He's writing a satirical letter to a fictional woman saying, I'm sorry, Muslim woman, that you have to face genital mutilation and you have to wear a burqa in 108-degree weather, and I'm sorry that you are genderfied, blah, blah, blah. Don't worry, you don't have it as bad. Rebecca Watson had to deal with a guy asking her out on a date. Okay? All right? So, of course, boom! Nuclear explosion, number 3. The community went crazy. Everybody's calling for blood on Richard Dawkins' head. They wanted to go, dude, you don't get it. What are you doing? This is awful. This guy creeped her out. It was a threatening situation. It was she was almost attacked. What? Wait, no. That is not what happened. But through the course of all of the blogging and the discussions and the comments, that's kind of where it went. The fact of the matter is, the guy asked her if he wanted to go to his room and have coffee because he liked her as a presenter, as a person, wanted to get to know her better. She said no thank you, and that was it. Okay? Those are the facts as they are laid out, confirmed by Rebecca Watson. If you listen to SGU, that's what she says happened. But it wasn't enough to just let it go at that. The community had to have this big discussion, which is why, ironically, I had this talk planned 2 months ago, so I had to add this in because it's such a hot thing. So that's kind of where we're at right now, is what do we do now? Why is the elevator gate? Why couldn't it just be, do you want to go to my room? No, thank you, and we're done. What happened? Okay? So, considering how insane this whole thing is, I decided I would take a step back and start looking at some things that, from my experience in the Ruby community and my experience in the skeptic community, and see, what do we have in common, and what are some things that I've heard, what are some things that I've heard discussed, what are some solutions, what are the different topics of conversation that I've experienced out there. And the big thing is that both of these communities, most of these communities, when you hear this kind of thing happening, are predominantly male. they're very high level, high percentage of men. To give you kind of an example, in the Ruby community where we do these, my husband and I are programmers, and we do these conferences, 3, 4, 5 of them a year. If there's 250 programmers at the conference, I will be one of 10 women, okay? That's 5% of the total population, okay? To give you some perspective on that number, at the TAM meeting 2 years ago when the original conference blow-up happened, the first one, there were 30% women in the audience. So we're talking more than a quarter of the audience were women, okay? So yes, it's still predominantly male, but we're not talking quite to the extreme that it is, say, in the programming community. And then here's your TAM attendance. So as it's grown from 125 people in the very first one all the way to up to over 1,300 last year, 2 years ago, there's, I mean, the attendance has grown, the number of women has grown. So we're seeing women in the community, even though it is still predominantly male. That doesn't mean women aren't out there. It's just now we've got enough of a voice. I mean, if there's, 1,000 people, 30% is 300. That's not a small number, right? So that is one of the reasons why I feel like we're starting to really hear this more, because the number of women that are in the community has risen as the community has gotten bigger. So one of the other things that I've kind of looked at and heard is, how do we get women into science? Because science appeals to men, it doesn't appeal to women. Except look at this graph. I mean, these 3 fields right here, psychology is 75% of degrees awarded in colleges, bachelor's degrees, are awarded in psychology to women. Well, that's not a small number. That's a lot of people. Over 50% in both social sciences and biology. Biology is the precursor to med school and healthcare services. Okay. But when you get into physics, computer science, engineering, much, 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 much lower predominance of women, right? Well, okay, so when I look at this graph, I think social, not so social, right? Women like social things as an inclusive stereotype gender. Women tend to pick professions that have more interaction, more of a back and forth with another human being. Profession, psychology is one of them. Social sciences, healthcare profession. Women rock the healthcare profession. There were 11,000 women in healthcare versus 3 in the whole healthcare field 2 years ago. That's a big number. Okay, so to say women aren't attracted to science is hooey. They're just not attracted to the heavier sciences, and heavy, paper and pencil kind of more math-based science. Sorry, no. You're in this percent down here.
Math rocks. Okay.
Math does rock. You're right. Go math. But so the perception that women aren't in science or that women don't do science, in my opinion, is very skewed. It just doesn't tend to draw in the fields that skeptics are coming from. Do you kind of follow that? Okay, so anyway, I just kind of wanted to set that up because every time I've gotten into a conversation with anybody about this particular topic, it's a big deal. Everybody's got something they want to say, everybody has their own opinion. And if you are in any way interested, I would like to open it up to a debate, like 4 or 5 panel debate, where a couple of us get up here. I will present some ideas that I've seen or that I've heard, and then we can, in our panel, we can talk about it and discuss it as like a kind of a micro group as a whole, if that would appeal to anybody.
I totally want to watch this.
In my own way, I'm a believer. In my own way, right or wrong. I don't talk to.
So, my general topic, as I said, is country music. My specific topic is religion in country music. Now, first I want to make a distinction. Let's see, is this the laser? I want to make a distinction between religious country songs and music and country music that is religious. So we're going to do some introductions. Like I said, the difference between religious country music and country music that is religious. The former is being represented by the Christian Country Music Association, or the CCMA, and the latter by the Country Music Association, or as we all know, the CMA. This distinction is important to our examination of religion within contemporary popular country music because it is one that is fervently maintained by the music industry. Given the religious origins and subtext within mainstream country music, our first assumption might be that both musical institutions would make natural and complementary allies. However, the fact that in 2002 the CMA filed a lawsuit against the CCMA, accusing it of impinging upon its trademark, suggests otherwise. The CMA's complaint underscored the, quote, likelihood of confusion among consumers, the media, and the industry that could potentially threaten the CMA's name. CCMA President Gene Higgins pointed out that while other associations and organizations use similar names, it was the CCMA that was specifically targeted. The CMA's lawsuit and the CCMA's targeting suggest the mainstream industry's anxieties towards what it sees as the blurring of religious and secular lines within the music industry. These anxieties are mostly economic, which is important for us to remember. David Makachek, a contributor for an online journal called Religion in the News, points out that, quote, the assumption in much of the country music programming world is that products that are too narrowly evangelical are decidedly unpopular, that is, limited in appeal to a narrowly defined market niche, and songs that get too preachy are unlikely to get much airplay. Thus, the secular country music industry aims at producing songs which have a highly generalized form of piety and consequently have the largest consumer base. Any threat to the blurring of secular and religious lines is thus met with industrial fears, hence the CMA lawsuit. In addition, the tensions work both ways, as religious artists, such as Amy Grant, who move into mainstream country music, are considered by the religious community to have sold out. The phrase's suggestion being that a religious artist has traded their spirituality for monetary gain. This sense, Natalie Maine's anti-Bush comments resulted in a widespread backlash against the band and their subsequent movement to mainstream pop music. Despite secular industry fears of becoming too preachy, there seems to be a relatively recent increase in the amount of country songs released with religious themes, as well as an increase in the levels of overt reference to God, Jesus, and the Bible. Joe Carter, a writer for First Things, an online journal published by the Institute on Religion and Public Life, points to a recent examination of 60 popular country songs of 2010, which reveals that faith and family are recurring themes within the musical genre. Fathers are mentioned in 10 of the songs, mothers in 7, and children in 5. 6 of the songs allude to marriage. Mentions of prayer, preachers, church, heaven, and God are heard discussed in 3 songs, and the Bible is named in 1. Although 23 of the 60 songs include at least one of these themes. That the music world still considers religious content to be a peculiar, stating, quote, the willingness of country music to talk about God, family, and other topics counted among the most important in people's lives is still considered by the industry to be aberrant. Carter essentially questions why most secular music doesn't adequately reflect what he sees as the values of the population at large. Why does the distinction between secular and religious country music even exist? A fully articulated discussion of this topic would have to include other attitudes of popular culture, which view religion as a personal topic, for example, rather than a public one. Although an intriguing question is beyond the scope of this presentation, In addition, my discussion will not focus on a survey of country music history, nor possible reasons for the recent increase in this religiosity, but rather on contemporary expressions of the divine within its message. More specifically, I want to illustrate how the industry as a whole and individual artists maintain, cross, or blur these lines between overtly religious music and mainstream secular songs. It is my hope that my presentation will successfully illustrate these strategies and then allow us to apply this knowledge to other forms of cultural religious expression that seek to do the same. Part 1, we're going to look at the themes of religious country music, as opposed to the form. What are some of the messages or main motifs within a country song in general, specifically religious? Keep in mind that what we're talking about here is country music in general. They all sort of follow a very similar format and form, but the religious country song is a specific subgenre, if you will. Now that we've differentiated secular country music from religious and looked at their complementary yet antagonistic relationship, we're ready to examine the elements and themes that make up the discourse of country music as a whole. I will be drawing from most from my information from Maxine L. Grossman's 2002 Jesus, Mama, and the Constraints on Salvific Love and Contemporary Country Music, which I can make available to anyone who would like to read that. It was very intriguing. She did a very thorough job. In her informative and thorough essay, Grossman analyzes the language and rules that govern ideas of salvation within mainstream country, and how this idea becomes the goal of both overt and subtle uses of religion. For Grossman, salvation through love is created through relationships between people or between people and God. The love itself is most commonly accomplished through personal sacrifice and transformation. It is this structure which most strongly signals the Protestant Christian background from which country music sprang and the theological parallels to Christ's personal sacrifice and transformation through his resurrection. According to Grossman, the ideology of country music works on 4 basic assumptions that also parallel Protestant underpinnings. Number 1, the human condition is one of imperfection. Humans are sinful, and on account of their sins and imperfections, they suffer. Sometimes the suffering is innocent, such as child abuse, and sometimes it arises from a person's own actions. Cheating on a lover, stealing from strangers, lying to oneself. The suffering may be material, such as jail time, but more often it is spiritual, the heartache of losing the person one has hurt just one time too many. Number 2, the only solution to the sufferings of the human condition comes through a personal transformation. Such a change of state may be effected as a one-time radical break from past transgressions, as when the love of God or mama or a good woman or good man allows one to see the light and mend one's ways to be baptized by the Spirit of God or love or God as love. The third ideological element is the sacrificial transformation occurs only when a connection is made. The connection may occur between lovers, but it also may occur in the love that a parent feels when considering a child, or the love that an adult feels looking back on his or her parents or grandparents. The connection may take the form of empathy by recognizing the suffering of other people, or by reaching out to alleviate their pain. An individual can experience the same sense of connection. It can also take the form of a person realizing that they are loved, or that his or her place in the world does matter to God or Mama. The fourth and final one is that the transformative quality must involve some element of sacrifice. Just as the cross provides the gospel tradition with a symbol of the ultimate divine sacrifice, so does the secular country music tradition identify a host of sacrificial symbols, both human and divine. For example, legions of long-suffering wives remain faithful to the wandering husbands in country songs, just as countless parents sacrifice unselfishly, or soldiers sacrifice their own lives to protect their countries. We will now look at two songs that epitomize all four ideological, theological assumptions. They both could be considered overtly religious, given their direct references to God, heaven, or Jesus by the cross. These two songs are Randy Travis's 3 Wooden Crosses, 2002, and Mark Will's Don't Laugh at Me. Okay. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Not the reaction I was expecting, but that's fine, however you want to do it. Okay. So, I'll talk about the song for a second. The song's narrative contains assumptions of the imperfection of humanity and the necessity of suffering through the deaths of the presumably innocent preacher, teacher, and farmer. All three affirm the song's main theme of giving back or sacrificing, and the list of the families and students left behind testify to their goodness. However, it is left up to the more sinful of the bunch, the hooker, to contain the bulk of Grossman's 4 assumptions. Her salvation is confirmed through her transformation from prostitution to upstanding citizen, like her dead cohorts. This transformation transformation could be read as emanating from her near-death experience if it were not for... Oh, it's the bell. Sorry, I thought it was playing. If it were not for the knowledge of the preacher's last words and the bloody biblical gift. It is this personal connection that actually initiates the hooker's transformation. She is shown love both from the preacher and presumably later as she is touched by God. Her sacrifice comes from giving up her lifestyle, raising her child to understand her own life lessons, her commitment to God, and ultimately her own death. The song's moral implies a strong sense of sacrifice as well when it valorizes the building of family, friends, followers, religious connections, etc. that one leaves in this life. Leaving something behind always implies sacrifice. However, what is important is the reward one gets for the payment. This reward, like Christ's promise, is salvation. The song can also be said to promote a strong sense of evangelicalism. When leaving something behind implies the souls one has saved. Thus, the preacher becomes the hero within the story because of his potential for leaving behind the greater gift, making a larger sacrifice. Second song we're going to look at is on your handout, I think. Is it? Okay. Don't Laugh at Me by Mark Wills, 1998. The song's invocation of humanity as imperfect is quite striking, given that the bulk of its 3-verse structure contains several different voices, all expressing their physical, mental, and social abnormalities. The song's pathos stems largely from these undeserved defects, even when they are results from decisions. Thus, the teenage mother is the single mother whose situation is made worse by the absence of an irresponsible sperm donor. The homeless man is a victim of depression suffered from the results of a random chance. Just as in 3 Wooden Crosses, his family is killed by reckless drivers who, quote, crossed that yellow line. Each bears their deformities through the sacrifice of social rejection, such as the, quote, kid who's always chosen last, or the kid that's called the geek, or the superficial abnormalities such as the girl with crooked teeth. In the case of the homeless man, he has sacrificed both his material comforts and his mental capacities. This issue of each character's sacrifice seems to be problematized if we consider that it was not a conscious choice. However, similar to Christian virtues of, quote, bearing the cross or the trials and tribulations of Job, the sacrifice is always rewarded either later in life through God's reward for piety and fidelity, or in the afterlife through eternal salvation. The song evokes the latter in its chorus when it states, quote, someday we'll all have perfect wings, suggesting a heavenly reward as well as a divine transformation. Each character's desire for personal connection is inherent in their emotional petitions of don't laugh at me, meaning don't connect with me on a superficial physical level, but on an emotional and spiritual one. The song's video displays this idea of interpersonal connection by contrasting the initial instances of ridicule, abuse, and disregard to the characters' suffering with their eventual connection to their ridiculers. Thus, the bullied kid reads a book with his now transformed tyrant. The tormenting girls now take on an interest in the teenage mother's infant. The overlooked homeless man is given a sacked lunch by the formerly snobbish pedestrian. The song's structure should also be noted. The chorus's refrain seems to represent a more childlike voice in its word choice and structure, as its appeal, "Don't laugh at me," seems to echo from a schoolyard setting. Nevertheless, the song is structured so that the characters increase in age. Thus, the song begins with the young kids on the playground, then moves to the teenager, and finally to the homeless adult. This progressive movement is an important one, as we will see in developing an effective rhetorical strategy that is common in many country songs. Part 2. Formal structures of the religious country song. So we've looked at the thematic aspects of this, what kind of themes do they have within them, and now we're going to look at how these things are put together, because they have a very conventionalized form that the average listener may not pay attention to as we're paying attention to the beat or the melody or whatever. The formal structures of country songs in general, religious or not, are highly conventionalized. Although there are always variations within these forms, the most prominent and typical form among them, among religious songs, is the verse-chorus type. This form is generally made up of a series of verses that provide the song's basic storyline, while the chorus sums up the song's main message. There are normally 3 verses, each having separate functions. Verse number 1 sets the scene of the song's narrative or description and establishes the setting of the chorus or main point to follow. Second verse normally extends or expands the narrative. Third verse offers a reinterpretation of the narrative or a transformation of its basic message. Because of the third verse's function of transformation, it makes it a fertile and appropriate site for religious country songs to reaffirm or emphasize their spiritual message. And as we'll see, the songs, and all of the songs that we look at, the third verse, if they have them, will be that site of religious transformation, suffering, and that's what they use it for. In addition, narrative patterns seem to fit one of 2 forms. Pattern number 1, which is typical. The song concentrates on a single individual, locating him or herself first in childhood or adolescence, then in adulthood, and finally in the context of some life-changing experience. Pattern 2 introduces a variety of characters rather than a single individual, but presents them in a gender-balanced succession. For example, the song may describe a man or boy in verse 1, and then a woman or a girl in verse 2, before concluding with a description of a married couple or humanity more generally. A good example of pattern number 1 is Tim McGraw's 1994 hit single, "Don't Take the Girl." Its 3-verse chorus follows the pattern well. As you can probably see if you followed along that sort of fits pattern number 1 perfectly for its verse-chorus pattern. It also, its themes of personal, spiritual transformation and sacrifice are strongly evident. In fact, it was this song that I heard, when did this come out? 94. After, it wasn't in 94, but this was the song that made me think, man, this sounds like every other country song. There's like a pattern here, because the chorus, "Don't Take the Girl," which he uses to connect all 3, seems forced in some instances, like when the robber, the mugger is trying. So I don't know. That sort of got me interested in the country music structure form. I knew there had to be some kind of form. Anyway. The opening verse introduces a small boy. He pleads with his father not to invite a neighbor girl to go fishing with him. As the description of pattern number 1 suggests, verse 1 introduces the prepubescent main character and his selfish attitude towards sharing his father's time. The second verse places the same old boy, same sweet girl in the late teens. This time they're on a date and the mugger kidnapper attempts to rob them both. The protagonist, rather than being a hero and attempting to subdue the attacker, pleads with him to take his money and his grandfather's watch, but just don't take the girl. Thus, the second stanza has expanded the narrative by characterizing both the couple's growing relationship and the boy's changing values. He now values his girlfriend over his personal possessions. The third verse ups the stakes considerably when it situates the now married couple in a hospital as the woman is giving birth to their child. However, there are complications and she's dying, of course. And now fully grown man prays earnestly to God to take his own life instead of his wife's. Thus, the protagonist's transformation is complete. However, his change again must come with a sacrifice, his wife's death. Although he pleads with God to save his wife and he expresses his willingness to sacrifice himself, there is no sense of tone of anger towards God or for his wife's illness. Rather, there is a characterization of God as a limited divine entity. It would seem that God has the power to save her from death, yet not the power to intervene on her behalf beforehand. However, this apparent contradiction is justified when we consider the song's message, which is not about sacrifice, but personal transformation. This message aligns itself with the theological readings of God as providing burdens or quote-unquote opportunities for personal growth. Many Protestant Christians do believe that God sets them up for personal growth through intentionally introducing hardships into their lives, which they must overcome in order to reveal their faith and to grow as humans. The next song we're going to look at that follows the same pattern is Steve Warner's Holes in the Floor of Heaven. The song follows the same 3-verse chorus pattern. The boy grows up and gets married. However, his wife dies suddenly. His mother's reminder about the rain gives him comfort as he grieves. The third verse completes the song's cycle of life at his daughter's wedding. Although saddened by that her mother missed this important event, the man is comforted again as it suddenly begins to rain. While the song contains many instances of sacrifice and suffering, its focus is less on spiritual transformation and more on finding divine meanings within earthly signs for the purpose of comfort. The man does seem to change as much as he maintains his faith through a reassuring image. The song seems to echo John 14:1-6, when Jesus describes a similar type of comfort to his followers. He says, "Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also." Oh, that's a train. I keep hearing crap over here. Similar to Christ's reassurance, the song exemplifies one of Christianity's strongest appeals, being reunited with deceased loved ones in the afterlife. A third one which I have, but I don't want to show you. I'll just talk about it. I don't have much to say about it. It's Buddy Jules' "Help Pour Out the Rain." Everybody ever heard this song, "Help Pour Out the Rain"? Yes, like that one. Okay. Well, it continues the rain as heaven baptism motif. Buddy Jules' 2003 song follows the same 3-chorus pattern. Chorus structure is it follows a father whose daughter asks him what heaven is like. She adds such asides as, will she see her grandfather or don a pair of wings? But more importantly, can she help God pour out the rain? During the third verse, the narrator is putting his daughter to bed when he drops to his knees and begins to pray, making positive affirmations about, quote, coming home to stay and meeting Jesus face to face. Because the third verse's function is for transformation of the character or characters within country songs in general, it also proves to be an important spiritual place for religious country songs. These varying degrees of personal transformation do occur within each example we have looked at so far, and as expected, it is within these third verse spaces that the songs focus their religious message, or at least make their most overt religious reference. Additionally, Grossman points out that while this verse-chorus formula allows for specific narratives, quote, the songs also provide a universal insight into the human condition. This universality, in turn, allows for an extremely wide range of narratives so that almost any relationship, a pattern of relationship, can serve to structure a three-verse song. Grossman enumerates some of the many possibilities. The song may trace a single relationship, father, daughter, mother, son, husband, wife, through three successive stages. Or it may highlight one character's experience of three different but parallel relationships. A man and his father, the same man and his son, the man and God. The song may also work through stereotype categories to present an intentionally universalistic message about humanity, bravery in everyday life, the soldier, which we see a lot, the mother, human struggle, a homeless man, a crack-addicted baby, culminating in a third verse moment of transformative redemption, the cross, the salvific love of Jesus. What is important to note about mainstream religious country songs' tendency to universalize their message is that there is usually an attempt to keep this religious message very subtle. Thus, God is reduced to a voice in heaven or the cross. Don't Laugh at Me, for example, reduces angel wings to Christianity's claim to universal salvation. The Three Wooden Crosses distills the virtues of evangelism, while Holes in the Floor of Heaven suggests that the existence of God is reaffirmed through natural phenomena, or maybe His bad flooring design. It's the only joke I put in there, so thank you. While country music in general may be religious, the industry presents itself as secular overall, mostly for economic reasons. Like many modern religions who have watered down their message, removing fire and damnation, country music must contain a broad universal appeal along with a specifically Christian message to ensure a healthy profit margin. For this reason, it proves extremely flexible in its content, adopting and adapting more secular modern virtues such as self-love and self-interest. To take two other Tim McGraw examples, his Someday You're Gonna Love Me and Live Like You Were Dying both reaffirm the importance of self-love and self-actualizations. Like any other, the country music industry adjusts to changes in the marketplace, and recent acknowledgement and proof of the large consumer base within the religious demographic will ensure that country music, at least for the foreseeable future, will remain Christian at heart, even when its religious message fluctuates from overt to subtle, trying to adopt and adapt more secular notions and themes. Country music does prove to be an extremely versatile discursive form, like religion itself, that is capable of changing to exist even while it promotes a constancy of values and authenticity. For some Q&A. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. So,
yes.
I'm wondering if there's a gendered element to this?
Yes.
I noticed you just presented songs performed by men.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they're all written by men. But have you also looked at songs written or performed by women? And do you see the same pattern? Do you see something different that's notable in relation to religion?
Well, as far as gender goes with the artists, the majority of them are men, mostly because the majority of country music artists are still male. But as far as specifically differences, of the ones that I sampled, I would say maybe maybe one or two were female, and I didn't notice any distinctions, any differences between that and the male. Now, as far as gender characterizations within the song, there are very interesting things to go along with that. For example, normally Jesus and Mama are combined into one person. Mama is the one who sacrifices because there's sort of a space for her. There's a religious gendered space in Protestantism and in country music discourse for a female character. Now the father, on the other hand, has a little bit of a hard time because there's already a masculine space filled, that being God, the Father itself. So he sort of takes on a sort of a different role in that sense. But I haven't noticed a difference in the artists and how they. To be honest, I haven't done enough survey of them. I think I have. What I have? Oh, I've got Jesus Take the Wheel. Same. It's the same formula. I have it, but I mean, but it follows the same formula. The industry isn't going to really stray very far from it, regardless of whether you want. Now, I can't imagine there being any difference, but I haven't seen it to be.
Well, I'd imagine there's a difference. I would challenge you to go there and look at that.
Okay.
Look at female artists.
Martina McBride's Concrete Angel, because that's the one I've got. That's the first one I thought of, and I was trying to remember the verse structure, because I think that at the last verse, I think little girls like each of that. So I guess it would be.
What? Did you say beaten to death?
Yes. It's about child abuse.
Okay.
It's a song about child abuse, but I think it's like an affirming thing. But I would be interested in fitting the words from that song into the formula.
Might have something to do with Tim McGraw too. Faith Hill also.
I can think of one popular country song that had heavy religious themes that didn't fit the formula at all. In fact, it was the only one that I can think of that also talks about, like overtly talks about hell. That's something like that you to avoid in it. And that's the song "Long Back Train." Came out like
Josh Turner.
Yeah, it came out like 03, like 2003. I got it pulled up here. But like, if you look at the lyrics from it, it's all about like the long back train is just a metaphor for hell, and it's all about avoiding it. Like that's the whole song. And it did get a lot of contemporary country play. But that's the only one I can think of, and it doesn't.
There have been
and it was an outlier. It was a weird song at the time because it was so overtly religious, and it was also like it didn't fit any formula for the other stuff that you talked about.
Well, let me explain something in case somebody gets the impression that I'm trying to apply this to every country song. Because what this is a normative study. Of course, there are going to be exceptions to it. If you have any examples of any ideas of how feminine songs are different, I would love to hear some examples. But I haven't personally seen anything, because I don't think the industry would allow it as a discourse. But of course, there are always exceptions to the rule, because you have to work on standardization, product standardization, and differentiation at the same time, which has always been a dynamic that runs almost every form of popular culture. And so that's how you get new forms. But I think as an industry, I would be very surprised, but I'd be very open to examples of it.
Well, I am so glad you guys are here to listen to me tonight. When I get someone cornered and they have to listen to me, I love it. It's my favorite thing. And usually I have a captive audience. It's great. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Fallon Brooks, and I have been with Oklahoma Atheists since October of 2011. I've been an atheist since November 17th of 2010. And I know that that's a really specific date, and there is a story behind that, and it does kind of tie into tonight's topic, because some of what I'm going to talk about was my partial reasoning for leaving my faith behind. So we will get into that. So for those of you who don't know why you're here tonight, we're going to be talking about developmental sexual disorders, more specifically AIS, or androgen insensitivity syndrome. Sorry, I lost my place. I'm going to preface everything I'm going to say tonight with, I am not a biologist, I am not a doctor, I am not a psychologist, I'm not a sociologist, so I've got this. So everyone read it, take it to heart. I am not a scientist. So that being said, you may be wondering, what in the heck makes you qualified to talk about this? Well, I am an AIS patient. I have androgen insensitivity syndrome. Androgen insensitivity syndrome, just kind of the quick and dirty before we get started, is where basically the fetus is genetically male with an XY, a 46XY karyotype. And obviously, I'm not a dude. So, so we're going to kind of talk about how that happens, what the biological processes are that cause the formation of male sex organs to be inhibited and how we become female instead. And also what that means for us, for AIS patients emotionally, also socially, and how that sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Wow, I just totally went blank. I am so sorry. I'm going to talk a little bit about how that affects our social constructs of gender, sexuality, that sort of thing. So AIS is lumped into a category known as DSDs, or developmental sexual disorders. Where did they go? Sorry, I have a lot of notes, and because I'm not a scientist, I will be reading a lot. A lot of this is just information that is way beyond me, so in order to make sure that I give you guys kind of the proper terminology and everything, I will be looking down a lot. So I'm really sorry in advance. So AIS, or intersex, which AIS is lumped into a category known as, like I said before, disorder of sexual development, most commonly referred to as an intersex condition. So what does intersex mean? It's an abnormality, it's an ambiguity of the gender, or, hi, feedback, okay. So one word that is used a lot that is just really misleading and absolutely not at all what it sounds like is the word hermaphrodite. So, right? I was so proud of my Justin Bieber joke, like you don't even know. Get it? Because he kind of looks like a girl. Yeah. So, we're going to talk about what a hermaphrodite is first, and why that is relevant to this, because I am not a hermaphrodite. We know that in the classical sense of what people think of that word as, they think of it as being someone who has both male and female sex organs and can impregnate themselves. That's not possible. So in biology, hermaphrodite is an organism that has reproductive organs normally associated with both male and female sexes, and in many groups there's not a separate sex. They can really kind of take either role, male or female, in the reproductive process. And as far as I know, and again, I'm not a scientist, I don't think that there's any animal other than a worm, I believe a worm maybe possibly, where they can impregnate themselves. I think it always takes two. Could be wrong. Again, not a scientist. So, many groups of animals don't have separate sexes. In these groups, hermaphroditism is a normal condition enabling a form of sexual reproduction in which both partners can act as male or female. Like I said, sorry I'm repeating myself. Majority of snails and slugs. It's also found in some fish species and, to a lesser degree, some vertebrates, but not many. Historically, the term hermaphrodite has also been used to describe ambiguous genitalia in human beings, and the word entered the English lexicon in the 15th century, and it's derived from the Greek hermaphroditos, which is a combination of the Greek gods Aphrodite and Hermes. So the word intersex, like I said before, is kind of the preferred sort of terminology, and mostly because the word hermaphrodite is is very misleading and stigmatizing in a lot of ways. When someone with my condition hears the word hermaphrodite, it's like, oh my God, that's so horrible. It's really an insult. And just case in point, I was a freshman here at the University of Central Oklahoma, and my freshman biology professor, we were touching on genetics and things of that nature, and he actually, in the book, there was like a little caption in the bottom left-hand corner that said, androgen sensitivity syndrome, and it had this really horrible picture of like these two naked women with their eyes blurred out, and just really a terrible representation of what androgen sensitivity is about. And I'll never forget the words he used. He said, androgen sensitivity syndrome is an inverted hermaphrodite. And I was sitting there thinking, this man is a doctor. He has a doctorate, and he's teaching biology at a pretty big university here in Oklahoma. I was really offended, and I walked out of class that day. And I wrote him a very angry email, and I told him how ignorant he was, and that I was never coming back to his class. And I did go back to his class because I kind of couldn't afford to fail it. So, you know, you gotta kind of suck up your pride and go. But he did apologize to me, and he did allow me to kind of inform him a little bit on it, and he kind of informed the class that he had made a mistake and didn't call me out. So that was really good. So hermaphrodites in terms of human gender and sexuality, not real. We've totally covered that. We all know the difference between male and female at a really early age. You know, when you're, playing in the sandbox, that's a boy and I'm a girl and that sort of thing. What we don't learn about is the many variations in between male and female. They're these two very opposite ends of the spectrum, and it's such a black and white terminology. And this is an Albert Dürer painting, and I love it just because it's kind of Adam and Eve sort of thing. But male and female is sort of all that we know. And we don't really realize the gray area in between. And as we all know, life occurs in the gray areas, right? In this gap between male and female, there are multiple conditions. One of them is called Swyer syndrome, which I'm going to cover a little bit. It's very similar to AIS with a key component missing in the very beginning of fetal development, and that is a 46XY karyotype. There's also androgen sensitivity syndrome, which is what I have and what we're talking about, and Klinefelter syndrome, which is a 47XXY, and there's a lot of others in between. We're not going to cover that one because I'm not familiar with it, but just FYI, it's out there, it exists. So we're going to start with a little bit of remedial biology. You may be kind of wondering, like, what are all these letters? If you failed high school biology, listen to me. Men have a 46XY karyotype, meaning they have 23 pairs of chromosomes comprising of an X and a Y. Women are a 46XX karyotype comprising of 23 pairs of X chromosomes. So knowing this, we know that women will always pass on an X chromosome, and men will kind of really determine the sex of the baby by passing on either an X or a Y. Sorry, I've been sick for a lot of days now, and so I'm actually amazed that I'm not sounding like a prepubescent boy at the moment. Because I spent most of the day sounding like a frog, so I'm really amazed at myself right now. In androgen insensitivity, there's an interruption of the fetal development of the reproductive system. In AIS, a child is conceived with the XY sex chromosomes. And embryonic testicles, balls, y'all, will develop in the fetus. And what happens is, on the Y chromosome, there's what is called a sex-determining region of the Y chromosome. And it will, sorry, I almost dropped that. It will pass on what is called an anti-Müllerian hormone or Müllerian inhibitory factor. It really depends on what you're reading that talks about it. Müllerian is any female structure in the reproductive system. Müllerian would be your like uterus, what are those little tubes called? Oh, fallopian tubes. Oh, awesome! You guys were listening. Okay. So fallopian tubes and the uterus, and thank you so much. Hey, sweet, you got me a water. All those sort of structures, that's Müllerian. Wolffian structures would be the male version, the epididymis, the seminal vesicles, that sort of thing. And we also know that, you know, the penis in the male and in the female is the clitoris, and they're very similar structures. So when someone has what I have, which is a 46XY karyotype, it's an X-linked characteristic. So what happens is mom passes on the X, and her genetic coding, I guess, there's like a little receptor that fails to go off. And it basically says that, like, hey, I know you've already said let's suppress the Müllerian structures, but also we're going to suppress the Wolffian structures. So what happens is everything kind of continues along the female line of development. And so you may have wondered at some point in your life, like, why do dudes have nipples? It is the weirdest thing, right? Well, it's because the basic human form in the womb is female. And it's really interesting because a lot of people don't really know that. And so that's kind of the default setting. When things fail to occur, then it defaults to that mode. And so depending on the level of sensitivity to androgens, you can have anywhere between a functioning male who is sterile to a non-functioning, yet, well, sterile, externally functioning female, like myself. So there's like a whole grade, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But because this is an X-linked characteristic, it is a recessive on the mother's side, and so she has a 1 in 2 chance, if she's a carrier, like my mother is a carrier, she has a 1 in 2 chance of having a completely unaffected daughter or carrier daughter, and a 1 in 2 chance of having an unaffected son or an affected son, like myself. Technically, I'm an affected son because I am an XY karyotype. So these carriers, women can be tested to see if they're carriers or not. In my family, my sister was not a carrier, so her children, all completely normal and okay. My mom only had 2 kids. She had a daughter and technically a son. So she passed on the X chromosome that was affected once. In my family, my grandmother was a carrier, and she obviously passed on the carrier gene to my mom, but she never had any affected sons. Everybody was normal, able to reproduce, all that. My great-grandmother was obviously also a carrier, and I had a great-aunt who was also affected, but that's really the only incidence in the family. None of my cousins are carriers. None of my cousins have affected children. Obviously, they're not carriers. So it's interesting. There are a lot of women who are carriers and don't know it, but it's really a 1 in 4 chance of having it happen. So it's pretty good odds, actually. So with that being said, what else? I missed something. Also, in 1/3 of cases of androgen insensitivity, it is a random mutation. So that does happen. You know, random mutation just occurs. We know that. If you know anything about genetics, you know that it's not always a guarantee that everything's going to be normal. So, the first known step of sexual differentiation of normal XY fetus is the development of testicles. The early stages of testicular formation in the 2nd month of gestation requires the action of several genes. So now I'm going to kind of go a little more into what I talked about earlier, which was the Müllerian inhibitor and the Wolffian structures and all that sort of thing. So when a gene is defective, the indifferent gonads fail to differentiate into testes in an XY genetically male fetus. Without testicles, no testosterone, and no anti-Müllerian hormone is produced. So that would be in a normal female, there's no testicles. So no anti-Müllerian hormone is produced, and then everything kind of goes along the female lines as it's supposed to. So that's in an XX individual. Now, this is where we're going to talk about Swyer syndrome real briefly. The difference between AIS and Swyer syndrome is that in Swyer syndrome, there is not an anti-Müllerian hormone produced. So all of the female structures, all of the Müllerian structures actually still occur. And so those women will have vaginal canal that's connected to the cervix and the uterus, and they'll have fallopian tubes, but they don't have any ovaries, and neither do they have testicles. They just kind of have these streaked gonads that are just kind of asexual, so they are unable to reproduce. And the difference between that and what I have is that my mom's X chromosome sent out the testicles that were formed because of the X chromosome, or the Y chromosome. The anti-Müllerian inhibitor did come along and say, no, don't form any of those. And so what happens is, aren't these fun? I feel like I'm in middle school again. Everyone get a giggle. There's a penis on the screen. So you look at some of these structures. The fallopian tube and the vas efferens, very similar in structure. And then also testicle versus ovary, those are the gonads. I actually never realized that nads was actually like the shortened version of, anybody remember like when you were in like middle school, it's like they kicked him in the nads. So that's kind of where that comes from. Don't mind me, I'm not an adult, I just play one between 8 and 5. So the nitty gritty, I'm going to tell you guys a lot here, and it's a little embarrassing because I'm talking about myself. So what happens in the Müllerian inhibitor is that it doesn't allow anything from here up to develop. So basically, a woman who has what I have will have just a vaginal canal, just an opening. And here's the problem with that. For some women, it will be very adequate in length. It'll be, 8, 12 inches long. And it can also expand. It's muscle contraction and all that fun stuff. But some women will have a completely imperforate one. And they have to have very painful, horrible, awful surgeries and or dilation, depending on what is there. So when I was diagnosed, so just really briefly, I'll talk about it more later, but when I was diagnosed, I was scared to death because I realized, oh my gosh, I'm going to have these awful surgeries. One of them, and I forget what the method is called, but they take a dilator that kind of looks like a little miniature penis, and they will insert that into the vaginal dimple or opening or whatever, and then it's tied to like these kind of strings or cables really, and they will implant these little things kind of up here in the abdomen, and over time they slowly tighten it, and it pulls it, right? That's so awesome and gross and painful, and it will tighten it over time, and it'll kind of pull up in there and it'll stretch and create a vaginal canal, making that patient physically capable of sexual intercourse. So, let's see. Then there's also just manual dilation, so that's kind of, to me, sounds a little more fun, because you get to do it on your own. I am so glad I have a room full of perverts. This is awesome. We have a hand up here. Talk to me. I'm single. Oh, goodness. Okay. So, a baby who's externally girl is born normal in all anatomic respects, except as a child will have non-functional testicles. And sometimes what will happen is there will be no indication that there's a problem until puberty, and then what happens is there fails to be menses, or she doesn't have her period, for those of you who aren't down with the lingo. So when she fails to start a period, usually 14, 15, something like that, there's usually concern like, something's not right here, let's look into it. Other times it can be found, and I think, not sure if I have the right slide coming. Forgive me if this is really gruesome and doesn't make sense. Okay, no. All right. So, did you guys see that? It's so awesome. I'm kidding. Okay. So now, apparently I know what my next slide is now. So 7. A grade 1 will be a fully functional male. He will have a penis. He will have testicles that do descend. And clearly functional, but because his body does not respond to androgens on a very small scale, he may be sterile. He may have a little body hair, stuff like that. As you can see, as it goes further along the scale, it's a lot more severe. And I actually had an actual image of an AIS grade 4 patient, but it was really gruesome, and I didn't want to freak you guys out too much, so I took it off. But if anybody really wants to see it, I have it on my printed slide here. It's kind of cool. And really unfortunate also. So as you go further along, you get to the grade 6 and 7, which is everything appearing completely normal from the outside. 9 times out of 10, these girls are not diagnosed until obviously much later, like in puberty. So I myself am a high grade 6. The only difference between a grade 6 and a grade 7 is grade 7 has no body hair at all. It's kind of creepy and kind of awesome at the same time, because who wants to shave? Oh my gosh. So, if you're into that sort of thing. These women are typically pretty fully functional sexually. Not always. Sometimes there is a little bit of, it's maybe too shallow a vaginal canal, something like that, so they have to expand it by the really cool means where they have to do the implant and all that. Or, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding, but... So you can see like when something like that, when you're told that you have this condition, you kind of freak out and you kind of hide. So next, this is a really kind of gruesome picture. One way that it is found out prior to puberty is there can be an inguinal hernia. And this is where the testicles drop into the inguinal canal. And that's kind of grody, huh? So, alternate, you guys look totally disgusted. So there are some women, famous women, who, television, music, film, who suffer from AIS. And Jamie Lee Curtis is really a speculation. A lot of people say she has it. You know, it's one of those, well, I have a friend who has a cousin whose brother works at the doctor's office where Jamie Lee went like 30 years ago, that sort of thing. But it's been a very persistent rumor over the years. As a matter of fact, when I was diagnosed, that was who my doctor very specifically told me was a public figure who had it. Eden Atwood is probably one of the most prominently outspoken figures who has AIS. She's a jazz singer. She has an amazing voice. And a little bit later, we're going to see a video clip from Good Morning America about Eden Atwood. And she's going to kind of tell her story a little bit. And she's just an amazing lady. Erica Coimbra, she was a volleyball player on the Brazilian team for the Sydney Olympics in 2000. And it was pretty public. There was her and another girl, I can't remember the name. They both publicly came out and said, I have androgen insensitivity syndrome. And it was really unfortunate because a lot of their opponents and things like that, you know, really railed against them and called them dudes and that sort of thing. And that does not look like a dude. She's hot. So it's really unfortunate because there's a lot of ignorance there. And also, you probably remember the more recent, in 2010, Caster Semenya from South Africa. And she was, I guess they tested her and found out that she had really high levels of testosterone. And, you know, they took away her medals and all of that. And there was this very public sort of humiliation. And it came out that she had some sort of intersex condition, which I'm not positive is AIS, but I've been told that it's most likely AIS just from the things we've heard. She's obviously not the most feminine looking person. Part of that is that she is, I mean, look at her, she's cut. I wish I had arms like that. But she's a trained athlete, so that's part of it. The other part of it is that it's genetics. Sometimes I've seen when I might tell someone what I have, they'll kind of be scanning my face for like, oh, she does look like a dude. Right? No. I got my big nose from my dad. I got my big chin from my dad. I'm tall because all the men on my dad's side of the family are very tall. Which, you know, that is a Y-linked characteristic, but, you know, I could have gotten that from my dad's X chromosome. So, you know. So Caster Semenya is really unfortunate. Later on, they did give her her medals back, and she was able to kind of come out publicly a little bit, and they did a little makeover for her, and she kind of was like, I'm a girl, and I really was pretty happy with how South Africa kind of rallied behind her, and they said, she's our girl. And so you can find some really cool pictures of her having been made over, and she actually managed to look pretty feminine. So one thing I forgot to mention before I switch slides is, so when they tested her and they found that she had a high level of testosterone in her system, here's the problem with that. Because she has androgen insensitivity syndrome, her body does not respond to those androgens. So she may have a high level of them, but her body can't utilize them. So the body will turn it into something useful, usually androgens, or not androgens, estrogens. So that's why a lot of women who have AIS don't typically look like this. She's an athlete, probably works out a lot, that sort of thing. Most women are very voluptuous, very curvy, very obviously female, almost like super female. So I'm the superwoman. Yes. Like I said, there are a lot of famous women, public figures that have this, and it occurs in about 1 in every 20,000 live XY births, meaning 1 in every 20,000 live male births, technically male. So given the current population of the United States at 313 million people, there are approximately a little less than 10,000 women living in the U.S. today with this disorder. So just to break it down a little bit more, Oklahoma City metro population is about 1 million people. So that means that there are about 50 women in the metro area just like me. That kind of makes me feel a lot better. Some famous women in the past who've been said to probably have had AIS, Joan of Arc, never had children, was kind of a masculine figure. Also Queen Elizabeth I may have been androgen insensitive. You guys can check that out. It's a little historical, kind of an interesting thing. And it kind of, to me, the thing I love about history sometimes is you can kind of find that some of these people had so many other things about them than what their public status was. And so it's just a little interesting side note if you want to research that a little bit. So we're going to go on to me. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit about my story. How cute am I, right? So this in the middle is me at 3 years old, or I think, yeah, 3, and I'm 8 in the top right, and then this was 26, about 100 pounds ago. So this is me, and I'm going to leave this up for a little while just so you guys don't have to look at icky pictures of vaginas and such. So at the age of 14, I was diagnosed with androgen sensitivity syndrome. And how that happened was I got really, really sick. I lost a lot of weight, and my doctor was really concerned. So they did a CT scan of the lower portion of my body, and they discovered that I had a parasite that was eating the lining of my stomach. Right? Really gross. So I lost a lot of weight. I couldn't keep food down. But when they did the CT scan, they also found that I had a mass in my abdomen. And then they began to ask me all these questions like, have you started your period, that sort of thing. And when you're a 14-year-old girl, you're like, shut up, no. And you don't want them to press further into that. You're like, I'm just a late bloomer, leave me alone. So they sent me, after they took care of the stomach parasite, they sent me to an OBGYN who was the most ignorant, horrible, awful man I have ever met in my life. He examined me, 14 years old, never had anybody looking at my naughty bits, and he puts me up on the table, and I'll never forget this. I had to stare at a poster of Garth Brooks on the screen. Right? Definitely wasn't having sexual thoughts, I'll tell you that. So they did the exam, and the horrible thing about this is that he just did a digital exam, and then he, like this, and then puts his hand on my abdomen and goes, feels like everything's there. tickle, tickle. And totally mortified, absolutely painful, excruciating, embarrassing experience. And then he came out and he said, he tells my mother, you know, everything is fine. I think she's just a late bloomer. You know, mind you, I had been really sick for months. I lost a lot of weight. My clothes were really baggy. I was really pretty uncomfortable all the time because my stomach hurt. So I was wearing really baggy jeans and a t-shirt that day. And so he said to my mom, well, you know, she kind of looks like she might be a tomboy. I think she's suffering from a sexual identity disorder. So he prescribed me Zoloft. And luckily my mom is a smart cookie. And she went, no, we're not. No, you're an idiot. So she threw all that out. And I went to another doctor who said, yeah, something's not right. She looked at the scans and she tried to do an exam, and I absolutely wouldn't let her because obviously scarred for life here. And so they sent me to a specialist where they did a karyotyping test. And I was told that I was born without a uterus, and because of that, my vaginal canal did not connect. And so they said that, you know, because of that, everything else, you know, could become cancerous because it's not functioning. So they basically told me they had a little cancer scare. Didn't tell me the full extent of everything, and I had oh, that's wrong. That's really scary. Oh my gosh, okay. So this, sorry, I have another order. Okay, so this is basically what they took out of me. This is not mine. I couldn't find the picture, although I do have it somewhere. This is basically the lump of everything that had formed. Mine kind of had a tube wrapped around it. These are the undescended testicles that were removed from some AIS patient, I don't know who. So here it is. So this was my karyotyping test, and I ran across this at a much later age. I was 19, I was in college, and my mom had left me this folder full of paperwork, medical documents and things. And I came across this, and I saw at the top, patient Fallon Brooks, karyotype 46XY, normal karyotype, male. I had a nervous breakdown. I wanted to kill myself. That was the most horrible feeling. And the video that I'm going to show you guys a little bit later with Eden Atwood, she talks about how if she had been misled and been told that, you know, oh, it's this, if it was so horrible that they couldn't tell her, then it's too horrible to let anyone else know. And so imagine finding this out at a later date and coming to the realization that you are a freak of nature. And that was absolutely how I felt. And so because of that, it took a lot of years for me to really come to terms with that. And so what I did, because rewind a little, I was 14 when I was diagnosed, and I was told, you may have to have some surgery to be able to have sex. And that was mortifying in and of itself, plus the whole thing with the doctor. I didn't want anybody to look at my naughty bits. So I just decided, you know what, I'll just be celibate forever. And so I hid behind my religion. And I became very active in the whole abstinence thing, and, you know, preached it to groups of teenagers just like myself. And all the while just being like, see, I'm a good Christian girl, which what it really was I was just scared, very scared to face the truth. And obviously, finding this at a later age made it worse. It made it just, I sunk into depression and didn't want to face it. So that went on until I was about 26 years old. At 26, I thought, okay, well, I'm never going to get married. I'm never going to be able to face this problem. So I'm just going to make a life for myself. I bought a house, and the day I closed on my house, I went and I cried. For hours, I laid face down on my living room floor. And I felt the weight of that, and I realized that I was all alone, and I was always going to be that way. And, sorry. Gosh, mood is just kind of depressing. So sorry. I promise you I'm really happy now, so we'll get to that one soon. So I'm going to go to slide 10 so you guys can look at fun pictures again. So it's not as depressing as the XY thing. So I sunk further and further into depression because I felt like I'm going to be alone forever. The more and more I prayed, and the more I sought for God to kind of alleviate the suffering there, And so that started to lead me away from my faith. And as that year, 2010, kind of drove on, I got to about September, October, and I said, you know what? I can't do this anymore. I need to face the problem. I don't want to be alone forever. I want to know what can I do to be a normal, functioning adult woman. And so I went to my doctor, and I sat on the table and bawled like a little baby girl, and I told him everything, and I said, this is what I have. Please fix it. Please tell me what I have to do. And so he sent me to a specialist. And I should say, over the years, I had made several appointments to see doctors about it, to be examined and all that sort of thing. And anytime I told them about the condition, the reaction I was met with was typically like, oh, that's really cool, tell me all about it. And I kind of felt like this science experiment. I even had one doctor say, oh, on the day that we do your exam, do you mind if I have a couple of medical students come in? Yeah, it happens. So obviously I didn't show up to that appointment. I didn't show up to a lot of appointments over the years. And so this time I just went in as a walk-in, and I said, I want you to look at my hoo-ha. And I want you to tell me what's wrong with it and how I can fix it. And so he sent me to a specialist, and this is super personal, but you guys are going to love it because it's really funny. I went to a specialist who dealt with OBGYN, disorders, urology, that sort of thing. And he got me up on the table. He was probably the best doctor I've ever seen, really understanding, really nice and gentle. And so I'm up on the table. They've got the little sheet covering my legs and everything, and he puts a speculum in, and he pulls his head out, and he goes, I'd say you're adequate. Yeah. Then puts his head back under there and does a couple things, and then goes, generous even. And so I'm laying on the table at this point, laughing hysterically, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, oh my gosh, I've wasted so much of my life. Okay, guys. I wasn't like, I'm going to get down. It wasn't like that at all. It was just coming to the realization that I was functional. I wasn't going to have a problem in the future meeting someone and having a normal, functioning sex life. And so that really empowered me to begin to put myself out there. However, that was in October of 2010, and it was a month later that I was in my Wednesday night Bible study, and the topic was prayer. And this is not the topic of the night, so I'm not really going to go over it a whole lot, but I'll just kind of tell you guys real quick. The topic was prayer, and I had a really hard time figuring out exactly what it was that I wanted to say. They said, talk about a time in your life when you felt like God answered a big prayer for you. And I just sat there sweating bullets thinking, I can't think of a time. And when it came around to me, I said, I can't think of a time. And everyone in the room just looked at me completely horrified because I had been their small group leader for quite some time. And so they're just like, what is wrong with her? And so then they all laid hands on me and prayed and everything. And then I walked out that night and I sat in my car and I went, I don't believe this anymore. And I said out loud to myself, I'm an atheist. And that was November 17th of 2010. So there you go. That's the very specific. And the way AIS tied into that was, for so many years, I really was just hiding behind religion because I didn't want to have to face the reality of the condition that I have. Because I was really afraid I was going to have to, remember the thing with the tightening, right? Oh, horrible. I did not want to have to face that. So after that happened, I met someone, and I had my very first boyfriend at 27 years old, and he lived with me for a while, so I put two and two together. Things happened. We did not sleep in separate rooms. And I will tell you that that was probably the most validating thing to have ever occurred in my life, not only as a woman, but as a human being. I finally felt like I was a person. I felt complete, and I know that sounds silly. Some religious people might say that, well, you weren't complete because you didn't really have Jesus. I really did, I promise. I really believed in all that. But what I was lacking was the ability to see myself as a human being in regards to the most basic of how we understand ourselves, the most basic component of how we understand ourselves, which is, hi, my name is Fallon and I'm a girl. Because for a lot of years I felt I didn't really know. Kind of felt, a little vagina. And I never thought this would happen. And I can tell you that I'm so happy today, and I'm just really pleased with, kind of how things have come about. So with all that being said, we'll talk a little bit about how the social construct of gender affects us. So gender in our society is very one-dimensional. Girls like pink, boys like blue, girls like to go shopping and put on makeup and wear mommy's high heels, and boys like to play in the dirt and climb trees and just generally be gross. Does anybody remember those little, what were those, the creepy crawlies where they had the little, girls had like the easy bake oven, and boys had the thing where they could like make little gelatinous worms and they could hide it in their sister's hair, that kind of thing. Boys are just gross. I'm kidding. I think that's a social construct we learn from a very young age, how we're supposed to act. So clearly, having some ambiguity occurring naturally in situations like mine, like AIS, there's a challenge to exactly what it is that it means to be male or female. Where's the cutoff? What makes someone male? What makes them female? There are conditions like gender dysphoria, which would be transsexuality. Those people are typically classified as someone who is genetically and physically one sex and emotionally and mentally another. And I think it's a real struggle for those people. And some of them get to a point in their lives where they just want to change it, and they'll undergo a reassignment surgery, and they become, if they were born male, they will become female. And a lot of times they feel a lot more whole and complete, much like I did when I finally was able to embrace the fact that I was generous even. So we have these sort of things going on, and yet our society is built around the very black and white male-female sort of thing. And so how that ties into my situation is, my birth certificate says I'm a girl, and so I'm legally allowed to marry a man. But I'm genetically male. So where's the cutoff? How does that affect it? And so, is it because I don't have a penis and it's okay for me to marry a dude? What makes it okay versus not okay for someone who underwent a surgical transformation, or someone who just loves someone of the same sex? There's, so we have this big debate in America today for gay marriage. And personally, just my personal opinion, I think that a lot of people who are so against it aren't aware of conditions like this, and aren't aware that sexuality is not that black and white. So one thing that affects really the social construct of this, and it really affected my view of it, was in Genesis. I love Bible verses. In the book of Genesis 1:26 and 27, it says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created them, male and female. He created them. There is no male, female, and somewhere in between. So this is the sort of ideal that our society is built on. And obviously that really affects how we perceive sex and gender. We don't take into account all of these sort of middle ground options that occur naturally. Emotionally, we learn from a very young age to be defensive about our gender. Every descriptive sentence regarding the individual person will carry a masculine or a feminine adjective. On the playground, he took that ball from me. She is, I don't know, has a really ugly skirt. I have no idea. I can't think of anything that's off my head. So we learn to identify one way or the other. It's not necessarily bad. It's just the norm. But when someone doesn't fit this norm, it can be absolutely devastating to that person, because your entire identity, who you are, is built around, I'm a girl, I'm a boy. So say someone who has what I have, which is a grade 7, if it's approached properly and they're offered counseling and things like that, which I wasn't, and I will say, I can understand a lot of times when parents are faced with something like this, they don't understand it, they've never heard of it. And so their idea is, let's hide it, let's sweep it under the rug, because it's kind of the mama bear syndrome. It's kind of, well, I'm going to protect my child because I don't want them to have this sort of identity crisis. I'll tell them when they're older. But it really kind of has the opposite effect, because when they find out at a later age, it completely shakes the foundation upon which that person's view of themselves is built. It did mine. So a lot of times parents who are faced with the strong emotion of discovering something like this may be tempted to operate away the problem. So that would be in a situation such as, if I can go back here a little bit. Oh, hi, balls. Just kidding. So when you've got someone who's, say, born grade 3, grade 4, who maybe has what looks like a really large clitoris and an imperfect vagina, that person might, from the onset, the doctors and surgeons might say, you know what, this person is never going to function as a male, because who wants to have a really tiny ween, for lack of a better word. So they may assign that patient a female gender, and they will actually create for them a neo-vagina surgically. And what happens in some of these cases is later on in life, they'll realize something's not right. I don't identify with this gender that I was given. I had no say in this. And actually, I believe in Germany right now, they're trying to make it illegal to assign gender to an ambiguously gendered child prior to the child being at the age where they can understand it and make that decision for themselves. And I think that that's important, and it probably needs to occur in America, but clearly we have more important things to do, like personhood. So just a couple of quick stories, I guess. In 2002, there was a teenager who was assigned a female sex as a baby. Her parents put her in a psychiatric hospital later on because she became very aggressive. And that was because she didn't know about her diagnosis, but she felt that something wasn't right. And the doctors were like, there's nothing wrong with her emotionally, mentally. And they told the parents, you need to tell her about the diagnosis. And so this person lived 37 years as a man. And it turned out later on when, at 37 years old, this patient went in to say, I don't identify with this gender, I want a sexual reassignment surgery. And so when they went in to do that surgery, they found all the internal structures of a female. I'm sorry, I think I've confused two different stories here. I'm sorry, you guys are probably like, what is wrong with her? Oh my gosh. Forget the first one. So we had a little baby girl, or a little baby boy. Okay, so here's what it was. I'm sorry. My notes confused me. I totally got off track. Okay, so a little boy was born and had really what it was just a really large clitoris. And so they said, it's a boy, and they raised this child as a boy. And as the years went on, they had a hard time convincing the child to wear boy clothes and all that. And as he got older, he was like cross-dressing, that sort of thing. And at 37 years of age, went in for sexual reassignment surgery. And at that point said, oh my gosh, guess what? You have all these female internal structures. You're actually already a female. And so all they had to do was make everything externally match. And that person was a functional, normal woman. And 37 years of life living as the wrong gender and knowing it, but being told, no, you're a dude.
So I'll just start off this way. My scientific credentials are pretty sparse. This is about all I've got. There's a story behind that I won't tell. I'm pretty much a Microsoft certified computer guy with a really serious love for science, research, and arguing, and I really just have a compulsive need to tell people about it. I'm sometimes told I'm full of hot air. There will be puns tonight. Feel free to chuckle or sigh. It's going to happen. I'm also going to do my best. My goal tonight is to get you at least mildly acquainted with a good number of the medical claims that you will experience, that you'll encounter out in the wild. And really, my only goal is to hopefully arm you with a little bit of information and a couple of different perspectives so that you might be able to think more critically in that way and make better health decisions for yourself. I don't expect anyone to necessarily go the same way that I go, but I'm going to give you some perspectives, and you'll either agree, you'll disagree, or you'll go and read the details for yourself. That said, this is a pretty sciencey talk, so go ahead and put on your thinking caps. Puns all the way through, I'm not going to let up. You can't have science-based medicine without the science. Does anybody remember the scientific method? Anybody, the steps from elementary school? All right, conveniently here, all this stuff flowchart style. In case you didn't remember, go ahead and study it up, because that's pretty much what we're going to go over. The important part is this. You might notice that you hear a lot of talk about really, really specific studies, and sometimes they're just comedically specific. Some stuff like, testing the viscosity of ketchup rolling downhill. The point is, experiments are very specific because in order to test something well, the thing has to be isolated as much as possible from any other influencers. That brings us to what the crux is of the talk today. That is this wonderful little thing called an indication. There you go, something like that. In the medical industry, an indication is a valid reason to employ a treatment, whether it's a surgery or a drug or whatever it might be. For example, diabetes is an indication for which insulin might be used, and a torn ligament is something for which surgery might be used. That is your indication, the reason that you are doing the treatment. This is what we're kind of focusing on. When you look at an indication for a drug or any sort of treatment, the responsible approach is really to test that treatment's use against a very specific condition as thoroughly as possible, analyze the results for several factors. And here's where we're looking. Okay, first off, I gotta look at these things. What are the benefits? That's question number one. These are your big three. These are what we're going to be harping on all night. When we're looking at a scientific or a medical claim, what are the benefits? Get down to brass tacks. Number two, what are the risks involved? How adverse are the reactions? How do they interact with other drugs? How do they interact with other treatments? And do they outweigh the benefit that's given? Number three, do the given benefits and risks perform better than the existing treatments for that same indication? We're going to be looking at those 3 points, and that's what's going to tell us if that treatment, if that drug is worth a crap. So let's talk about this in a little more detail. First question, is it effective? And I'm going to cut out there. This is why you often hear those crazy studies happening. And that's why we're going to talk a little bit about clinical trials and why they're a little bit odd but awesome. Second topic, what are the risks? Even a very effective treatment for any indication can become undesirable if the effects are worse than the benefit that's given. Or if they interact unexpectedly or dangerously with another treatment, or if it turns out that you're allergic to the darn thing. Lastly, it seems like a little bit almost too much of a common sense approach, but it's often forgotten that considering alternative therapies, is it a better treatment all in all when compared to others for this particular indication? For this, we're looking for either better effectiveness with the same side effects. We're looking for the same effectiveness with fewer side effects, or in some cases, like in the case of where people might be allergic, we might be looking for the same kind of effectiveness, maybe comparable side effects, but it works with other treatments that the primary treatment might not work with. Of course, other factors can complicate. One of the big deals that you'll run into is cost is a limiting factor for a lot of people. Rarity is a really big concern, and the other factors that might come into play there. For example, there's a fellow that became immune to AIDS after getting a bone marrow transplant. Now, awesome, he's immune to AIDS, but bone marrow transplants are really expensive, really painful, take a lot of rehabilitation. So it's not exactly a useful preventative measure. So that's the other thing that we're looking for when we're talking about, is this a useful drug? Or is this a useful treatment? Last thing, I don't want anybody to miss this. The importance of employing the scientific method is not just to determine how well something works. The other part is to determine why it works. In order for us to have a good treatment, we don't just need to know that it gets us results. In this day and age, we've got the technology, we've got the know-how, we've got the resources. In order for something to be useful, we need to know what the mechanism is, why it works. Because once we know what the mechanism is, why it works, we can then talk about how we can improve upon that same treatment, distill it, purify it, make it better. So anyway, we can maximize that. Let's talk more about this concept of the indication. Nope, wrong one. Hold on, we're going to come back to that. Here's the concept in general terms on the indication. It happens in a couple of different ways. One way that you can get essentially approved for an indication is when you're actively working to find a solution for a particular problem. There's a story that's referenced on FDA.gov I'm not going to get in nearly as much detail, but basically osteoporosis is a common ailment that affects a lot of people. One of the most, the primary line of defense is employing estrogen to prevent the loss of bone density. But some people just don't respond to that. Some people can't absorb it, some might react adversely. So there was a really big concerted effort to find an alternate solution. Well, it turns out that, that humans and other creatures produce a hormone called calcitonin. And it turns out that salmon make a form of calcitonin that's 30 times more potent than human calcitonin. So that was the method that they chose to pursue. Found out that it could be distilled down, it could be concentrated, and it could be used for treatment. So someone found a way to synthesize it. We've got several different dosage forms now. Each form, when it's submitted, has to be submitted as an investigational drug. Now, bear with me, this is the heavy information part. I'll get back to really bad puns in a minute. So anyway, you have to submit, whenever you've got a new dosage form or a new treatment, you've got to submit it as an investigational new drug to the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. And they're going to look at your preliminary data. They're going to grant you basically the ability to research this really heavily. Then you can start your clinical trials. Clinical trials are a great and wonderful thing. That's where we get to really take the scientific method down to its core. It's where we've already got our hypothesis. We think this thing is going to work, and then we get to just test the snot out of it. And the scientists will isolate the active ingredient from as many influencing factors as they possibly can, and they're going to get an idea of whether this drug is going to be effective for the indication that they're researching. In the case of osteoporosis and our salmon calcitonin. Anyway, so it's repeated not just exactly, but you've got to repeat it exactly again with a larger sample size. Then you've got to repeat it with small variations to decide, is this thing exactly working right? So the other thing that we've got to worry about is we've got to test it against an inactive ingredient. In many cases, to basically to test against the placebo effect, which, let's see if we've got, no, that's the wrong one. Where am I? There we go, the placebo effect. That's the wrong placebo effect. That's the bad placebo. There we go. The placebo effect. Here's sucrosa. Thank you, the onion. So let's take a quick side road here. Does anybody not know what the placebo effect is? Show of embarrassed hands. Not a one. Okay, at least one person is lying. So skeptic.com, which is the Skeptics Dictionary, quotes, the physician's belief in the treatment and the patient's belief in the physician. I'm blowing up here. The patient's belief in the physician exert a mutually reinforcing effect. The result is a powerful remedy that is almost guaranteed to produce an improvement and sometimes a cure. That's the old spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. If you believe it's going to work, it's going to work. It's been shown time and time again in tons of studies. Essentially, taking a pill will produce an effect. Not only that, recent studies have actually even shown that, in India at least, taking red and pink pills are more effective against anything than taking other colored pills. So this is the placebo effect at work. It works. It works. It works. It works. So this is one of the things that we're really up against when we're trying to decide, does this medicine work? Well, the question is not, does this medicine work? Does this medicine work better than just feeling good about it? So back to trials. A good clinical trial will have several qualities. Let's see if we got it here. Yeah. Gift up my PowerPoint there a little bit. It's okay. Number one, a testable hypothesis. You'll see a lot of things that make vague comments, vague claims about you'll feel generally better. It's going to promote immune health. Okay, you can't measure that. There's no metric for it. There's no measuring stick. Okay, specific design that eliminates outside influence. If you're just testing, do all these things work against this? You don't know which one it is. Control experiments to account for the placebo effect. Large sample size and replicability. On your large sample size, if you just test 3 or 4 people, you're not going to be able to tell anything about consistency. On your replicability, if someone can't come in and do the exact same thing in the exact same way and get similar results, that's going to really shine an odd light on your study. What went wrong? So it's really important to control your tests if you're doing something like this so that other people can replicate it the same way and hopefully get similar results in order to show that we've done something right, that we've found something either for a positive or a negative. Anyway, if a study doesn't include all of these features, it's really not much of a study. Once enough data from trials have been collected and analyzed for efficacy, side effects have been compared against the placebo effect. It can be approved for prescription use. In our case of salmon calcitonin, this is repeated every time, then a new dosage form, because your different dosage forms are going to absorb differently, and you might have different side effects. So it's quite a road from hypothesis to indication. Plenty can go wrong to cause the drug to never hit market. If you're a selfless humanist, you may believe that drug companies want to help people get better. If you're a pure capitalist, it's hard to believe a company doesn't want to do their due diligence in order to avoid things like the recent GlaxoSmithKline $3 billion Avandia settlement. And if you're a conspiracy theorist, I know who you are and why you're here, and my agents are at your house trying on your immigrants as well. So, anyway, another neat example of how trials can be successful is the story of one of the most famous little pills in the world. Can anybody guess what it is? That's too easy. Viagra. Here we go. We can bring lights down if we want now. No, that's okay. Anyway, Viagra was developed originally as a potential treatment for angina. No, angina. That's better. Anyway, trials progressed in testing this drug against chest pain. And as they were testing against chest pain, they ended up finding out, well, that the dosage form wasn't quite right. People were having to take this 3 times a day. It was really a pain. People weren't keeping up with it. But then they found out there was this nice little side effect. And even as the trial started to wind down, people didn't want to give up their supply. So as they started asking questions, they found out why they didn't want to give up this little blue pill. So thankfully, science prevailed and said, well, what's so good about this? And finally someone said, I'll tell you. And so they switched modalities, they switched their testing, and they ended up finding out something that was really cool. So that's the other way that you can through trials, find things that work even in the ways that you didn't intend or didn't anticipate. And I know everybody's kind of waiting for me to talk about the alternative medicine stuff. I see a few people maybe slavering just up here. It's okay. Let's round it out. Let's go through a couple of conditions that we already talked about in our 3 rules. I think we don't have our 3 rules there. We'll get to that. First off, scurvy. That's what I was going to here. Hold on. It's in the wrong place. Scurvy. Scurvy is easy because all that is a vitamin C deficiency. Back when it was a big problem, people didn't really understand what it was or why it happened. They started someone decided to start trying different things, and among them was lemons. That was actually the first clinical trial. Really neat story. They actually go through it in detail in one of my favorite books that I've got in my bag over there called Trick or Treatment. Really cool. If you like this stuff, give it a read, because I found out after I put most of this together that they already did a lot of it. But it turns out Discovery was one of the first clinical trials. They tried a bunch of different stuff against it. It turns out that lemons worked. And according to our 3 rules, it's actually even better because it works. It absolutely works because it's a vitamin deficiency. You provide the vitamin, it goes away. There are no drawbacks to it. It's fairly inexpensive to eat a lemon. And it works better than everything else. This is what we really, really are looking for in most of our trials, and we're almost never going to find. Another example is, here we go, diabetes. That's a good example. It's okay. Shield her eyes. It's a good example because for maybe the 3 of you who might not know it intimately, it's a chronic condition where your blood sugar levels are really, really high. And this one's kind of more complex, and it's really harder to judge against our 3 rules because depending on how serious your condition might be, you're going to have different treatments that are going to work better. So you really have to take our 3 rules. Does it work? What are the drawbacks? And does it work better than the others? You have to weigh them against each other. Because if you're not very serious diabetic, then diet and exercise is going to be a really good option. If you're a very serious diabetic, it might be diet, exercise, and insulin. If you're way past there, then hospitalization, whatever it might be. So I wanted to point that out as an example of where it does have to be personalized, because not everything is going to work on everyone the same way. But be careful of that, because that will also be exploited. So is anybody having trouble keeping up? If so, good, because now you understand why it's easy for someone to peddle pure bullshit in order to try to get money from you. Even to otherwise intelligent, discerning consumers, the alt-med industry is going full bore. They're not taking any prisoners, and they won't be so clear, kind, and succinct as many of us otherwise. So you will need to be armed for this battle for your health. And on that I segue. That's 2 puns in 1 slide, thank you. Alright. It was kind of deciding which order I would use to get into the nonsense that we're going to tear to shreds. But I really had to start with the main one, because this is going to set the tone. And not only that, all of these tactics are used in all of the other types of alt-med that are more predatory, that are not good. So most of the alternative therapies will draw extensively from homeopathy in claims, tactics, and evasion. What is homeopathy, you might ask? Here's a quick rundown, paraphrase from its proponents at, mindbodyhealth.com. Homeopathy was developed in the 19th century by Samuel Hahnemann, a German. He's a physician, and he was kind of frustrated with modern medicine, which I can't blame him, because at the time modern medicine largely consisted of bloodletting, applying leeches, blistering, lots of death, and lots of adverse drug reactions, because there was no concept of small and appropriate dosage. Amazingly true, and I will fess to this, and because it's true. In homeopathic hospitals in that century, the death rate was about 1/8 that of traditional standard hospitals. We'll get into that here in a second. Hahnemann knew that the cinchona bark extract, which happens to be chock full of quinine, which you might recognize, it had been used as a remedy for swamp fever, which we now know as malaria. He didn't understand the connection between this treatment and the ailment it worked against, and so he decided to start just taking doses of the treatment while healthy, because this is what a reasonable person does. Turns out that doing this will give you symptoms similar to swamp fever, which is malaria. And then as soon as you stop taking it, these symptoms will disappear. It's kind of odd, and it's pretty rare in the medical world that the treatment for this ailment will give you symptoms if you take it while healthy. But his next step was to assume that that must be the case with everything. And this was born the law of similars. And there still hasn't been anything approaching a reasonable explanation or a mechanism by which this can work. And again, modern medicine knows that, well, cinchona bark, which is quinine, is an effective treatment and preventative against malaria. But it doesn't meet up in the middle. Fun fact, and here's your fun booze fact for the day. Quinine was most commonly dispensed to British officers in India and Africa in the form of tonic water, which British officers would then mix with gin in order to make it more palatable. Now myself, if you're cool like me, you will also put a lime in there. So the great thing about that is the lime protects you from scurvy, the quinine protects you against malaria, and the gin protects you against sobriety. So, and that's why I declare gin and tonic to be the drink of the day, because the three scourges of mankind, really. Anyway, McNally's afterwards. So how can But how can it be so effective then, Travis, you might say? You said the death rate of homeopathic hospitals in the 19th century was 1/8 that of standard hospitals. Shut up and wait for Q&A. I'm getting it. So something you need to know is that before the wonderful revolution that we now know as the germ theory of medicine, this is what they had. Hahnemann died in 1843, and the first effective surgical applications of germ theory were developed in 1870, Joseph Lister. So the so-called modern hospitals, like I said before, they kind of have this problem of doing more harm than good with all the bloodletting. You know, they just bleed you out to let the demons out, because demons clearly were the cause. They dose you with far beyond safe levels of drugs. You know, there's no such thing as a little morphine. Let's go ahead and get you to the hill, buddy. And sanitation was of no concern, and this is really where it came in. Just buckets of filth lying about, and there was no regard to it. So even though it was modern medicine, and a lot of your homeopathic folks will talk about how modern medicine is bad and how it compared, modern medicine back then was not what it is now. Without germ theory, we don't have much as far as medicine is concerned, because with germ theory, we got the mechanism of how it works for the most part. So the part that you have to dig pretty deep to get from homeopaths is a little more scary. If that wasn't enough, is the math. Has anybody ever looked at the mental math, the mental gymnastics to make homeopathy work? Anybody know one? Okay, so interesting. Put your nonsense caps on. Take off your thinking caps, because it's not going to make any damn sense. Okay, so if a small dose works, like in the case of cinchona bark, in the case of quinine, well, even smaller dose is going to work better, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to continually dilute it, and the more dilute it is, the more effective it's going to be. Now, yeah, face palming right there. So in our modern world, where we understand germ theory and the concept of active ingredients working against a problem, the idea of more dilute works better is kind of a problem. So back to the law of similars. Think law of similars, like cures like. So if we get the symptom from this drug, if we take it when we're healthy, then it's going to cure this. Okay, so we get swamp fever, we get malarial symptoms, we get feeling really icky, and generally feeling British. And then if we take that when we're healthy and we start feeling very British, then obviously it's going to work against that, and smaller doses are going to work. So here's the numbers. Get out your calculators, and they will explode. A 1 to 10 mixture of an active ingredient is known as 1x. It's called the mother tincture. 1 to 10 active ingredient to water. It's considered low potency. A 2x mixture is 1 to 100. Every time you add an x, it's an extra 0. We get really big really quick. A 1 to 10 to the 8th, 8 zeros, that's 1 to 100 million parts. is the allowable concentration of arsenic in U.S. drinking water. And it is not considered nearly potent enough for off-the-shelf homeopathy. So here's our reference point. Hahnemann recommended a 1 to 10 to the 60th dilution for most remedies, known as 60X or 30C. You don't have to remember any of this because you're not buying them. That's 60 zeros after the 1. I'm not even writing that out. At this dilution, there is almost zero chance of a single molecule of the active ingredient remaining. So for reference, here's Lake Hefner. If you drop a few dozen zeros from 60X, there is a small mathematical chance that one molecule of the active ingredient is left there. It's nice. So what does homeopathy offer? Here's where homeopathy shines. Because there's no active ingredients, there's no side effects. And there's no adverse interactions with any other drugs. Because, I mean, they're pure salt, sugar, or water, and they're also generally less expensive per dose than medicine that works. So, I mean, if you're really strapped for cash and don't care about results, then you're good to go. The problem is it's also kind of hard to measure real-life safety because if you don't make any actual medical claims and it does no good, then there's no regulation and you don't know what's actually in it other than that salt, sugar, or water, which is usually it. So, let's look at this in our measure of effectiveness we discussed earlier. Here's our 3 rules. What are the benefits? Anybody, anything? Yeah, I mean, okay, so we've just discovered the one thing that homeopathy works very effectively against: mild dehydration. So if you've got mild dehydration, you're good to go. But the great majority of studies in almost everything pretty much say it's exactly equivalent to placebo, which makes sense because it's water, salt, sugar, and occasionally some beef liver extract just for good measure to confuse you. So what are the risks? What's the harm? If you're wondering what's the harm, what'stheharm.net, I believe, is the site if you want some nice anecdotal sadness. Now, the most obvious risk is that you're going to be spending money on something that just doesn't work. Plain and simple, doesn't work. Happens a lot. But the biggest risk is kind of a side effect of that, is that if you're spending money on this that doesn't work, there's always the chance that you're going to abandon proven treatments in favor of the solution that is maybe more economical in your mind, or that's maybe safer in your mind because maybe you've had a bad reaction to a drug in the past. Or maybe you're allergic to the thing that's most commonly used against the thing that you have. So when you abandon that proven treatment that's actually going to do you some good in favor of something that just doesn't work, there's the harm, there's the risk. And when that's the case, pretty big deal, because then there goes the benefits of the drug that you were taking before, or the treatment that you were receiving before that actually worked. And so that just blows number 3 out of the water. Does it outperform other treatments? No, absolutely not, unless you are mildly dehydrated. But at which point, that water is really expensive. Even Fiji is less expensive than that. Good, tasty water. Costs more, must be better. So, lastly, I want to cover one of the big tricks of homeopathy. You'll notice that most of the homeopathic remedies you look at, and don't get too involved in reading them because you'll pop a vessel in your head. But most of the claims that they make are exceedingly vague. They're exceedingly vague, and they don't make any exact claims. That's on purpose, because when you make an exact claim, then you fall under, it becomes an indication. As soon as it's an indication, then you now have the responsibility to run your clinical trials, to demonstrate that it's effective, to demonstrate that it's safe. That's why they don't make specific medical claims. And that's one of our big lessons for today. If it's not making a specific claim, you need to find out what it's actually saying. If they're not saying anything, they're not promising anything, therefore there's no accountability. So anyway, We're going to compare a homeopathic pain reliever against, say, ibuprofen. Here's Profen HP pain relief. This is about 2009. This became a big deal. It was moving around a lot. Well, let's see. Anyway, even if you're one of the conspiracy theorists whose phones I've tapped, you have to admit that buying congressmen is pretty expensive these days, and with all the demand, it becomes harder. So, anyway, famously, the FDA sent a warning letter to the makers of Profen HP, this guy right here, because, I mean, if you look at what it's saying here, ibuprofen cream for muscles and joints, even though it says homeopathic, which we now know means water, or miscellaneous. But it actually makes some claims here. Reduces inflammation, helps increase mobility, reduces swelling, non-greasy. Those are measurable claims right there. So they actually famously got a cease and desist letter. They got a very strongly worded letter from the FDA that basically said put up or shut up. Now we know that because it says homeopathic, there's no active ingredient in it. But this one was just selling like hotcakes, and this little tube is about this big, $14. Yeah, a pretty fantastic deal. Works like nothing. Or you can get your $6 bottle of ibuprofen that has actual active ingredient left in it and does something for you. But that letter that the FDA sent them informed makers of Profen HP that firstly it's illegal to make those claims without being able to back it up. And the other fun thing that if you look into it, there's going to be a link to this in the documentation I put up on the web later. They actually make claims that, if in the documentation for it, they make claims that are not known possible for the active ingredient of which there is none. Couple big jumps there. So, untested, making claims. This is where it comes in. This is why we've got to have our trials, because we then know what works, what doesn't. Anyway, so letter informed makers of Profen HP that it's illegal to make those claims, especially when they also claim that there's no side effects. And I suppose in theory, the fact that they make claims that are not possible for these active ingredients, that could be true, but only if you are thinking in terms of the placebo effect, which that's all this is. We're going to jump from homeopathy to naturopathy, which just sounds awkward. But you've talked to naturopaths, and a lot of people don't know the difference, don't know where they stand. I'm not going to get heavy in naturopathy, but it's important to know the difference. A lot of people assume that the words are interchangeable. They're not. Naturopathy is the overall philosophy of a general wellness and good feeling. Pretty much puts the germ theory disease in the back seat, behind concepts like vitality, abnormal blood and lymph composition, and accumulation of mysterious unidentified toxins. You'll hear a lot of those claims here and there. Naturopathy is the philosophy, homeopathy is the modality. Both are unsubstantiated. So, I've been bashing homeopathy for a bit, and I bet some of you are thinking I was going to let pharmacy get on by. Well, this is kind of what I'm close to, so I got some things. So what do you need to know about mainstream pharmaceuticals? Aside from the fact that it's not lupus. It's sometimes lupus. It's okay. It could be. It could be. Show me the evidence. So here's some things that a lot of people just are not terribly aware. First off, let's talk brand versus generic. A lot of people don't really understand what the difference is. Well, to break it down. Brand is the original manufacturer that put the work, the time, and the money into developing the drug. They get a free ride on that for about 20 years. As soon as that's said and done, then anybody can make it. They no longer are responsible for those R&D costs. It's all done. So when you have a generic, it's actually regulated. It has to be the same active ingredient, in the same dosage amount, in the same dosage form, with the same level of safety. When you hear someone say, oh, I want the brand, well, just like with the dang Cheetos, it's the same stuff. oftentimes, and actually most of the time, it's made in the same manufactory. And it works exactly the same. There are a few exceptions. There are some cases when a generic drug may have a different active ingredient. This is something that you may want to be aware of. And you can look into this more. You can ask me later if you want to. There are some that are called B-rated. They have different inactive ingredients, which may affect absorption rates. It may affect allergies differently. And it may cause side effects in moving from one to the other, which is why a pharmacist isn't supposed to do it without consulting you and your doctor first. We'll come back to that. Since we're dealing with drugs that have actual active ingredients, they may not play well with other active ingredients. You may notice that, it was for you. You may notice that your antibiotics have a sticker that warns against eating grapefruit. It sounds really silly. Well, it turns out that grapefruit is absorbed by the same enzyme, which I can't remember or pronounce, that absorbs most of your modern day drugs. So what happens there is you take your drug, you've just drank 3 glasses of grapefruit juice, that enzyme is overloaded, you now just don't absorb very much of that drug at all, and therefore you have done nothing for yourself. That's why you pay attention to your warning stickers. That's why you talk it over with your doctor. That's why whenever they ask you, what are you taking? What is your diet like? Go ahead and tell them stuff like that. Pay attention to the sticker. It's actually kind of important. Another little interesting deal is that a popular herbal remedy called St. John's wort has an almost identical property. I will give it this. St. John's wort actually, surprisingly, slapped me in the face, had no idea. Looked at the research. It's actually somewhat effective against mild depression. The problem is, it's also absorbed by that same enzyme. It also has similar effects, and it actually blocks almost every other major drug out there. So if you're taking your St. John's wort and then you go in for surgery, they give you an they give you a clotting agent. It's just not going to work. Again, when they give you the form, you got to fill it out. Just because it's herbal, just because it's natural, it's called naturalistic fallacy. Just because it's natural doesn't mean that there are no effects to it. You're putting it in your body, be aware of it. Talk it over with your doc. And really just the papers that you throw away with your pharmacy bag have real information. Don't be scared to look at them. Don't be scared to ask questions. You've got the Google machine. Look it up. Check it out. And the elephant in the room is probably people wanting to know about the recalls. I'll tell you that most of the very serious recalls I know of generally involve a pretty low percentage of patients and become a much bigger deal when released to the public at large. But trust that I know that mistakes are made, as the example here, at the top and the bottom. Sometimes people go oopsie. But the thing is, just because clinical trials happen, or because recalls happen, a lot of times I hear people railing against the industry. They rail against the trials. Well, the thing is, the fact that recalls happen are not an argument against trials. They're an argument for more trials, better controlled trials, better science, not less science. Anyway, if you're having side effects, again, tell them to your doctor. Be descriptive in their severity. I'm going to leave this because I'm close enough to this industry that I can just pop a blood vessel right here and fall down and die. But I am open to more questions in the Q&A about that. But I'm going to go ahead and leave that for right now. But I will leave the subject of this comparison. To become a pharmacist, that is someone who oversees the dispensing of drugs that are prescribed by a physician, you have to gain a PharmD, which is 2 years of undergrad, followed by 4 years of pharmacy school, assuming that you pass the test to get into pharmacy school, followed by a series of supervised rotations, more testing. So we're talking 6 to 8 years of college, depending on how much you bust your rear end. And it's also overseen by a state board, which can outright revoke a pharmacist's license to dispense. Let's talk homeopathy for a second. There are no national standards. And in Oklahoma, anyone can practice as a homeopath so long as they fully disclose their training and background. So if anybody wants to just open up a homeopathy shop, we can do that right now. I've been near the pharmaceutical industry for 3 years now. Put up a sign, open for business. There's also no oversight board. There's no one that can censure me if I do badly. The only thing that can pretty much mess up a homeopath in practice is if you make specific enough claims that the FDA sues you into oblivion. Scare the heck out of you, but it's cool because we now know not to do that. Let's make a move towards more general health. A lot of health claims depend on misdirection, and our ignorance is their power. Eat right and exercise is a claim that nobody will ever talk down, but once you delve further into how best to do that, it becomes pretty well disputed. So here's our food pyramid. What we're talking about is nutritionists and dietitians. Does anybody know the difference between those? You don't count. You've read the book. I didn't know that until I started doing research here. But the funny thing is, the more I research it, especially looking into it locally, there's some blurred lines, but I'm just going to rapid fire go through them. Because if you ever decide to see one, you're going to need to know the difference and who to talk to, and really what kind of questions should I ask. So you can become a certified clinical nutritionist. Nutritionist. Take the caffeine down a notch. Certified clinical nutritionist by taking a 6-course distance learning program from a couple of different places. There's no test. That's it. 6 courses, you're a nutritionist. No continuing education, you're just a nutritionist. Not to say that they're bad, but you need to be aware that that's all it takes to get in there. And another interesting little thing is that a lot of your nutritionists adhere to this idea. It's called biochemical individuality, which sounds like a great buzzword. And I've got a quote here from Wallace Simpson on sciencebasedmedicine.org. If you're not familiar with the place, it's a great place. Just go ahead and read everything there. Personalized medicine is a code for leeway for departure from proved methods into treating with unproved methods tailored at the discretion of the physician rather than the need of the patient. You say it's for personalized medicine, but all it is just freedom to, let's try this, let's play around, without having a whole lot of reason to do so. It's all more concerned whenever there's no continuing education to go and find out if the stuff that you've been using is effective or not. Along the lines, though, plenty of nutritionists and dietitians have latched onto a philosophy called functional medicine, also known as integrative medicine. This is an interesting one. I'm not going to get too terribly deep into it because it's actually, you're going to see similar themes as we go throughout here. Integrative medicine is kind of this, again, patient-centered kind of deal. And if you go to functionalmedicine.org, I believe is what the site is, and you read the whole thing, you actually come away with no idea of what they do or how they suggest you become healthier. But you have this kind of vague, happy feeling like they care about you. Guess what? That's the placebo effect. That's what they do. That's what they do. So they even call it a movement. The functional medicine movement makes pretty vague assertions about wholeness, wellness, treating simple underlying causes of complex chronic diseases. But the thing that you'll kind of suss out is that there's this fundamental belief of an interconnectedness amongst all of our systems. And one of their proponents made a big claim on a radio show recently, suggesting that immunological dysfunctions can cause cardiovascular disease. And you'll see kind of similar vague assertions like that. Now, we don't know any modality by which that can happen, and it was pretty much left at that. But that kind of outlook where one disease can cause another unrelated disease without explaining how it can happen or why it would happen is kind of ripe for inclusion of just trendy and foreign and really outlandish remedies. Did I break the thing? Yeah. Man, I broke the thing. Sorry, I'm just going to shout now. It's cool. That's what I'm good at. But anyway, you won't find, I'll just tell you this, you won't find an integrative or functional medicine practitioner without homeopathic remedies in hand as part of their wholeness and wellness regime. So take it with a grain of salt, or sugar, or water. Let's move on to acupuncture. This was a place in Portland. You could smell the dreadlocks. So this is one of a number of these traditional Chinese kind of folk medicine practices that are based on mysticism. Central concept of acupuncture is that qi, or qi, if you're from Oklahoma, flows through your body, through these 35 meridians. And if your qi is blocked, then you start feeling all ooky. Right? That's the term. And so a person with needles can tap into these very specific places that are there because they're there and unblock the flow of qi. I'm going to sound like I'm just a broken record here, but there's unfortunately no modality for it. There's no mechanism. Science can't seem to find the way that it works. Of course, the fallacy is that just because we don't know it doesn't necessarily mean it's not there, but they damn well tried, and there's no way that we can link anything with it. And in addition to, there's no suggestion in most cases that it works at all. There are a couple of suggested ways that it could work. If you want to, you can read into the gate control theory of pain, which basically just suggests that if I poke you here, it'll distract you from the greater pain elsewhere, which is like when I was a kid and I would say, my foot hurts, and my mom would say, you're punching the arm, you forget about your foot. Didn't quite work for me. I didn't believe it when I was 8. But anyway, the gate control theory of pain has been pretty much left behind in favor of newer theories of pain, which are an entirely different talk. I'm not even going to jump into them, but basically there's not a good suggestion of how it can work. However, here comes our first divided result. Some studies are conflicting, and a lot of meta-analysis have given some thought that there may be some goodness in some sorts of pain relief and nausea treatment. If that's not a glowing review, I don't know what is. But anyway, throwing out bad studies leaves us with mostly US and Europe's studies, but it's mixed results. The problem is, a lot of your acupuncturists, this place, I wish I'd taken a picture of it on their wall. They said they were going to treat anything from cancer symptoms to nausea to flu to anything in the world. There was just the entire wall was full of the things that they could absolutely cure you of, but there's no modality for it. There's no reason to believe that most of it can work. Now, again, due diligence. There is conflicting evidence that it could be somewhat effective in some kinds of pain and nausea relief. But let's bring us back together. Nope, not that one. Where's our 3? Okay, anyway. My 3 rules. You know by now. Does it work? And the answer is a resounding maybe, sometimes. But it's far from proven, and there's not any demonstrated method by which it can actually work. What are the risks? Well, if you don't know what acupuncture is, they stick you with needles. So at the very best, you run an almost guaranteed risk of bleeding. They're poking you with a needle. What do you expect? Bruising. And in some cases, it can be pretty severe. And whenever you're puncturing skin with needles that will be reused, if they're not sterilized properly, you're talking about the very serious potentiality for transmission of diseases of all sorts.
That's illegal in the U.S. now. I think they're required use disposal.
In a lot of places. Well, that also assumes that you're going to a reputable place.
Yeah.
You weren't here. You weren't there, man. That was the trenches. Yes, the concept of a reputable quack. Let's okay. So anyway, the other thing about acupuncture is that licensure is also very different state to state. There's not really a national board. There's not really a way to get accredited. There's not any, because there's not a modality, there's not really much to teach other than try poking it there. That's a greatly simplified way to say it, but that's really what it is. In Oklahoma, for example, there are No requirements whatsoever, and according to AccuFinder.com, which is where you're supposed to find people with good deals, no law exists in Oklahoma which licenses, regulates, or prohibits acupuncture. So if you buy some needles, buy a neon sign, get a tax ID, you're open for business for homeopaths and acupuncturists, if you're me. Third of my 3 rules. Do the benefits and risks perform better than existing treatments? Well, in a pure cost-benefit analysis, acupuncture does pretty poorly. Routine sessions might run $50, $70, $80, 2-3 times a week, and you're looking at a possibility that it might work a little bit beyond placebo. Again, let's compare this against our $6 bottle of ibuprofen. Performed pretty poorly. The only thing that it really has going for it is that it's an especially potent form of placebo effect because of the fallacy of appealing to wealth. It's that expensive, it actually won't work. All right, moving along. Chiropractic. Did I hear the groan? This is one that I actually have some history with. But if you ask most people, they'll actually probably tell you that chiropractic is one of the most trusted and mainstream alternative medicines around. It's well known. Most everybody knows that chiropractors manipulate the spine to promote overall health. The stuff you probably haven't heard is that some chiropractors believe that all disease is produced by misalignments in the spine. Say that again, all disease is caused by misalignments in the spine. Those are called subluxations. You won't hear a lot of them say that word in front of people. But you might say, well, that's just the fringe guys. There's always fringe people. Well, the problem is chiropractic was developed by Daniel David Palmer back in ye olden days, around the time that homeopathy came about. Some chiropractors paint him as a saint, some as a genius, some as a charlatan, and some as a wacko. Whatever the case, there is very little argument that chiropractic came as a marriage of basically magnetic healing theory and bone adjusters or bone setters, which just kind of went and put stuff back in place. The origin of that was, of course, break your bone, they'll put it back in place. Well, they figure let's take it a step further. On Chiro.org, which is one of the biggest proponents, neither bone setting nor magnetic healing could be persuasively described as science. And then in the next sentence they say, but chiropractic, which is basically those things mushed together, is. And it quickly claims that marriage of the two and chiropractic makes it so. Dedicated chiropractors and patients that may be out there, give me a minute. I'll come back to it. I promise. Put your pitchforks down. The next step is the flaw in chiropractic is that it's based on 2 unprovable concepts. We talked about subluxations. We're going to get into that a little bit more. And innate intelligence. The concept of innate intelligence is going to sound kind of familiar because it's the idea that there is an innate stuff going through your body that really just resides in your spine. And the flow of this innate intelligence, which is going through your spine, is what makes you feel well and do things and be happy. And whenever there's a misalignment in your spine, which is known as a subluxation, it will block the flow of innate intelligence and therefore make you sick. And so that if this thing here is out of place, you're going to be more prone to cold. And if this thing here is out of place, and my knees hurt, which in the case of purely musculoskeletal problems, may be the case. Here's where it comes in. We find out that, well, there are sometimes causes for that. And when you're talking about musculoskeletal problems, well, there's a modality for that. We can explain that. If you're actually sitting like this all the time, you're gonna get it. But it comes down to the fact that Palmer himself said, spinal misalignments are the cause of all disease. Well, you can kind of see how that would come at odds with the germ theory of disease, because when spine misalignments are the cause of all disease, there's no room for germs to do anything at all. So one of them's got to be wrong. I'm going to go with the one that has decades and decades of really serious evidence behind it. And the only way, I'm not going to say that it's not possible, but the only way that subluxation theory is really going to convince me is if a compelling and deep enough body of evidence upsets germ theory. Until then, we've got some issues. The only way that anybody's had any kind of theories that make subluxation theory compatible with germ theory usually use the word quantum. And if any of you were at the talk of quantum fact versus quantum fiction, if anyone uses the word quantum in a way that can directly benefit you, they're selling you something. Plain and simple. Phil, talk about that. Can I get an amen from physics nerds? Anybody?
Amen.
All right, so we bring it together. If you're looking into seeing an acupuncturist or a chiropractor, because the thing is, we do have some mixed evidence, and I'm going to go ahead and say, full disclosure, I actually had a long period of time where I saw a chiropractor, and my back felt better. I know, gasp you should.
Good massage.
Actually, still does, but as I look back, I realize that it wasn't just back manipulations. There was also physical therapy. There was also employment of stretching, proper warming up before exercise, and common sense things like, you have an enormous wallet, don't sit on it, it's going to make you sit funny. Because I was too dumb to not do that. So, take it with a grain of salt. But you might need some questions to ask if you decide that, man, because the thing is, back pain, which is really, and you'll find if you look at the evidence, and I've got links for that will go up later. Look at the evidence for acupuncture, for chiropractic. The only things where it consistently sort of performs better than placebo is when you're talking about lower back pain. But the thing about that is, nothing works very well against lower back pain. The surgeries that we have, unfortunately, are not all that effective. Not much is more effective than NSAID pain relievers. That's pretty much the best we've got going as far as things without really serious drawbacks. Even surgery that might be a little bit more effective, you're talking about rehabilitation, you're talking about great expense, you're talking about being out of work. So you got to take that into account. So if you're wanting to just, I got to try this out, we'll give it a shot. Things you might want to ask. Excuse me, Mr. Chiropractor. How does your practice adhere to subluxation theory? If he says the word quantum, you hang up. Do you subscribe to the idea of innate intelligence? Why? Please explain. You may consider that when you're deciding if you want to give them your money. Another good one is, I'm having flu-like symptoms. What would you suggest? The chiropractor I saw for a long time would say, drink water, rest, maybe stay home from work for a couple days. Some will say, come in, I'm going to crack your bones. You may decide that that would influence how ready you are to give them your money. So, I mean, chances are most of them are going to recommend either spinal manipulation or, water, rest. Okay, you've made it through most of it with me. I'm going to start wrapping it up here. And you've made it to the bonus round! Give yourselves a big round of applause. So, bonus round. You're a winner. Oh, that's wrong one. There we go. A winner is you. A winner is you. You made it to the bonus round. This is where we talk rapid fire about a few common claims, and I'm going to yell like a cranky old man.
Yes.
Yay! Fad diets! Theme for today is that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Losing weight is common sense eating and hard work. Most of your fad diets are some form of malnutrition or other. Consult a doctor before doing any weight loss program. If it's illegal here, you could probably assume that it's not innocuous. That Chinese medicine that you're bringing in that's supposed to make you lose 20 pounds may just well be amphetamines. Other things.
Energy. Energy. No, really, if there's not a lot of math involved, it's not quantum. If there's not a lot of math involved, it's probably not a real thing. Leave your crystals next to your ceramic dragons, please. There's no evidence that they do anything other than sit there and look pretty, although if you run a small current through quartz, it will run your watch. So this is a real thing in a real place, real quick. This is a real thing in a real place, which I was at that will remain nameless. You can't see here, but that's $17 is the price tag on that. It is a little rubber thing that you pay $1 for from Livestrong, but it's got some pebbles in it.
Magnetic, right?
This is an energy bracelet. We're actually going to see the claims here. 7 different minerals and gemstones make our Sonic 90 technology. These minerals improve the environment around them. I looked through the documentation just so that it did. Oh, you got one.
This one was Mardell's.
Yep, this one's a Mardell Power Cross. That's like minerals plus Jesus.
It's extra Jesus-y.
No, there's actually one of these companies just got the ever-loving snot suit out of them, and so they stopped making these and they started making for sports. Because these are like marketed towards sports players because the minerals and nanoparticles, and they're going to give you energy legs, and so you can run like crazy.
Like Kenyans.
Yeah, like Kenyans. Yes, thank you. Yeah. So one of the companies that was making these things actually got the snot suit out of them. And then, so they took the same crud and the same little pebbles, and so they started making mouth guards, which is a totally different lawsuit. But they've made a ton of money. They've made just an absolute ton of money. So let's play the game. Let's play a game called What's More Likely? This is a good game. Is it more likely that minerals, gemstones that are then charged through far infrared waves similar to natural sunlight and crushed into nanoparticles are going to inject you with minerals that will make you go woo? Or that someone wants to sell you this thing that costs 20 cents for $17. All right, you wait a second. Okay. Supplements. Yay! If you don't have a vitamin deficiency, you probably are not going to get a whole lot from vitamins. From the Skeptical Inquirer magazine. In randomized studies done with large numbers of people, often versus placebo, no supplement has proved effective against cardiovascular disease, cognitive decline, or prevention of cancer. Megavitamins do not work. Or, as Sheldon Cooper might say, what you're buying here are the ingredients for expensive urine. If that's what you're going for, you're going to want some manganese. Next up, Reiki, detox, if you're not an addict, spirit healing, and intercessory prayer. No demonstrable mechanism, and they test like placebo. All of them. Thanks for playing the bonus round. Give yourself another big hand of applause. Okay. So, that being said, let's put together a plan of action. What can we do as skeptical creatures to really take control of our health needs? First, remember your 3 rules, which I think we've got them here. What are the benefits? What are the risks? Does it outperform other treatments? Use the Google machine. If you don't know the answer, look it up. Some good resources that are going to be linked like crazy on my thing that I'm going to put up later as soon as I've fallen deadly asleep and then gotten up tomorrow. Quackwatch.org, sciencebasedmedicine.com, a lot of other neat places. And be aware of where it's coming from. If they're trying to sell you something, be aware. Don't be scared to ask your physician, ask your pharmacist for more information. If you're uncertain, ask the question. You're not going to offend them because they're putting things into your body and making you take treatments. And it's your business. If you're uncertain of the doctor, you're uncertain of the practitioner, Google them, see if they've got a shady past. Call their state board. If it's a pharmacist, if it's a doctor, there's going to be a record. You can ask what their past is like. You can find out things. Finally, much like an argument, this is what I call the Dillahunty rule. From Matt Dillahunty, who I love. If your premise or your treatment starts with a flawed premise, a flawed argument, if it's based on a lie, the rest of it is automatically suspect. You're going to have to work that much harder to make it worth anything at all. So, if it sounds like BS, go ahead and approach it with increased skepticism. You don't have to, as a layman, just because you're not a medical professional, you don't have to assume that everyone knows what's best for you. You don't have to know more than your doctor in order to make an informed health decision. You don't have to be a medical expert in order to realize that someone else isn't. And for this, it's if you've read P.C. Meyer's Courtier's reply, I don't need to spend years in Milan learning the history and culture of clothing design to understand that the emperor is walking around nude. Large swaths of the CAM industry, which is complementary and alternative medicine, they use a lot of buzzwords, often incorrectly, as in the case of our chopper friend. And they imply an expertise that they may or may not own. But you can take ownership of your health needs. Do a little research, ask the hard questions. It's your body. Take ownership of it. By the time this video is available, the links will be up on my blog, up on the AOK blog. I think there should be, is there time for questions? Yeah. All right, let's open it up for questions. Shred me.
Well, thank you guys for showing up, even those of you who were forced to do so. That's okay. So, what I'd like to talk about tonight in our disbelief discourse is why we can't trust our brains. Why we can't trust our brains. Because most of us go throughout life just sort of blindly accepting that what we're seeing, what we're experiencing, what we're thinking is an accurate representation of what's really happening around us. And we know now, through decades and decades of research into areas like cognitive psychology and critical thinking, that this is far, far from the truth. So, our brains are pretty amazing things. Not that they shoot lightning out and things like that regularly. Out. Anyway, there are electrical impulses, though, that are traveling, millions and millions of times per second throughout our brain. And so our brain is this amazingly complex thing. There's something like 100 trillion connections between the neurons in our brain. That's more stars than there are in our galaxy. I mean, it is an amazingly, amazingly complex thing. It's also wonderfully resilient in terms of being able to bounce back from injuries, being able to learn new information. Even as you age, it turns out old dogs can learn new tricks. You just have to shoot them once they get old. I've made many mistakes, apparently. And I'm very sorry to all those dogs. But it's wonderfully resilient. Wonderfully resilient. But at the same time, despite this complexity, despite this resiliency, our brains, and consequently ourselves, because that's what we are our brains, are very easily fooled. Very easily fooled. And what I'm going to talk to you about tonight is sort of why that is. I'm going to briefly go over about 7 ways that we fool ourselves. And these are very broad categories. I'm only going to be talking about 3 out of these 7 categories tonight, because if I talked about all of them, you would be here until approximately the fall. And I know many of you have jobs or things like that, families that you want to attend to. So I'm just going to talk about 3 of them. If you would like to learn about more of them, you can certainly go onto my website, caleblack.com, where I have slides up for my entire course that I teach. I essentially do a 4-week lecture on this topic. And so if you guys are interested in that, let me know and I can certainly give that to you. Right? So things that we have in terms of ways that we fool ourselves can be broadly divided into 2 separate categories. The first one of these is what I've called problems in thinking. And there are specific kinds of problems in thinking that we see. The first one is what I call scientific problems in thinking. So you're like, wait a minute, isn't science awesome? Yes, it is. It is awesome and it's fantastic, but there are still problems in scientific thinking that can help us to fool ourselves, and we'll talk about those. The second category is what we call problems in pseudoscientific thinking. Pseudoscience, of course, are these things that try to act like science, try to dress themselves up as science, but do not actually follow the methods of science. So they're just sort of putting on airs. The third one and the last one we'll really be talking about tonight is problems in psychological thinking. So ways that our brains have naturally evolved over the course of millions and millions of years to pay attention to certain things and not others, to be fooled. Right? And most of the time this is very adaptive, but sometimes it goes awry. Starting the ones I'm not going to be talking about tonight, because you all want to leave at some point, are the logical thinking problems. There are a great number of books that cover these sort of logical fallacies. I can certainly refer you to some of those if you'd like. So that's our first category, is these problems in ways of thinking. The second broad category is what I call misperception and misinformation. So I'm misperceiving and I'm misinterpreting three separate classes of things. The first of these classes is random data. Turns out, and again, I'm not going to talk about this tonight, but we are really, really bad at understanding what random is. We can't recognize random when we see it. Incomplete or non-representative data, so we get information and don't have the full picture available to us. And then finally, ambiguous and inconsistent beliefs. When things are not clear-cut, we're not very good at deciding what they are just based on the data. Instead, we project our beliefs and our experiences onto them in order to see what's going on. So, so again, we're going to cover three primary areas, three kinds of problems in thinking, then I'll sort of bring it together and explain a little bit maybe about why that is that we're built that way. Okay? So, our first problem in scientific thinking that we're going to talk about, and this is a pretty major one, is that our theory influences our observation. So in other words, what we see is that how we perceive events is distinctly colored by our thoughts about them. So if I have a theory that I am invested in, scientific theory, and this holds for all other kinds of theories too, but a scientific theory that I'm invested in, that will color how I perceive the information that I'm presented with, and can lead me to very, very different conclusions. So my field is clinical psychology. And so you see somebody that's depressed, and you think, okay, well, why are they depressed? And you can get an enormous variety of answers based on the exact same data, purely as a result of your theory. If you're someone like Sigmund Freud, the father of modern talk therapy, you're going to say, well, it's because of these internal conflicts between these unconscious parts of your mind, the id, the ego, and the superego. If you're someone like his arch nemesis, B.F. Skinner, then you're going to say, no, it's because there's a lack of proper reinforcement in your environment, you're not getting positively reinforced, you're doing a lot of avoidance behaviors, things like that. And that's going to happen from the exact same data. This is, to me, one of the problems that the public has when scientific information is presented. Well, but this study said that. This study said that. Right. That's okay. Because we, as science, we can accept conflicting information and not be completely wigged out by it. We can say, okay, I don't know what to make of this. You know, your theoretical basis says this is what's going on. Yours says this is what's going on. Well, let's see where the data lead us. And eventually the data will lead us to a conclusion about which one of these is right. It's certainly not pointing out that this fellow's right, if anyone's curious. And then this guy was only partially right. There's a whole lot more going on. And that's what science does. It continues to expand. So this is one of our problems in scientific thinking. One of our other problems that we have is that the observer changes the observed. So the example I often give is, you know, if I wanted to observe the cursing behavior of undergraduates, I would go into the student union and I would stand up on one of the tables. And I would say, excuse me, everyone. I'm going to be counting your curses. Please just act normally. No, that's going to completely skew my data, right? I'm going to have to do a naturalistic observation. They can't know I'm there. But unfortunately, a lot of the times, you do know you're there. So in our psychology experiments, for example, we run hundreds of subjects here a semester, and all those subjects know they're in an experiment. They know they're being observed. And the very fact that they know that they're being observed, or that they know that we're studying something, can have an impact on that event. So this can be problematic then, because we can't purely rely on things like naturalistic observation, or otherwise we don't have good control over our experiments. But we can't rely purely on experiments, because otherwise we don't have good external validity or ecological validity. And so this is a problem with science. So you have to do this sort of balance of a large number of different types of experiments to really get a good understanding, a good idea of what's going on. Even people who start out trying not to interfere with what they're observing often end up doing so. So you guys can probably tell, the picture of Diane Fossey and Jane Goodall, noted for their work with the great apes. They set out to be just observers, and the next thing I knew, they were interacting with these populations. And that happens all the time, and that changes the data that you get. Our third problem in scientific thinking is our equipment constructs our results. What we use to study something determines what we learn about it. The way that we measure things then impacts how we theorize about things. And one of my favorite examples of this is the telescope. Everyone here has seen a telescope, and most of you have probably lived through a telescope. Chances are you have binoculars that are actually much more powerful than our first telescopes. And so if I'm using something like this, which is a recreation of the original telescope that Galileo Galilei used, or I'm using something like this, which is a large radio telescope, which can see obviously much, much further and across different types of electromagnetic spectrums, that's going to have a huge impact on how you're theorizing about things. Just like when, before we had telescopes, we didn't really know what planets and stars were. So these little points of light up there, what's that you think? Who knows, right? Somebody poked a hole in the, the night sky. No, it turned out those are suns, right? And our sun is a star. Wait, what? What's going on? They have planets that are circling those. We know those now because of the scientific data. Our instruments are able to detect those. Even 15 years ago, we really couldn't say for certain there are planets orbiting other stars. Now we know that there are. That's because our equipment's changed. And so that impacts how we theorize. That impacts our science, in other words. So those are all of our problems in scientific thinking. Right? Now, obviously, scientists can have a lot of other problems as well, but these are the ones that we see in terms of scientific thinking, ways that we can be fooled in sort of science. So what I'm moving on to now are the problems in pseudoscientific thinking. And our first one of these is anecdotes do not make a science. Stories do not equal evidence, in other words. If this was true, then all sorts of amazingly fantastic things would be true. How many of you guys have heard an anecdote before? Right? Yes, we all have, right? How many of you have heard an anecdote presented as evidence before? Yes. No. Bad. Bad science right there. That's not science, right? The plural of anecdote is not data, right? Anecdotes are a place to start our scientific exploration of a topic, not a place to end it. And so when you have someone say, well, I have an uncle who, smoked for 70 years and he died while wrestling a bear who had a gun. Okay, so that means smoking is not bad. He probably wouldn't have been able to kill that bear with his last breath if it hadn't been so rancid from all the smoking. Well, that doesn't mean smoking's good for you, right? My favorite is the "it worked for me." And this is what you see on all these pseudoscientific products that are put out there. It worked for me. Right? All the diet things that you see. It worked for me. I lost 48 pounds in 3 minutes with this one amazing secret. Right? And so when people present this sort of information to me, and they're trying to say, well, my uncle did, yeah, that's great. Good for him. But for the population as a whole, they're going to die because of this. Right? I clicked on that internet ad, and it turns out this is two completely different people, obviously. Right? But I clicked on it regardless because she dropped 21% of body fat in just 3 weeks. Not 3 weeks, mind you, but just 3 weeks by obeying this one ancient rule. Because nobody was fat in the past. Right? So, obviously. Right. Come on. Right? There's a reason that things like this induce scorn from skeptics. It's because they're ridiculous. Right? And most people can see things like this are ridiculous, but when a celebrity goes on TV to hawk something like Weight Watchers, oh, credibility. No, not at all, actually. I was at home at my parents' house. We don't have cable, and so I'm not exposed to television commercials very often. And I was home a couple of summers ago, and this Weight Watchers commercial came on. And they said on there, go to our website to see the data supporting these results. I thought, I've got you now. And so I go onto their website, and they've got like this little tiny, almost hidden link that's like this light gray color, right? At the bottom right of their page that says, click here if you really want to see the data. And so I clicked on it and had their study that they had run, and it was a fairly well-controlled study. And what it showed was that over the course of about 3 months, the average person on Weight Watchers compared to someone who was eating just whatever they wanted to eat, and also exercising, because they tell you they have to do that, right? Somebody who was exercising and doing Weight Watchers versus somebody who was exercising and not, the person on Weight Watchers lost an average of 3 more pounds across 3 months, which is the equivalent of me taking a really big pee. Right? I mean, this is not a clinically significant difference in weight. But they're presenting it as, there was a difference. Well, yeah, there's a difference. I mean, there's a difference in my height between when I wake up in the morning and when I go to bed because of compression of my spine. But that doesn't mean that people look at me at 9 o'clock and go, wow, your pants look really long. So these differences, they don't mean that something is necessarily true. Our second problem in pseudoscientific thinking is that scientific language does not make something a science. And this is what we call pseudobabble. And pseudosciences are notorious for employing this sort of a technique where they'll talk about things like energy fields and frequencies and magnetico waves and blah, 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 blah. But they never actually give you an operational definition of what this means. And that's what we in science do, right? If I say I'm going to study something, I don't say, I'm going to study kids. Hey, what kind of kids? The young ones. The ones that aren't adults. No, I say kids. Well, I'm studying 8 to 12-year-olds in this rural school district. Oh, okay, well now I have an operational definition. But when you have something like this lovely paragraph from crystallinks.com, fantastic site, I recommend you all not visit it. Many crystals have healing properties that you can discover. Crystals vibrate at different frequencies to enhance healing. How? Shut up and just read the rest, right? That's what they're saying. Quartz crystals have excellent healing properties, also has the ability to transform an imbalanced energy field. You guys know what the technical definition of energy is in science? It's the ability to do work. And so if you actually just replace energy with ability to do work, that makes these seem even more ridiculous, which is kind of fun. The ability to transform an imbalanced ability to do work field. Now it just sounds silly, right? It sounded pretty good before. But see what it revitalize you, balance your energies. They ionize the water, so therefore they must heal. Really? How about your hair dryers? Not that I'm familiar with them, but hair dryers, I've seen them. They're like ionic hair dryers that are supposed to do magical things to your hair. Are they healing your hair? Is that what's going on? Maybe. Do they have crystals in there that are healing your hair? It's worth investigating. And it's a whole new market, right? The healing hair dryer. I may patent that later. So just because somebody sounds sciencey, in no way means they actually are sciencey. Our third problem is that just by making a bold statement or a bold claim, that does not make something true. I have long, beautiful, flowing hair. Right? No, I mean, it does not make that true in any way, shape, or form, except on my face, where it is beautiful and flowing. And other parts of my body that we don't discuss in public. So, if you have an extraordinary statement, an extraordinary claim, it requires extraordinary evidence. If I walk in today and I'm late to my talk, or I'm late to one of my classes, and I walk in, disheveled and covered in blood and hair, and I walk in and I say, oh my God, I hit a Yeti on my way into class today. I hit it, I didn't know what to do, I tried to peel it off, I didn't know whether to call an ambulance or a vet, I was terribly confused, it died, I just came to class. You should all be going, oh my God, let's go see it. Because I should have some pretty extraordinary evidence for that. Now, from the other end, I came in looking the exact same way. And I said, I hit a deer on the way into class today. I tried to help it. It didn't work. I had to shoot it. All these things. Most people would be like, oh, that's awful. But you wouldn't go, you're a damn liar. Which is what you should say if I said I hit a yeti on the way into class, right? So the more extraordinary your claim is, the bigger amount of proof you have to back that up. And so when people make these sort of crazy extraordinary claims, like L. Ron Hubbard, sort of the founder of Scientology, well, the reason that we have problems is because there are these dead alien space ghosts that were trapped in a volcano who are now inhabiting your body, and you need to pay us large amounts of money to get those things out of you. Wait. Really? Where's your evidence? Well, a science fiction writer wrote a book about it. Really? Because it sounds suspiciously like science fiction. That's just a coincidence. Sure it is. Or if, someone claims that some sort of magical patch will make you lose weight, and it's not a meth patch, then you should be fairly, on edge about that. Hoodia. Does anybody remember Hoodia? They don't have this in stores anymore because, people found out it didn't work. But they sold the hell out of this stuff for quite some time. All right? Because it's this ancient herb that came from Africa, and Carmen Electra was hawking it, so obviously it works. Yeah, I think before she got into Hoodia, she was probably fine too, right? Because that's her job, is to look pretty. So if it was my job to look pretty, I would not look like this. I would look much better, I'm sure, but that's not my job. My job is to talk. So another problem that we have is that heresy does not equal correctness. Heresy does not equal correctness. And this is something that you'll often hear when people say these sort of outlandish ideas. So, okay, well, yeah. You're laughing at me now. Well, they laughed at, and this is the fun part, they laughed at Copernicus when he said that the earth moved around the sun. Right? They laughed at the Wright brothers when they said they would make a heavier than air machine fly, which was roundly considered impossible at the time, by the way. Well, it's true that those people were laughed at for their ideas, but there are other people that are also laughed at. And they're called comedians. And they're laughed at because they're funny, not because they have some sort of groundbreaking scientific discovery, like how to not actually have a mustache but look like you do have one. Which he doesn't really have a mustache, in case you didn't know that. So, you can laugh at people because their ideas are ridiculous and crazy, not just because you think that someday they'll be proven right. And this is not to say that science doesn't progress. Right? Science progresses all the time. That's what's so beautiful about it. Because it changes and it grows. It's something that we thought was impossible 150 years ago. How many of you guys have flown recently in the last year? How many of you have died? Okay, good. Trick question, right? That's all the empty seats. Too soon? Too soon. But no, and just because you're saying something that's crazy doesn't mean that it's going to be proven right sometime. Another problem with pseudoscientific thinking is what we as scientists call the burden of proof. And so this is where, if someone makes an outrageous claim, it's not up to me to prove them wrong. If someone makes an outrageous claim, they are responsible for providing the evidence to support that claim. As a scientist, if I say, oh, well, I think that the best treatment for major depressive disorder is my magical, fantastic therapy I just made up, and everyone doesn't just go, oh, okay, that sounds great. We'll all do that. Then you say, okay, well, where's your evidence? Right, where's your evidence? The burden of proof is on you making the claim. So when we have people like these Holocaust deniers, for example, who say, well, there weren't really all these many millions of Jews that were killed during the Holocaust, when the preponderance of evidence says that there is, they're the ones who should be making these statements and backing them up. If you say that humans and dinosaurs roamed the earth at the same time, along with woolly mammals or woolly mammoths, and wore very nice clothes, very well tailored and dyed, that's on you to prove that. It's not on me to prove that. This was illustrated to me in one of my classes at a former university where I had someone in one of my general psychology classes who told me, this is good, I want to prepare yourself, told me that in some cultures, men do the breastfeeding. And I looked at her and I said, they do not. No, in some cultures they do. I said, no, they don't. They can't. That's like saying, oh, well, that male is carrying a baby today. They just popped it out and sort of switched it back and forth. Wrong plumbing, right? And she said, no, they really do. I've read about it somewhere. I said, well, you bring that in. And we will talk about it. And she never showed back up. If you're going to say something completely insane, like men breastfeed in some cultures, you better have good evidence to back that up, right? Good evidence to back that up. One of our others is what we call rumors do not equal reality. Just because lots of people have said it or heard it does not mean that it's true. One of my favorite websites that's out there is Snopes. How many of you guys are familiar with Snopes? Good. Great site, right? Great site. Full of fantastic information about things that are completely untrue, and yet lots of people say that they are. And so, when you say, well, I heard from someone that. Okay, well, who's the someone you heard it from? Them. Oh, where did they live? Right? What's their address so I can talk to them? Because I'm really curious where they got their information from. So when these rumors come up, one time I heard that there was this lady who her poodle was out in the rain, and to dry it off, she put it in the microwave, and it exploded. Which, by the way, if you type in poodle and microwave into Google, it's the closest thing that comes up. I'm not sure what this is, but it looks like a giant microwave to me. Completely untrue. A, there's going to have to be a giant microwave to put a poodle in. B, who would do that? And C, would the poodle really explode? We'll test it out later. As soon as I find a giant microwave and a poodle. So if anyone has a spare, contact me after the talk. There was a government cover-up of these aliens at Roswell. Really? Oh, yeah. Because this guy who said he was in the Army 30 years later said there wasn't. Oh, yeah? Do you have proof that he was in the Army? He said he was. Oh, yes. And I am in the Space Marines myself. I'm shipping out tomorrow on the Enterprise. What, you don't believe me? But I said it. Right? Rumors do not equal reality. If something sounds too fantastic to be true, or maybe sounds a little too polished, chances are some of the details are being left out. Walt Disney is keeping his frozen body on ice. Maybe you guys have heard that one. Right? Until technology can heal his disease and he can be unfrozen and come back and bring us the greatest cartoons of all time. No, Walt Disney is dead and buried in California. Right? So these rumors do not equal reality. Another one that we see, and this is one that I really love, is that the unexplained is not inexplicable. Arthur C. Clarke, who is a fantastic science fiction writer, a long time ago stated that technology that's sufficiently advanced and magic are practically indistinguishable from each other. So, for example, this thing. This little device I'm holding in my hands. It can make a red dot appear over there on the wall. It'll drive a cat crazy. Some of you are itching to go over there, aren't you? How does it do that? Well, it does it because I press this button. Right, but why does that happen? How many of you can explain why when I hit this other button, this dims? Right? This appears as if I have magical powers. Some of you who are engineers can explain. I cannot. It might as well be a magical fairy in here who's calling another fairy over there and telling the gremlin to hop up and down on the space bar key or something. But just because I can't explain that doesn't mean it's not explainable. It is explainable. How many of you guys know exactly what happens when you turn the key in your car? Okay, good. I have questions for you afterwards. The rest of you do that, and then it starts, and you're just like, hey! Hooray! And then when it stops, you're just like, I don't know. I don't. There's something under the hood? I thought that was just for looks, right? And you couldn't explain what it was. And then you go into your mechanics, right? Okay, well, what seems to be the problem? It won't run. Okay, well, what did it do? It didn't run. That's why I'm here. Isn't that obvious? Right? No, I mean, just because you can't explain something in no way means that it's magic, right? In no way means it's a supernatural. It's the paranormal. A few years ago, I was at a psychological conference, and there was this fellow talking who was a clinical hypnotherapist, and he was speaking, before me in the program, sitting there listening to him, trying not to have my brain sort of bleed and ooze out of my ears, until he got to the point talking about how people who were hypnotized were able to withstand enormous amounts of pain. And I've seen videos of surgeries done in India where, they hypnotize people and they cut them open and they just sit there. It's amazing. And then he started giving his own personal anecdotes, and we know what those are worth at this point, right? Anecdote about, well, I saw this happen myself. Because he said he was attending a fire walking ceremony. That's right, walking on coals, which are not fire. We'll get to that in a minute. Walking on coals, he and his wife, he said that they had self-hypnotized, so they were able to do that with no pain. And this guy was very animated. He was a really good speaker as long as you didn't listen to what he was saying. Very animated, and he's talking about, okay, well, what happened is I hypnotized myself. And he's like that's how it happens, right? All of you are hypnotized. Okay, it's okay now. You can wake back up. So yeah, I hypnotized myself. And then I just started walking across there. And he got very animated with his walk, which looked like an embarrassing walk. But I didn't call him out on that. And he said, well, that's why I hypnotized. Then my wife, she hypnotized herself. Okay, I get it. That's how you do it, apparently. I hypnotized myself, or she hypnotized herself, and she started walking through, and then her hypnotism was broken because someone touched her shoulder. And she burned her foot. She was unhypnotized. And I said, hold the phone. I've got a problem with that. Yes? No one is asking questions. Yes? I don't know if you're supposed to ask questions or not. Just yes? Yeah. She wasn't hypnotized. It wasn't because she wasn't hypnotized. It's called physics. What do you mean? Okay, so you're walking along hot coals, right? Yeah, you're not walking along fire, right? Right. What are the coals made out of? I don't know, like charcoal or something. Right, they're not made of metal. Right. No. Because then you burn, because metal is a good conductor of heat. How many of you guys have ever put your hand into an oven before? And then when you pull it out, it's flaming, right? It's just on fire. No? Is that just me? I apparently have a very bad oven. We'll have to get that fixed. You put your hand in there and it doesn't burn because air is a poor conductor. Turns out wood is a poor conductor of heat too. Especially when you take off your shoes and then you walk, and these are always done in a grassy field, if you'll notice. You walk in the grass right beforehand, which gives a very thin layer of moisture on the bottom of your foot. And then as long as you walk quickly, that heat doesn't have time to transfer up into your foot and burn you. And so if you're walking and someone touches your shoulder, and you stumble for just a second, burn foot. It's not anything to do with physics. I mean, it's all to do with physics. I'm sorry. That's right. This was all lead up to me telling you that I'm actually a wizard. And Harry Potter was a documentary. No, it's nothing to do with magic. It was nothing to do with this hypnosis. It was physics, pure, simple physics. His presentation sort of went downhill after that. I felt a little bad, but not much. I'm sort of a bastard. And that's okay. I'm fine with that. The pyramids are one of my favorite examples of this. I don't know how they were made, so therefore it was Atlantis, aliens, ghosts. No, it was labor from the Egyptians during the off-season of farming. It wasn't slave labor, by the way. It was labor from the Egyptians during their off-season. Which is kind of fun. It's more productive than what I do during my off season, the summers, which is sort of sit around, look at nothing really, try not to speak. So. But that doesn't mean just because you can't explain it that it is non-explainable. And then we have the fact that what we see if someone does fail. So, for example, an alternative medicine practitioner fails, a psychic fails. Someone who's trying to talk to the dead completely flubs it. They rationalize those failures away. They explain them away. And they don't do so in a scientific fashion. So they use things like, well, I'm just not feeling powerful today. My psychic powers are on the wane today. Right? Which is the equivalent of me saying something like, well, my eyes just aren't feeling it today. They're just not seeing very well. When they always see well, right? Or, well, my fingers, they're just not being very fingery today. I tried to grasp something earlier, they didn't work. They just weren't there. Or, and this is my favorite, is, well, it's not working because you don't believe. If you really truly had psychic powers, or if these crystals magically did healing, would it matter if I believed? I mean, when a surgeon goes in and removes your heart or something else like that, and puts something else in there, hopefully another heart, it doesn't matter if you do or do not believe that he put a new heart in you. That occurred, right? If I give you Valium, it doesn't matter if you're like, this Valium will not affect me. I'm not affected, right? I'm fine. And now, we can see placebo effects, certainly. And we can see nocebo effects, which are where you expect harm to occur. But reality does not respond to wishes. Our perceptions can be changed. But, when you have these failures, and some of my favorite failures are these people that James Randi has exposed. Like this fellow whose name is James Heidler, who was very popular in the early 1980s. Not so much in the fashion circles, but because of his supposed psychic abilities. He was on numerous television shows until he was essentially debunked by James Randi on live TV. Similar to Uri Geller, if you're familiar with Uri Geller, this Israeli psychic who said he could bend spoons and things like that with his mind. Well, he can as long as they're his spoons that he brought with him and he pre-bit. And then, thinking really hard, rubbing really lightly. Oh, what do you know, they bent. But when you bring your own stuff in, he's not so good with it. When you put these things under controlled experimental conditions, they fail. And they do so every time. If they were really there, it wouldn't matter if I believed or not. It would just occur. So, any questions so far? Everybody doing okay so far? Okay. One of the other things that you see with a lot of pseudosciences is this after-the-fact reasoning. And this is very similar to a logical fallacy that's this post hoc ergo propter hoc, which is not just funny-sounding words, it's Latin, which is kind of funny-sounding, actually. It means after this, therefore because of this. This is a correlation-causation fallacy. So, well, I did this, and then that happened. How many of you guys remember head on, head on, head on? Right? That magical headache relief stuff. You put it in there, head on, head on, head on. The greatest commercials, right? And then it was like elbow on, and neon, neon. Which neon is actually a real thing, but knee with a K on, not so much. Those things, I rubbed this, what's the equivalent of a giant crayon on my forehead. And then my headache went away later. Therefore, it must be the head-on. Yeah? No. When do you tend to take headache medicine? When do you tend to take it? Yeah, when you're just beginning, when it's like just a little bit of a headache. Or when you're going, sweet mother of God, it's going to explode, I have to do something. That's when you take it, right? You take it when it's feeling worse. And so just because of regression to the mean, most people, thankfully, do not have headaches that just continually get worse for their entire lives. They get worse, and then they'll naturally go away. And it doesn't matter whether I do head-on, or I do aspirin, or I do bourbon, or whatever. It's probably going to go away naturally. So just because something comes after something else doesn't mean it was caused by something. One of my favorite examples of this comes from the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, which if you're not a Pastafarian, I'd recommend checking it out. This is plotting our average global temperature versus the approximate number of pirates in the world. And what we see is we see a very strong relationship where when we had many, many pirates, so about 35,000 or so worldwide in the 1820s, our global average temperature, and these are real numbers, in Celsius. Okay, that's a measurement too. It's just Fahrenheit. Because you're like, man, it was cold in the 1800s. No. This is in Celsius. It's okay. It's the only metric thing I'm bringing up today. Just so everybody knows. As our numbers of pirates declined, it turns out that our average global temperature has actually increased. It increased pretty remarkably. Where in 2000 we had approximately 17 pirates left in the world. These are not software pirates. These are like yarg sort of pirates. Approximately 17 left in the world. We had a very, very high global temperature compared to the past 200 years. So therefore, what we need to do to combat global warming is not all this namby-pamby, hippie liberal nonsense about not driving cars and turning your air conditioner down. We need to become pirates. That's what we need to do, right? We all need to grab a parrot, a hook of some kind, and go out here to one of the various man-made lakes in the state, because there aren't any that are natural, various man-made lakes in the state, and do some piracy. Right? And then Oklahoma should probably get very cool. Right? It'll cool down. Because this is a very strong correlation. And these numbers are obviously made up, in case you didn't catch that part. These numbers are made up, but there is a very real correlation between the number of pirates on the high seas and global temperature. Now, does that mean one caused the other? Or was it getting so hot that pirates were like, screw this, it is too hot and I have no air conditioning. I am going on land. No, there was something else going on, right? It's called the Industrial Revolution. Once ships started getting faster and being made of things like iron, it was much harder to pirate them. When you fire your cannon at a ship and it just kind of goes, beep, dunk. And they go, oh, shit. You better find a new job, right? Like, this isn't working out very well. So the Industrial Revolution actually caused both of these. This is what's known as the third variable problem. There can be something else causing two different things. Right? They don't have to be both related. So one of our other pseudoscientific problems is coincidence. And we are horrible at understanding coincidence. Just as a species, we're really terrible at it. We're really good at some natural kinds of math. So for example, calculus, like I throw this up there. So you're going, no, don't do it. I throw this up there and you can catch it. You can catch balls and things like that. That's a natural calculus. Some of you can't. Some of you just do that one, right? That's okay. You're doing better than most robots do at this point. So you're still winning for another 3 to 4 years. We're very good at some kinds of natural math, but we're really bad at statistics and probability and understanding coincidence. This is really played out in things like gambling, the slots, which you don't even have to pull anymore. You just press a button. That's boring and lazy, right? Like, way to go, America. You took the only exercise these people had to make. These old ladies had these giant, massive right arms. Toned. Now they just got a massive finger. So things like, understanding that, there's nothing that you did magically that caused this machine to spit out coins at you. It would have done so for anyone who's standing there. But you're wearing your lucky shirt, right? You got your little dance you do before you press the button. Is that just me? It might just my dance, apparently. Or things like, for those of you who watch sports, the hot hand phenomenon. Oh, he's on a roll, right? He's hot. He's winning. Or they're cold. They're due to, strike any moment now. Those really, really misunderstand basic statistics and probability, and just what coincidence looks like. For those of you who are interested in a sort of further examination of this, there's a really good book by Tom Gilovich called How We Know What Isn't So. It's really stats heavy, so prepare yourself. But it's really good because it really explains these coincidences and sort of how we misinterpret them. One of of our other problems is representativeness. What we as humans tend to do is we ignore and cherry pick the data around us. So if I believe in psychics, for example, I'll remember the things that a psychic has told me that's turned out true, and I'll forget those things that are false. And so if I'm looking at something like, for example, because all of you were alive here, psychic predictions for the year 2005. So strain your memory back a little bit. Try and remember 2005 and see how many of these things that were printed in the British newspaper The Sun, fine scientific publication. See how many of these things you remember happening. Romantic drama ahead for Chelsea Clinton. Maybe. I don't know. I can't remember. It's not that important. Every major disease will be cured. Wasn't that awesome when that happened? You guys remember that, right? That was awesome. Terrorists start World War III by shooting a nuclear missile into China. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That was right before all the diseases were cured. World hunger ends when scientists developed a tasty crossbreed between a camel and an iguana. The camguana, of course, is something we've all partaken of, and I had 2 of them today. They were deliciously made up. Communications will be disrupted when Earth's magnetic field reverses. Well, yeah, our magnetic fields actually do reverse, every 10,000, 12,000 years or so. I don't think we're due for one for a while, but probably nothing will die. Right? It's not that big of a deal. A California inventor will cause earthquakes in Los Angeles and San Francisco. No. NASA astronomers will find a ruined city on Mars. That was cool, right? That's what that whole new Total Recall movie is about. It was actually shot live on location in Mars. No, wait, it wasn't, was it? No, it wasn't. Edible furniture will have to be recalled because of sanitation problem. That was pretty rough, right? We were all sitting on our edible furniture, taking a bite of that with some camguana, talking about how we don't have diseases anymore, and the next thing you know, they're not clean. Millions of dollars in divorce fees will be saved when disgruntled couples were allowed to play a new computer game where the loser dies in real life. This actually did happen, but it was just in Japan. They've got those really crazy games over there on TVs. There will be a new pope. Wait, there was. So therefore, the psychic was correct. Except if you go back and look at their predictions for the past 6 years before this, every year they predicted there will be a new pope because he was in terrible health. That's like me saying, there's a chance that a major Hollywood star will do something stupid. Oh no! Yes, it's not even a prediction. Right? That will happen just because of sheer chance. So those are our pseudoscientific problems, I think. Which brings me to my last group of problems I'm thinking that I'm going to talk about tonight. So you're thinking, yes, there's the psychological problems of thinking. And the first one of these is what we call effort inadequacies. Effort inadequacies. Thinking is hard. And thinking critically is even harder, it turns out. We are not naturally critical thinkers. We aren't. It hurts my brain to do the thinking, right? And so we have to practice it, just like we would any other set of skills that we have. Because it's not something that naturally comes to us at all. Right? So we'll put out less effort, we'll save mental effort and energy by taking these shortcuts, things like heuristics, which a lot of times are okay, but sometimes are completely wrong. Right? So, that's right, that's what you're making. They're practicing critical thinking. My son practiced it a lot. Lots of critical thinking going on in that brain. Just really, really hard. So just think about it when you see kids. They're just practicing critical thinking. Another psychological problem is, as humans, we love and need certainty, control, and simplicity. We like when there's an easy explanation for things. Oh, cancer is caused by too many orange slices. Oh my God, I knew it. Right? Eggs are bad for you. Right, I know. Wait, they're good. Oh, crap. The white part's bad. It is, but the yellow part's good. It is? Or maybe it's the reverse. Who knows, right? Butter's bad. Butter's good. Oil's good. Oil's bad. Motor oil, bad to eat. Vegetable oil, but you can burn it in your car. It doesn't make sense. The world is confusing. Like, the world is confusing. And so if we have theories about, why things occur, we tend to like the easy ones, the simple ones. Why did that person cut you off? Because they're an asshole, right? That's what every one of you thinks immediately when you're cut off. You don't think, I wonder if there's some sort of situational variable in that person's life that is causing them to drive like a complete fool. No, you just go. You're honking. And then when you cut someone off, though, what? There's reasons. It's not just because I'm a bad driver. There's reasons, right? But we like these simple, pat explanations for things. So when you say something like, well, why does the sun rise and set? Because Apollo drives his chariot across the sky every day. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That is fantastically simple. Completely wrong. Does everyone know that the sun does not rise and set? Am I blowing anyone's mind right now? Hopefully you're not just like, what? The sun does not rise and set. We're the ones moving, right? We're the ones moving. The sun stays still. That's really hard for people to understand. About half of our population doesn't understand that, which should make you concerned for the future of our country. We've known about this for like 700 years now, right? But the sun rises and sets, because it doesn't. It appears to because of the way that the earth turns. Right? But that's a much more complicated explanation than, sun moved across the sky. Much easier to understand. We also have problem-solving inadequacies, not just effortful inadequacies, problem-solving inadequacies. Where what we do when we're confronted with a problem is we extraordinarily quickly develop a hypothesis. And this hypothesis is not usually based on all the best information. It's just, I got this. I know why this is going on right now. And then what we do is we look for only confirmatory evidence. We naturally, as humans, do not look to disprove our hypotheses. We look to confirm them only. That guy's a jerk. I know, he just cut me off, right? And he was playing Nickelback. He must be a jerk. Sorry for those of you who like Nickelback. Just sorry for you. I was apologizing for my joke. And then we don't look for disproving evidence. Well, yeah, but he cut you off because he was trying to avoid a turtle that was in the road. And he's listening to Nickelback because his girlfriend really likes it. And despite the fact that he hates it, he's being nice. Oh. No, we look for that confirming evidence. That's what we like. We look for it. And we are extraordinarily slow to change the hypothesis, even if we're obviously wrong. We know this from a lot of research in social psychology. People hold a belief. You can show them, here, this belief is completely wrong. And they still say, screw you. And I will hold that belief. This was most recently demonstrated in some really interesting behavioral economics research, where people looked at information from the Iraq War about weapons of mass destruction. There weren't any. I hope you guys know that. We never found any. But there are large numbers of people who believe that there were. And even if you show them factual information about that, they will still believe that there were. Because we hold on to these hypotheses. We search for this information. If information is too complex, why does someone get depressed, for example? That is an extraordinarily complex question. But we tend to oversimplify our hypotheses and our solution. It's because their wife left them. Well, maybe not. Maybe their wife left them because of their depression. Right? And maybe their depression was in part caused by molecular tendency, which was then activated epigenetically by an environmental happening around them, which resulted in, wait, shut up. Their wife left them. That's why they're sad. Right? We tend to oversimplify these things to make reality appear simple because we don't like to think. It's hard. And then if we don't see the right solution, we still, because we misunderstand the role of coincidences, attribute things inappropriately. Oh, this happened because of that. Oh, well, here's what's going on. Really? Did you account for all this other information and data? Shut up. This is what's going on, right? And so we're not very good natural problem solvers. And then we have the fact that we are very highly ideologically immune. And this simply means that we all resist paradigm change. This is a scientific term, but it applies to all of us, where there's a radical shift in what we know about the universe. We all resist that. If you believe that, this pill is, or this pill or medical device or whatever is very effective to treat this disease, and then some new studies come out and they show it's not very effective, it's no more effective than a placebo, you're going to say, well, that's just one study, here's the problems for that, I'm going to ignore that and look at this other evidence that confirms my belief. We see this all the time in these alternative medicines. Acupuncture, for example. We have at this point some really fantastic what we call sham acupuncture trials, where they do placebo acupuncture. It looks like acupuncture, it feels like acupuncture, no needles are going into your skin, and it works just as well as the real thing when you're just doing sham acupuncture. But the people who are doing acupuncture didn't read that and go, well, hell, time for a career change. No, they went, shit. That's what they did. Right there. They said, shut up. And then they went back to putting needles in people. And so if you have a paradigm shift where, for thousands of years we thought, well, this is the exact story. This is a literal truth about the world. The Michelangelo painting in the Sistine Chapel. And then you have a more complex theory come out that says, well, this better accounts for the change of species over time and how we have this diversity of life. People resist that. And they're going to resist that. We know that they're going to resist that. And then if there's something that supplants our understanding of evolution, people will resist that too. And that's just how we as humans do. We don't like to be told that something we believe is not accurate. We just don't like it at all. So, those are our problems. Those are problems. But those don't tell us why these problems occur. Michael Shermer, in one of his latest books, it's called The Believing Brain, has this quote, and I think it's really interesting. Beliefs come first, explanations for beliefs follow. And if you haven't read his book, it's actually pretty fascinating. Because what we seem to have, and he's attributed this to two things that he has named, and other people have talked about this for decades, and he's just sort of putting names on them, are these two evolutionary forces that have shaped our brains. One is called patternicity, and one is called agenticity. Patternicity is very simply our tendency as a human being to find patterns, meaningful patterns, in both meaningful and meaningless data. Meaning we see patterns when they're really there, and we see patterns when they're not there. And so, if you look at something like this, which is a picture that was taken in the late 70s, where'd it go? Son of a ghosts, right? I can't explain it, therefore magic. Can I see this? See if it comes back up again. Son of a... It's ghosts. No. My arrow is now useless. Pointing at nothing.
It was a face, right?
It was a face. It was a face on Mars. How many of you guys are familiar with this? This picture that was taken in the 1970s, it was this face on Mars. People were just in an uproar. Oh, this proves there were people on Mars. And apparently they look just like us because they carved a human face on Mars. Or maybe not. And so this patternicity, we'll go back to Mars in just a minute, this patternicity combines with what we call agenticity. And agenticity is this tendency to infuse patterns that we see, meaningful or meaningless, with meaning, intention, and agency. So I don't know why this looked like that. Therefore, it was aliens, right? I don't know why my cancer went into remission. Therefore, it's because of my crystals that I had above my bed. I don't know why this happened. Therefore, there's some sort of magical explanation for it. And what this patternicity and agenticity do is they combine to really cause us to have all of these problems that I talked about. these psychological problems, these pseudoscientific problems, because we look for and seek these patterns and meanings. And we do so in these specific ways that I've outlined. My favorite examples of these are what we call pareidolia. And so any of you who are familiar, yes, that is Satan playing a guitar. I guess he's giving the horns to himself. I don't know what's going on. Satan playing guitar. How many of you guys are familiar with this thing called backmasking? Okay. This is where, in the late 70s, early 80s, all of these moms who apparently had way too much time on their hands started playing their children's records backwards and then saying that, what? Who knows? There were satanic messages on these if you played them backwards. Are your children playing them backwards? No. What's the problem then? Well, they can understand it and hear it. No, they can't, it turns out. Our brains are just not able to do that. And there's some fantastic websites. I'm just going to show a couple of these just so that you can understand this. But again, this pareidolia, what this is simply, I look for something so I find it. Right? I look for something so I find it. So, let's see. Let's say Stairway to Heaven. We're all familiar with Stairway to Heaven, Led Zeppelin song. If you play it forward, that sounds innocent enough. That sounds okay, right? Well, until you hear it backwards, and then you hear this. Now, if I hadn't primed any of you by saying things like devil worshipping and Satan, you would have thought that was a bunch of gibberish. As it was, you were primed. And you were primed, you were looking for this. You were looking for this sound. And so here's the supposed real lyrics. Oh, here's to my sweet Satan. Yes. Yes. And so it's truly only if you are looking for this that you would see that. Did anyone catch all of that on their first playthrough? It's because it's not there. It's not there. If you want to hear what one of these really sounds like, then you listen to things like Weird Al. Weird Al Yankovic. Fantastically hilarious fellow. He, in the early 80s, on one of his songs, he put this in response to these ridiculous allegations of backmasking. That's what backmasking really sounds like. So that's what it was like in his song. Now, if you play it backwards, what you hear is... because it's delicious, despite the fact that it's not cheese, right? But you only hear those if you're purposefully trying to. And you got to spend a lot of mental effort to be able to do that. I mean, how many hours do you think those moms spent turning those things backward going, is that Satan? I don't know. I think it was. Was that a tool shed, they said? I think I heard tool shed. Anybody else? Well, yeah, now I'm primed to hear it, so I hear tool shed. And so what we as humans do is we're not very good at separating naturally the wheat from the chaff, the good from the bad, the sense from the nonsense, because we're not naturally critical thinkers. We're just not naturally critical thinkers. And the only thing that we've developed that can reliably help us to think critically is the scientific method. And that's what it's designed to do. It's designed to prevent us from fooling ourselves. It's designed to allow us to think critically, because we're really not very good at it. So hopefully tonight you guys have come to a little bit more of an understanding of why people believe things that are very odd, without good evidence. And the reason I don't just come up here and just sort of make fun of things, although I do make fun of things, I don't just do that because I believe very strongly in what Baruch Spinoza said, which is, I have made a ceaseless effort not to ridicule, not to bewail, not to scorn human actions, but to understand them. So hopefully you guys understand them a little bit more at the end of this, and that's all I got. So I'm happy to take questions, or you can flee like mad. It's up to you. So, thank you.
Hello, I'm Damian Reinhardt, treasurer of the Oklahoma Atheists. As you can see, I have the real shirt. I should probably give you some background so you care at all that I have an opinion on anything. I am a statistician by trade. I was trained in the Air Force's finest schools to be a statistician, which, take from that what you will. I don't do demographics for a living. The Air Force has relatively little need for demographics. I don't want to talk about what I do because it's boring. So this is more like applying my skills to something exciting. At least I think it's exciting compared to what I do. So there's the title there. You can see it took me a while. I didn't announce it properly on the meetup site because I had not yet arranged it into alphabetical order. And now that I have it correct, that'll be the final title. Can I go to the next slide, please? Enough about the title. I told you there would be prizes tonight, and there are. They're in my car. But there's only a limited number of them. There's only 4 of them. And I can't tell you what they are yet, because that'll ruin the surprise. But you can win them right now if you can guess what this is a map of. Just throw it.
Religious countries.
No.
Religions of the world.
No.
Populated the world.
Demographics.
No. What?
Religious demographics of the world.
No. Everyone that said the word religious, you're out.
Birth rate.
Close enough. You win. Oh, and by the way, CJ's not allowed to guess. I should have mentioned that earlier. Next slide, please. That's a map of something called total fertility rate, which is a composite statistic of how many children one woman, could be expected to have over her average childbearing career, you can call it that.
Oh, and it's right in the index on the left, too. We didn't get it.
Yeah, there's the answer now.
Yeah.
It wasn't there before, though.
Oh, it wasn't.
No, don't feel bad.
I missed it.
Don't feel bad. So, what this tells us is, it doesn't tell us as much as I'd like because they drew the lines in kind of a funky place. I'd be more interested in 0.5 increments there at the bottom and knowing who's right around replacement level and who's well above it. But we can see that Africa's well above it and parts of the Middle East are well above it. And what we would call the first world, or I believe the correct term now is the developed world, largely below replacement value, which is to say the populations will be shrinking in the long run.
This does not take into account survivability or mortality rates, right?
It does not take into account mortality rates. So that when I say replacement level is 2.1, I mean 2.1 in the developed world, where you have hospitals and you don't die in childbirth as much. Replacement level fertility in Africa is significantly higher than 2.1 because of the amount of mortality over there. So that's a good point. Okay, so that's just giving a sense of globally where things are. Next slide. Oh, there. I should have probably put this up while I was trying to define total fertility rate. It's a forward-looking metric. It's based on average fertility in age brackets among age cohorts that exist now. But you can think of it, look at that bottom sentence there, you can think of it as sort of an average over the projected lifespan of someone who's about to enter into her childbearing years. All right, next slide. Okay, I should pause here to say, if you'd like to ask any questions or interrupt the way Isaac did, please do, unless you're CJ. So I welcome any questions, any interruptions. If you'd like to say that you have a different opinion, save that for later. But just any questions or factual clarifications, just go and dive in. This is what the TFR looks like here in the United States. Does anybody see a pattern here?
Yeah. Red states more, blue states less.
Yes.
You get a prize, sir. Next slide.
In general.
This is from the last election. I call it the purple states based on who came really, really close in the election, one way or the other. But the more solidly blue and red states are illustrated here from the 2008 results. And as you can see, blue states cluster to the right, with one exception. And that one exception has interesting reasons for being red, which I don't want to go into here. Racism! But you get the idea. Total fertility rate is surprisingly predictive of political results. Now that should disturb everyone, because politics is about ideas. It's not about how many babies you have. So what's going on here? What's happening? Let's go to the next slide. This slide's going to take some explaining because I cut off the entire part where it explained itself. These are Protestants. These are Protestants in America, born between the years 1900 and, 1975?
Yeah.
The little dots represent actual data points from surveys, social surveys, over time. The lines represent two fit lines. One's a curvy, Lois-style fit line, and the other's a linear fit line. But you can see the trend here. Mainline Protestantism, that is to say, the more liberal Protestant denominations, have been steadily losing adherents for quite a while now, relative to Protestantism as a whole in America. And the question is, why is this happening? Now, liberal Protestant preachers have been beating themselves up over this for years. What are we doing wrong? Why is it people don't like it when we preach that Jesus really did love everyone and didn't hate the gays and didn't hate the blacks and he didn't hate these people and that people? Why do we keep losing members? Even though we have this message of inclusivity and love. And there's almost no denomination in which this is more acute than the Unitarians, who are not included in this graph. But if we had them in this graph, it would be even steeper, because they've been losing membership quite a bit. And so a few researchers took it upon themselves, Michael Hout, Andrew Greeley, and Melissa Wild, and their seminal paper is called The Demographic Imperative in Religious Change in the United States. You can kind of see where I'm going with this. The answer was demography, as opposed to theology or effectiveness at evangelism, or even in conversions from other sects. Next slide, please. So what they did here is they tried to create a model that would explain the data in terms of demography, and they also did a component of the model for switching in and out of different Protestant denominations. And it turned out that the demographic model explained 70-80% of the variation in the data, which is remarkably high. So one of those lines is the demographic model based on children ever born, CEB, and the other demographic model is based on total fertility rate, which we've already discussed. And as you can see, they fairly accurately fit the data, such as the data are. There's actually a bit more variation in the data at the end than the model can easily account for, but that's partially on account of the nature of the surveys. So, given that Protestantism in America is partly explained by a demographic change over time, in this case, what we're talking about essentially are more religious Protestants, more conservative Protestants having more babies. That's what it comes down to. And disturbingly, this isn't just true of American Protestants. This isn't just true of Protestants or Americans. This is true in almost every religion, in almost every part of the world. Wherever you look, the more conservative sects are having more children. The moderate sects are having less than them, and the liberal sects even less. And the seculars, least of all. This should disturb us all a bit. Next slide, please. I have to back up here a bit and talk about demographic transition theory, what it is and what it implies. Right now, the world is going through the end of a massive growth spurt, where the population of humanity has ballooned outward. But thankfully, a lot of our societies have now moved toward this part of the curve, where they're stable, or in the light blue countries at the beginning, they're here in the second demographic transition, which is labeled 5, sorry. The second demographic transition is number 5 in this chart, and that doesn't make sense, but that's the way it is. So here's the traditional demographic theory predicts that as the death rate drops precipitously due to antibiotics, vaccines, and the like, the birth rate will drop correspondingly, although somewhat more slowly. Part of this is that you no longer need a bunch of kids to work the farm. Part of this is that you no longer need a bunch of kids because you're keeping the ones you have. So you don't need to just keep making more and more to make up. And here, this is weird, but sociobiology does play in here. When animals lose cubs, they tend to go into estrus and make more cubs. Humans are not quite like that, but we're kind of like that. We're more like other mammals than we like to believe. And when we lose offspring, we often compensate by making more. And that sounds like determinism, and it sounds maybe a bit unpleasant to think about, but it's true. And there's plenty of data backing that up. So I would say that this drop in birth rate, it isn't just due to industrialization of the farms, and no longer you need all these kids to work the farms, but also because of the human psychology inherent to the idea of, well, I've got 3 happy, healthy kids. I don't feel the need to make more, which you might call the evolutionary imperative is no longer oppressive. So the second demographic transition theory is an emerging theory that talks about this 5th phase here. The first 4 phases are what you would call traditional demographic transition theory. And those are pretty well established and pretty well empirically validated. Second demographic transition theory is a whole other thing. Next slide. Okay, so this is a tool that demographers use to characterize a population. From those same stages we saw in the previous slide, this is what an expanding population would look like. I should mention these are age lines, 15, 65. An expanding population has a whole lot of young ones, but then a lot of die-off here. An expanding population in stage 3, once the death rate has started dropping, is no longer expanding exponentially, it's expanding more linearly. And in stage 4, and this is where a lot of those green countries from that first mystery map are more or less stationary, around 2.0, 2.1. Stage 5 is the second demographic transition, where the population actually starts contracting. You can see that in this little narrowing right here at the bottom. Does that all make sense? Now, what are population pyramids good for? These are theoretical, of course. Real population pyramids look a lot choppier than this. Let's look at the next slide. This is the United States over time. There's a theory called youth bulge theory, which states that when you have enough people around 15 to 25, especially on the blue side of the graph, you end up with the possibility. Oh, there it is. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Got all these people in here. And that was the late 60s. So we've got this bulge here in America, and right around then, a bunch of, you guys remember, these riots happened in America in the late 60s, early 70s. Well, there were a lot of social factors there, but part of it was that we had a lot of people with too much testosterone. This bulge right here. And so you get riots in the streets. No offense to those of you with lots of testosterone. Sorry. Now the baby boomers are starting to age here. They're starting to age. They're starting to say, hey, we want our Medicare. There you go. Don't get the government out of my Medicare. So that'll be fun for those of us down here in the pyramid to pay for them later on. Next slide. Here's another example of what might be a youth bulge around here at a certain time and place. Gotcha that. Yeah, and it might get worse for them too. We've got another bulge coming up. The one jump is from here to here. And these are the people you've seen in Benghazi right there on the streets. Some of them unemployed electrical engineers, oddly enough. Next slide. And here's a fairly distinct youth bulge. We can see this jump right here, 15, 25-year-old men, significantly outweighing the population just above them who keep them under control. Well, not anymore, not so much. So, and population pyramids, they come in lots of different shapes. I've shown you a few that look like revolution because those are the more interesting ones, but they come in all kinds of shapes and sizes. Japan has a particularly interesting one that's incredibly top-heavy. They're about to become the greatest society in the entire history of humanity. It'll be interesting to see how they cope with that. Next slide. Oh! Next chance to win a prize. See if anyone can tell me what this is.
United States.
You're going to have to do better.
It's a proportional world map of population.
U.S. population.
It's been scaled by population density.
Oh, the U.S.
Yeah, but what's it colored by?
Men and women.
No.
I guess by age.
You think there's mostly men in here?
Yeah,
Urbanization. By age.
Urbanization is a good guess.
Density.
Age, yeah, we know.
Now, population density is a scale. It's not the coloring.
Family size?
Number of kids.
Religiosity.
I can't quite give you family size or number of kids. That's really close.
Is it by congressional districts?
Is it by the structure of the home?
Yeah, you're not allowed to guess. I thought I said that already.
Like whether brick or wood?
I'll give it away to somebody.
So, what's happening here? It is about the structure. It's not just about how many kids you have, but the nature of what that's like. This is a map of...
Single parent?
Single parent.
The orange would be.
That's a factor. I'm going to give it to you. You're the first person to actually hit a factor. The second demographic transition model is very mathematically complex. Go ahead, next slide. There's a number of factors that go into the model. What he does with this model, it's a little complex. He puts in a whole bunch, like over 18 different demographic indicators, and performs a classic principal component analysis followed by a Varimax orthogonal factor rotation. So for those really technically inclined, go look that up. It's a mathematical way of finding out which factors are truly key and which ones you can discard from a multivariate model. Let me just give you some of the examples. Go ahead, next slide. This is some really fascinating original research by Ron Lesther. I can't say his name. Let's call him Ron. Some of the factors that are very strong in this model are women who've never had children, women who've never married, women who don't have their own children in their household, abortions per 1,000 live births, and a bunch of other factors. But you were the first one to actually name a factor that shows up in his model, so you get the prize. Anyway, what he's trying to do with this model is to measure the second demographic transition, which I'm not going to explain by myself. I'm going to let you see what his words are for it. So next slide.
The United States is well on its way to a second demographic transition, with rising ages at marriage, growing rates of cohabitation, increases in single-person households, declining remarriage rates, a trend towards fertility postponement, and higher rates of childlessness. However, just as in Europe, major regional leads and lags in patterns of reproduction and political values are present in the United States. The states in the northeastern U.S., as well as those on the west coast and along the Great Lakes, exhibit family formation and fertility patterns very similar to those of Europe, while in much of the South, the Great Plains, and in some mountain states, exhibit traditional patterns of fertility based on early marriage and childbearing, and high teen and non-marital fertility.
You get the idea. This is boiled down. This is second demographic transition in its essentials. And he rolls a lot of those factors into his model. But the main point is people are deferring childbearing until later. Oh, and if you want to read more, there's the URL. Okay, so up one slide. Now this is just messed up. This is just whacked out. Go up and down a bit. Now, if I change the color scale on here just a little bit to shift these colors up by just a bit, just change these colors and shift them up, these maps would be so close to identical it'd be silly. The only reason you can see a difference between them is because of where these arbitrary values have been set against these colors. In both maps, you can easily pick out urbanized areas by their blueness. You know, there's Los Angeles County, Fort Worth, Dallas. Go up on that. There's us, right there. The Panhandle, very small population in the Panhandle. The point here is, yet again, the connection between demographics and politics is ineluctable, it's inescapable, and it's very strong. The second demographic transition factor of this model, which remember was intended strictly to model demographics, it predicts like 80%, 75% of the variation in the voting in 2004. None of these factors have anything to do with politics. This is just how many kids you have and what you've done with them and whether you're living with them, whether you got married or not. These are all measurable factors about how you live, not about what you think. So the fact that there's such a strong connection is fascinating to me. And it says something about whether values drive behavior or whether behavior drives values. I don't have a good answer on that, but clearly there's a connection. Next slide. Okay, so this is what we tend to value in the bluer parts of the country and the less populous parts of the world. This is essentially liberalism. We value individualism, individual values. We value contraception. We value the idea of women having a right to choose for themselves when they want to reproduce. We don't necessarily value abortion in and of itself, but we believe it should be available to those who need it. We tend to defer childbearing. We tend to tell our daughters, get into Vassar first, then get married, and then think about having children sometime in your 30s. At least that's what I told my daughter, and she's 4. Next one. Marriage deferred, yeah, that's it's in the same category as late childbearing. And we tend to value women's education. We tend to think that they should get as much or more education than men, because after all, men can, I don't know, use a shovel or something. I'm not nothing against manual labor, I've done it. Did some today in the garden. I'm not denigrating men. Okay, so every one of these things has a contrast in the illiberal parts of the country and the illiberal parts of the world, even more so. Instead of individualism, we tend to see an emphasis on family values. This isn't just in Colorado Springs. This is everywhere. Whole cultures tend to prefer valuing people as collections of families, or either a family as a collection or a collection of families. They tend to see things more in terms of your place in a family or a tribe, or as opposed to your value as an individual. It's hard for Americans to even conceive how different that is in other parts of the world. Next. Yeah, celibacy. That's an approach which we've heard seriously suggested here in Oklahoma, as opposed to contraception. We'll just say, well, we'll educate them that if they don't have sex, they won't get pregnant. It's true. It doesn't seem to work that well in practice, possibly because people really like screwing each other. That's my theory. And we see a cultural bias against abortion, against even the availability of abortion. We've seen this in a lot of red states that have recently moved to change the Roe v. Wade standard from viability all the way up to first trimester, or even somewhere in the first trimester. A whole slew of bills in the red states have been going after abortion lately, and globally this is even worse. The emphasis on early childbearing, the value of a woman lies in getting married early and having children. That's the next one there is marriage is encouraged early, not often, just early. And finally, the emphasis is on women's subjugation. This is less noticeable in the red states. Well, it's out there. It's out there. You'll hear it. You'll hear people preach that women must submit to their husbands and all that stuff. But it's even worse when you go outside of the USA, where it's explicit part of the culture.
There's a whole book on this subject that people want to read. It's called Red Families versus Blue Families by Carbone and Kahn. And basically, the whole academic research says because red states have all these things, they also get married early, but then they divorce early. Because they divorce early, they're a single parent. And that actually that they make a whole connection between religion creates a cycle of poverty in these states, relatively speaking, compared to blue states. And it's very well written, and it's...
And the cycle of poverty, in turn, encourages some of these things on the right-hand side, which tend to be byproducts of a lack of women's education. Next slide. Okay, so as to explicitly faith-based pronatalism, you're probably wondering, when's he going to start talking about religion? Well, this slide. I'm not going to read all these. You can read them yourselves. Those of you who have been going along in the Bible study have noticed a lot of go forth and multiply injunctions throughout all of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. Most of them sound something like Genesis 9:7, basically saying go out there and make a lot of kids. Psalm 127, I'm going to read that one because it's important for current movement. We'll talk about it later. Children are a heritage from the Lord, offspring a reward from Him. Like arrows in the hands of a warrior are children born in one's youth. Blessed is the man whose quiver is full of them. So you get the idea there. And there's a whole movement largely predicated on obeying that, but we'll get to that in a bit. And then here's my favorite misogynistic verses from the New Testament there in 1 Timothy. I'm not going to read them out loud because I'll get sick.
I also want women to dress modestly, with decency and propriety, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or expensive clothes, but with good deeds appropriate for women who profess to worship God. A woman should learn in quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She must be silent. For Adam was formed first, then Eve. And Adam was not the one deceived, it was the woman who was deceived and became a sinner. But women will be saved through childbearing, if they continue in faith, love, and holiness with propriety.
Okay, so saved through childbearing, that part is as bad as it sounds. Although most New Testament theologians do their damnedest to minimize it. They can't make it go away. It's right there in the Greek. Okay, next slide. I don't want to just pick on the Jews and Christians. So we have a good hadith here. A man came to the prophet and said, I have found a woman of rank and beauty, but she does not give birth to children. Should I marry her? He said, no. He came again to him, but he prohibited him. He came again to him a third time, but the prophet said, marry women who are loving and very prolific, for I shall outnumber the peoples by you. So that's basically an injunction to up your total fertility rate and thereby drive the other peoples out. Next slide. Okay, this is back to Christianity, Catholicism in particular here. This is a Catholic injunction. David Bentley Hart is a Catholic theologian.
Probably the most subversive and effective strategy we might undertake would be one of militant fecundity, abundant, relentless, exuberant, and defiant childbearing. Given the reluctance of modern men and women to be fruitful and multiply, it would not be difficult, surely, for the devout to accomplish, in no more than a generation or two, a demographic revolution. Such a course is quite radical, admittedly, and contrary to the spirit of the age, but that is rather the point, after all. It would mean foregoing certain material advantages and forfeiting a great deal of our leisure. It would often prove difficult to sustain a two-career family or to be certain of lavish retirement. But if it is a culture war we want, we should not recoil from sacrifice.
Catholic theologians are re-emphasizing, even though many Americans have ignored Humanae Vitae and other official injunctions to breed, they're re-emphasizing these ideas in their journals. Next slide.
Population control is rooted in an elitist distaste for larger families and an ambition of some to control the reproductive destiny of others. For Christians, far more than economics is at stake. The far larger issue is the glory of God in the birth and maturation of godly progeny. Children are to be received, and conceived, as gifts, not as threats of environmental disaster.
That's a fairly prominent Baptist theologian there. And he's basically taking head-on the attitude of the liberal churches where we say, well, 2, 3 tops. I mean, the environment, it's already taken a hit for the team here. We can't keep burdening the earth. That's the kind of talk you'll be very likely to hear in a church like this one. And these Baptists are saying, screw that. Let's be militantly fecund. Let's have loads and loads of children and outnumber the peoples by them. And I would point out that the similarity in these last 3 quotes between a Protestant, a Catholic, and a very ancient Islamic writer, I mean, this is essentially the same theme. In every case, they're saying, let's make more children, and then we'll pass on our ideas to them, and thereby expand our religion. Next slide, please. Which brings us to the idea of an endogenous growth sect. Endogenous growth means you're growing from within, as opposed to recruiting. An endogenous growth sect tends to grow from within, as opposed to by recruiting from without. The characteristics, I'm going to need you to click through at a moderate pace here. Okay, these are the characteristics of an endogenous growth sect. They tend to maintain high total fertility and a distinct religious identity and a high level of retention. And how do they have that? That high level of retention is by having a very distinct identity so that when you try to go outside of the group, you feel out of place. There's a lot of ways to do that. You can have linguistic boundaries, as do the Hutterites in America. They don't speak the English we speak. I don't even know they speak English at all. Distinct modes of dress, you're going to see that in almost every endogenous growth sect. You're going to see funny hats and beards and whatnot. Why is it always hats and beards? I don't know. There's no models figured that out yet. Distinct dietary restrictions, halal, kosher, that sort of thing, taken to an extreme beyond that in the mainstream religion. And other in-group indicators like maybe, I don't know, cutting off genital bits, something like that. It's been done. It sounds like I'm just making that up, but it's been done. And they tend to have social or other punishments for leaving the group. Everything from shunning to beating, killing, some more than others. Next slide. Here's some examples. If anyone can name like any of these groups.
Jews.
Yeah, you're going to need to be more specific.
Hasidic Jews.
Yeah.
Orthodox.
Yeah, what kind of Orthodox though?
Ultra-Orthodox.
Yeah. Yeah, whoever said Amish first. Oh, damn you.
Amish second.
Let's go for like dispersion of the audience thing.
We'll work out who gets the prize. So these are all examples of growth sects. On the left, we have an Amish man studying his Bible, wearing his silly hat with his long beard. On the upper right, we have a convert to Salafist Islam, the most virulent and fecund branch of Islam. And on the lower right, we have the Haredim, who are the ultra-Orthodox within Israel. And note all the Bible books, or excuse me, all the Midrashic study books in the background there, and the Hadith in the background in the upper right. So they all have their beards, they all have their distinct head pieces, and they all have their holy books. I don't know why that pattern seems to go together. I'm just glad I'm not wearing a funny hat tonight. Although, maybe we could adopt that as a strategy. We could grow beards and wear funny hats and become an atheist growth sect.
I don't see that think of the Amish as being a growth sect.
Oh, that's why you should go to the next slide. Okay. This is the actual numerical growth of the Old Order Amish in the United States. And while you might not think of them as a threat to our way of life, you should project forward a few years and think again. Because this is one of the only examples of truly exponential growth I've ever seen in practice in a human population among a subgroup of people who is within that population who has already gone through the first demographic transition. We here in America, we're like 2.2, 2.3 total fertility rate. These guys could care less about the rest of society. They are growing like bunnies. These are actual numbers. None of this is projected. You can look it up on the wiki if you don't believe me. Back up one slide.
You didn't pay me to set it up like that.
There's another growth sect in America called the Latter-day Saints, or Mormons, and the most prolific of them are what's called the Fundamentalist Latter-day Saints, or FLDS, and they never did away with that whole many wives thing. As you can see here, this guy, Bob, has, how many wives? Is it 6? 6 wives?
It's hard to tell.
I think the blondes might be sisters. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of those could be daughters.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the wives end and the daughters begin.
Right.
Wife.
Yeah.
Thankfully, his oldest kids are maybe 9 or 10, so you can kind of tell. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Bob does have a funny hat, but he doesn't wear it indoors. So, in case you're wondering, the rule has not been broken.
He also has magic underwear.
He also has magic underpants, which would also qualify as one of those group boundaries. It's a way to let you know you're in the group. And it's better than cutting off your foreskin, because if you deconvert, you can always take off your magic underpants. My real point is that these guys really know fecundity, okay? These guys, they're growing. I just love this picture. They look so happy. I mean, look at him. Does he look like he deserves any of those wives? Anyway. Now I'm being Lucas.
I can hardly wait to have more children.
Next slide. Okay, this is another example of actual, almost exponential growth, but some of it's projected numbers because we don't know what's happening after 2011 yet. But the Haredim in Israel were practically extinct in the 1950s. I mean, they were almost vanished as a culture. But since then, they've grown very significantly, and they've even managed to become oftentimes the swing bloc in the Knesset. Basically, you have to go do a deal with them if you want to wield power in a parliamentary government. Ultra Orthodox people. They get military deferments, which is pretty cool. They started that policy out, they gave out 400 deferments because they figured, what the heck, how could it matter, 400? 50 years later, that number's blossomed to tens of thousands of deferments, which is becoming a problem given the extent to which they've become a plurality, not yet a majority, but a plurality within Israel's society.
Now that they're a plurality, they can block efforts to take their deferment away.
Oh yeah, they can. Well, ever since they became the swing vote in the Knesset, they could do that. But they will not stay a plurality for long. Unless something changes, they will be the majority, not just in Israel, but within Jewish society in America and in Britain. This article was written by ultra-Orthodox, for ultra-Orthodox, within the British community. And it was talking about a study by a bunch of demographers where they say that unless the current trends change, the TFR and whatnot, unless those shift around, they're going to attain majority within Jewish society in America and in Britain. And I don't have a problem with that. It's their prerogative. But it will change things for the people living within the community. They'll find it a lot harder to get a religious divorce, to get a religious marriage, to get a religious burial, once the ultra-Orthodox have full control over all those aspects of life. I'm not sure if that'll ever happen in Britain, but Britain has shown itself willing to make concessions with the ecclesiastical court, so you have no way of knowing. And so in conclusion, we secularists have a problem. We are not getting our genes into the next generation, and that means we're not getting our memes into the people that are under our tutelage. The only way we can grow is by either going back on our liberalism, saying, let's keep the women at home barefoot and pregnant, which we're never going to do. That's not going to happen. We're always going to be committed to women's equality in education. So the only way we can really keep up with the militant fundamentalist part of society is to go out and convert them. And I don't mean convert moderates. The moderates are becoming liberals. The liberals are becoming us. We need to go out and convert the conservatives. We need to go out...
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it very much. I think I'm still on. Y'all hear that? Is that okay? Do I need to turn it off?
No.
All right. Do I need to go away? No? We're good? Good, sir? All right. Y'all see me okay, huh? I'm used to staring up at people all the time for reasons that I will remain nameless. But that's kind of cool to be able to look up there at all y'all. Thank you for coming out. The weather worked out for me for a change. I started off in Omaha, went to Des Moines, and snow followed me everywhere that I went. And I slept in a basement for 3 nights. And not the kind of neat basements that all of you people probably have, but actually a real basement for a few nights. So I have been battling a really nice cold and slept till about noon today trying to overcome it. And I am high on Sudafed. So I'm not sure what I'm going to say or what you're going to hear. So I'll probably have to go back and review the tape to see if any of it actually made any sense, because I'm feeling really good right now. So anyway, with that being said, I really appreciate you coming out. I've got 3 different objectives that I'd like to try to accomplish tonight as quickly as possible. I'm going to take my watch off so I can watch it and make sure I don't keep you all night long. And the first thing I want to do is obviously tell you my story. And then I want to introduce you to the Clergy Project, put a human face on a very particular situation that exists within the free thought, atheist, non-theist, non-believing, secular, humanist, blah, 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 whatever you call yourself, movement. And then I want to introduce you to Recovering from Religion, if you haven't had any dealings with that organization yet. So to start off with my story, it always feels a little rude to just all the time be talking about myself, but I guess that's why you showed up. So I appreciate that very much. I was born in an apostolic home. My grandparents really raised me most of my life. There was a lot of turmoil in our family. And so my grandparents' home was kind of the axis in the middle of our world, and that's where everything stayed settled. And they were apostolic. And how many of you know what Pentecostals are? All right? Now, I've got to clarify this because y'all don't, up here they didn't take living for God as serious as we did in the South. Do your Pentecostals, do the women have long hair? Yes? Do the guys wear long sleeves? Yes? Okay, so we're talking about the right kind of Pentecostals. Well, we were more than Pentecostal. We tried a little bit harder to live for God than Pentecostals, and we called ourselves apostolic. And that just simply meant that we were going to follow the apostles' doctrine better than anybody else ever had. And so you can appreciate what kind of environment that is to grow up in. Not a situation of that's really made for self-expression, if you will. And so I grew up in that environment more or less for the majority of my elementary school days. But then a really fantastic thing happened whenever I was 17 years old. All of you know where Baton Rouge, Louisiana is? Can any of you tell me what Baton Rouge, Louisiana is the headquarters for? Which special church resides in Baton Rouge, Louisiana? Anybody been following it? That's where Jimmy Swaggart is at. And so I got saved at the age of 17 under Jimmy Swaggart's ministry in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Now, the reason I try to bring that up is because you have to think about what 17 is. You have to try to remember what it was like when you were 17. I got saved and immediately went into the ministry at the age of 17. That's before I was old enough, as I've now said 100,000 times, before I was old enough to vote or to buy a beer. I was already in the ministry, already being called a man of God, already expecting to live a lifestyle that is above the lay member, that's above the normal religious person. I'm to be the example at 17 years of age. And so I immediately went into the ministry. This version of Pentecostalism discouraged higher education. Imagine that. And so it was kind of learn as you go and live out this experience. What's important to understand about my story is that this was never an option for me. Believing or not believing was never an option. This was what I was raised in. That particular worldview, in my mind, was the only worldview that there was. I didn't even know that there was another possibility. For us, the only other possibility is what we refer to as backsliders. Do y'all have backsliders here in this part of the world? Right? And a backslider is really somebody who still believes but just doesn't live the life. So they go around all the time feeling very guilty for not being fully engaged in their religion. So that's all there was. People who believed and practiced, or people who believed and didn't practice. I didn't know that there was anybody like y'all out there. Where have y'all been all my life? And so whenever I was 17, I'm off in the ministry and I'm immediately engaging in the most outlandish adventures that I wish I had time to explain to you. And all through these adventures, meeting all of these different people, being engaged in all these different towns, I became an evangelist, kind of like I seem to be living that same lifestyle again now. I would go from town to town, holding revival services and preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ and trying to get people filled with the Holy Spirit, or as we said, because we were trying harder, with the Holy Ghost. Anybody ever heard of the Holy Ghost? Yeah. If you said Holy Spirit, we didn't think you were being serious. It's like Holy Spirit, that's for wimps. You're not trying. That's what the Baptists do. We do Holy Ghost. And so that's what I did for decades. I traveled the country involved in this ministry. Now, meeting different people and being under different situations, it began to expose me to different ideas and concepts. And one of the very first things that I ran into that began to really trouble me was this idea. I'd heard about it all my life, but I'd never thought about it, which may be part of the problem, right? It may be the reason that religion flourishes so well, because it's one thing to hear about it. You can even hear about something and say something, but to actually stop and think about it sometimes changes your perspective on that particular issue. And for me, as I began to travel the country and evangelize, the whole point of trying to get people saved is not just trying to get them to heaven, but it's trying to help them avoid hell. And this issue of eternal punishment really began to be a problem for me. Because one of the main reasons that I was out there traveling across the country, sometimes the offering plate would only bring in $8 a night. I wasn't getting rich doing this. And you can tell already from my lack of speaking skills, I probably wasn't ever going to get too rich doing it. But that's when you're supposed to laugh, because I'm doing some good speaking. Wow, okay. Maybe, am I even saying the words I think I'm saying? The Sudafed may be having me saying something totally different. If I ever start saying something crazy, I expect you to stop me and have me back up. But as I begin to deal with people, I begin to work in people's lives and have relationships with people, this idea of eternal punishment was just something I couldn't fathom. I just couldn't get there. I couldn't accept the idea because I knew me. I knew the real me, and I knew there was nothing special about me. I couldn't accept the idea that I had done these one or two little religious activities that now supposedly separates me from everybody else on the planet, and that was going to be the only reason that I didn't burn in this great big barbecue pit for billions and billions and billions of unending years. It never made sense to me. Now, I know I don't look old enough to exist even before the internet, but before the internet, they had these things called books. And books were really good for me. And I began to expose myself to other people's doctrines, desperately trying to figure out this hell issue. Because I thought, I don't know of anybody that I would send to hell. I mean, even Adolf Hitler, would I leave him there forever? I'd probably just turn the heat up, hot enough that in a year or two he just completely evaporated or something, But I probably wouldn't put him there forever. Even a child molester or a child murderer, if I could bring them back and kill them over and over and over again, would I do that? Well, no, I wouldn't do it, and neither would you, and neither would the majority of people that are involved in religion. But religion has a way of causing people to claim they believe things that if they could ever really think about it, if they could really put themselves in that position, I don't know if they could really stomach it or not. And I couldn't stomach eternal punishment. So I began to study under different ministries. Now keep in mind, all of this was in secret because I was already creating an identity, a reputation, a career over in this Pentecostal world that very much believed in hell. Even though I wouldn't be preaching about it, just because I would stand behind their pulpits, they would naturally assume that that's something that I believed. And that has its own story, and that began to bother me after quite a time. So as I began to expose myself to other people's doctrines, to other people's ideas, trying to bring an end to this conflict about eternal punishment in my heart, I began to realize there was actually other doctrines out there besides the Pentecostal doctrine that I'd been exposed to. There were other ways of reading the Bible. There were other ways of interpreting the Scripture. There were other schools of thought about theology. And as I began to dig into those things, it began layer by layer to unravel my Pentecostal doctrine and my Pentecostal upbringing. Now here's the problem, and it's the point of my story. The problem is that days have a way of turning into weeks. And weeks have a way of turning into months, and months into years, and years into decades. So while I'm on this life's path and I'm trying to figure all of this out in my head, and I hope you can appreciate how difficult it is to really reverse engineer everything that you've ever known, everything that you've ever been told your entire world. This has been shared with me from the people that I love and trusted the most. The same people who taught me that there was a hell that people would burn in forever and ever were the same ones that taught me that the stovetop is hot, or that the highway is dangerous, or that this color is black. It's the same people that I had trusted the entire time that I was growing up. So those voices of authority had placed these concepts within my mind so early on that I didn't even know you could ask those questions until I began to be drawn towards those questions. And so as this time is evolving, as all of these pieces are now turning into bigger and bigger problems for me, at the same time I've got this career path. And by then I've gotten married, and I have a son, and we have a home, and we have car notes, and we have light bills, and we have grocery bills, and we have all the things that all of you have. And so all of a sudden, it seemed to me as if inside my mind that there was a scale, that there was a balance. 2 plates. And on one side was this ever-growing, weighty, heavy conscience that was speaking to me and saying, you know, not only do you not believe in hell, but now you've got some questions about salvation, and now you've got some questions about the book of Genesis. Now you've got some questions about the age of the earth. Now you've got some questions about supernaturalism in all of its various forms. But at the same time, because this had been my life and my career and what I believed to be my destiny, on the other side of the scale was literally everything. And this ties into the importance of the clergy project that I want to bring up. If you don't know about the clergy project comes out of, or at least the idea somewhat generates with a study that was done by Daniel Dennett and his researcher Linda Lascola. And in the midst of their study, they begin to realize that there were this weird thing out there. There was this weird thing. There were ministers who didn't believe. And that seems so strange to people on the outside of that. It doesn't seem strange to me at all. Not just because I'm one of them, but because I knew so many that were struggling with their own issues. And so as they begin to talk about this idea about there being ministers that don't believe, in the midst of this conversation, Professor Richard Dawkins comes into this conversation, and also Dan Barker comes into this conversation. Do y'all know all the names that I just mentioned? I figured you would. And so at some point, basically, Professor Dawkins says, well, it's just time for us to do something about this. And he puts up the money. And he gets Dan Barker then to really man this project that they named the Clergy Project. And what it was for, it was a private internet forum for people who are still in the ministry that no longer believe, for them to communicate with each other. Now, the reason that that's so important for me to relate my story and this story to you is because it's real easy to think of those people as the enemy, to think of all of those guys as the bad guys. But what I hope to convey to you is that they're just human beings, many of which have just got trapped in situations like I found myself trapped in. Because what do? Say you're working for a company that all of a sudden you find out that they're underhanded, that they're doing things that are unethical. But lo and behold, your child's in college, and you've still got 20 years left on your mortgage. Or even more importantly, like so many of the people in the Clergy Project, you have a spouse, a wife or a husband that is basically getting by because of the benefits of your health insurance through your job. So what do? Do you suddenly do you run to the newspaper and say, I've got something to tell you about this company? It's completely unethical and the CEO is doing this or that. Do you do that? Well, you might, but you might think about it long and hard before you do it. That is exactly the same situation that I found myself in and that other members of the Clergy Project find themselves in. I was trying to relieve my conscience. I was trying to balance out that scale. I was trying to make things easier for me on the inside, but is it right? Is it really right for me to do what I've now coined as identity suicide, to commit identity suicide? Is it really right for me to do that, to make myself feel better, to make it feel like I'm no longer a liar, when it's going to so negatively affect my wife and my son and maybe all my other relatives? Is it really right for me to do that? These issues are heavy issues. And probably to some degree, if not the same degree, you've probably faced this yourself. You've probably had to go through that, making the decision, is it worth never being able to go back over to Mama's to come out? Is coming out worth never being able to go back over to Mama's? Is it worth running the risk? Is it worth those things? Now I will say, for me, I became left without a choice. As this scale began to wave back and forth, I'll be honest with you, there were some days that everything else in my life meant so much to me and weighed so heavily that I couldn't hear my conscience. And I wouldn't get up and preach hell because I didn't believe in hell. And I wouldn't get up and preach a vengeful God because if there even was a God, I didn't think He was vengeful. I went through a whole series of in my life, a whole season in my life where it was Jesus loves everybody. Jesus loves everybody. You know, don't worry about it. Jesus loves you. And from there I went into this idea that not only does Jesus love everybody, because really, let's be honest, what difference does it make if He loves you and then you go to hell? You know, it's like, thanks for nothing. You know, as the virgin said to his date when he dropped her off, you know. It's an old joke. Even preachers hear jokes sometimes. And so, in that situation, I begin to realize, what difference does it make if Jesus loves everybody if everybody isn't saved, if everybody doesn't end up back with Jesus? So I went through this whole phase of going through universal salvation and ultimate reconciliation. I couldn't preach it straight out because I've got this identity, I'm trapped in this other career, but I would try to pepper all my messages with those ideas and thoughts, with the hopes that people might get some version of God that they had not gotten before. And so all of these issues are weighed out. All of this scale is bouncing back and forth in my mind. And what really began to tip me over the edge was whenever I began to pastor. When I was evangelizing, it was kind of like tonight. You know, poor Red, I could come in here and I could just say anything. I could say something crazy, and the worst thing that would happen to me is you not put it on YouTube. But then Red would have to fix it for months, you know. Be like, I'm so sorry I invited this crazy guy to come speak to y'all that was high on coal medicine. And that's kind of the way it was when I was evangelizing. I could just go in and say whatever I wanted to say and then hit the road and run. But once I began to pastor, their lives was my life. Their success was my ultimate goal. Their happiness, their health. And so now, their family is my family. And so as I'm praying for them, I'm not praying for them just because that's what you're being paid to do. It mattered to me. These words of pastoring and shepherding and all of these things, I can't speak for everybody, but for me, I took it very seriously. And for me, the second most important word in the English language, right behind dad, because I love my son to call me dad, was for somebody to call me pastor. Because I knew what that relationship meant to them in their lives. And as I would be preaching this message of God heals and God delivers and God saves and God's for you and God wants to help you, when I would see these families suffering and it seemed as if God doesn't show up on the scene, I couldn't blow that off. I took that very seriously. And every time that we would pray for somebody and they didn't get healed, and every time that we'd pray for a job for somebody and another week went by and they were still unemployed and in a much more dire strait than they were the week before, all of that weighed on my conscience. Because I knew that what was really happening was that they felt an obligation to an identity, just like I felt an obligation to an identity. And that identity that they were having to live up to, it would make them get out of the car as they walked into church and straighten up their clothes, tighten up their belt, put on a smile, walk in the sanctuary, say, Lord bless you, and Lord bless you. How you doing, brother? I'm doing great. I'm blessed. I'm blessed. I'm blessed. And I knew that wasn't the case because I was in their lives. And I knew they didn't really feel blessed. And I knew that they weren't seeing what they thought they were supposed to see. And religion is such a diabolical mindset that if a person's not very careful, they'll feel like that, yes, God's a healer, but He doesn't heal me because something's wrong with me. Or yes, God's a healer, but He didn't heal my loved one because I was so afraid that I might lose my child. My faith waned for just a moment. And and now God can't heal me. Isn't that some sick stuff? It's sick. It really, really is sick. And so they were just as tied to an identity as I was. And so I stopped pastoring. I made up an excuse to leave one church thinking that I could go to another one. It was called First Community Church, and I had a misunderstanding about what it was about. And I thought basically I could go there and really make a Christian form of humanism for our community. But I wasn't there very long until I found out they were just as tied in to an identity as the people at the last church. Even though they seemed to be more liberal, they were very, very conservative. And so I made an excuse and I left that and I went back into the ministry on the evangelistic field, and I had a whole long career in the midst of all of these other things with politics, and that was part of the identity that I have in my little town of 10,000. And I would go speak just for certain people because I knew I could say whatever I wanted to say, and I could be very, simple. Love your neighbor as yourself. Don't tell them how many different ways I preached that one message. Love your neighbor as yourself. It's an important message. But all the time, my conscience is getting heavier and heavier and heavier. And after Dan Barker invites me into the clergy project, I begin to realize that maybe I didn't have the same amount of obstacles that some of these other ministers had. And more important than that, and y'all forgive me if I get a little preachy, we'll just blame it on the medicine, but all of this started for me last year. I preached my last message behind a pulpit April of 2011. I joined the Clergy Project in May of 2011. I went to my first event filled with non-believers in October of 2011. I got ratted out on Facebook in November of 2011. All hail the mighty Facebook, the shaper of lives and the killer of destinies.
Goddamn.
That's right. And then in December the 1st, I had taken a secular job. I'd been at it for quite a while, and I got fired on December the 1st from my secular job because of my connection with the Clergy Project and my connection with recovering from religion. That's the reason we'll ask for a donation before all this is over, not only to help me go from one place to the next, but also because with recovering from religion, we've got these great things that now my experience enables us to do that only that kind of experience can create. So, we always say if you got $10, spare $10. If you don't, just enjoy whatever you can enjoy about all of this. And so in the midst of all of this, I begin to realize that what this is really about is really about individualism. It's about the fact that as human beings, once we get rid of the mythology, once we begin to understand that there really isn't a life after this life and that this is what's going on, this is the place to be. As Professor Dawkins, says, we're all going to die, and that makes us the lucky ones. Because genetically so many other people could have lived in our place. That this is the greatest show on earth. This is the place to be. And really the only role to play in this great show is the only role that actually belongs to you. And that's your own individualism. It's what makes you different than everybody else on the planet. And that's what this is really about. And that's really the travesty of religion. It's because religion is trying to create this identity for you to go and pretend you are. And you don't need to pretend to be anybody else. Probably one of the best things that could ever happen would be for us to go in the bookstores and just throw away all of the whole self-help. Just throw the whole self-help thing away. You're like, oh, well, I really got some help on this. I know you probably did, but underlying self-help so many times is the same thing that underlies religion. This idea that you're not good enough as just who you are, where you are in your life right now. And I had to make a decision. I couldn't make a decision about whether or not to believe. That's the only argument that I'll debate with somebody about. Because they love to say, well, you made your choice. I've had some friends, whenever they saw that I lost my job and they know that I'm on the verge of losing my home and they know that it's affected my marriage and I've lost just about all of my family members, I'm now ostracized in my community, they'll say, well, it's your own damn fault. You made that choice. No. You don't make a choice to not believe. In this country, in this day and time, especially in this political atmosphere, if a person was going to make a choice, they'd make a choice to believe. You don't make the choice not to believe. You just kind of realize that's where you're at. And that's part of your individualism. So my choices were very slim outside of that. My choice was that I could pretend to believe, which I think so many people are doing. I think so many people who will end up watching this on YouTube, they're pretending to believe, and that pretending is kind of an adult word that we call faith. Right? Mm-hmm. What religion calls faith is really pretending to believe. Because you either believe it or you don't. Right? I can tell you that there's a unicorn out in the lobby. And no matter how much you like me, which I can tell you all do. Now that's a funny thing to laugh about. But no matter how much you like me, you either believe it or you don't. You may want to. You may wish you could to not embarrass me or to fit in with the group. But you either believe it or you don't. That's just the way believing works. And to say that you believe something and to call it faith is pretending. It's pretending. It's taking the little car and pretending you're riding on a racetrack. But there's no racetrack there. It's pretending you're a pilot when you're not in a plane. It's pretending. And so my choice was I could sit quietly. I could just go to my secular job, come home in the evening, watch whatever I've got recorded on the DVR, and just live quietly ever after and not upset everybody's apple cart. Because obviously I couldn't pretend to believe. But what's the deal with this? In the 21st century, someone who started in the ministry at 17, spent 25 years giving that everything they had, making every sacrifice that was ever asked of them, running the risk of losing family, of losing fortune, of everything that they could do. That person in the 21st century in the United States of America can't have enough right to be an individual and say, guess what, guys? I don't believe. I still love you as much as I ever did. I'll still help you in any way that I can. But I just feel like I've got the right to be me. Do y'all think that's fair?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is fair. It is fair. And so that's what I did. And so I began to slowly come out. In the process of all of that, when I went to that first convention in Houston in October, I met Dr. Darrell Ray. Any of you know Dr. Darrell Ray? The God Virus. Now he's got a new book, Sex and God. Awesome, awesome. Both books are awesome. And he had created this little organization called Recovering from Religion. And he met me and he said, you know, I think you may be the guy to be able to run this. It's a non-paying, it's a volunteer position, but it is a national organization. And the whole thing about Recovering from Religion, the reason that I'm so thrilled with introducing it to people and helping all the groups that we've got now all across the country, is that once again, it's about that individualism. It's about a person who's so fresh out of the church world or the religious world that they may not yet quite fit into an atheist group or a free thinkers group. You know, sometimes atheists can be a little rough. I don't know if you've noticed that or not. One of the first times I was among a little group, we went out and ate. And, you know, I'm just Southern. I'm just me. I don't know if y'all can tell I'm not from here. That you're supposed to laugh about. I'm so off tonight. And so I'm sitting and I drank all of my drink, and this little lady, little gray-haired lady, she was just, you know, just this sweetheart, looked like, you know, Granny Clampett, you know. She came up and she's like, can I get you more to drink? And I'm like, that is so sweet, thank you. So she waddles off, and, you know, in a little while she comes back, she sets it down, and I'm sitting there, and I look up at her, and I say, you are such an angel. There are no angels! You're right. You're exactly right. I believe you. So some people are still so new into not believing and coming out that there may be this transition period. Recovering from Religion takes them in our arms. We bring them in and they're still talking the talk and doing all these things. And we slowly let them tell their story. And we tell them our story. And we connect them with people that they don't know and resources they don't know. And we counsel them a little bit as we go. And before very long, they've got their feet on non-believing ground, right? And they make their way to groups like yours, where they can be productive and be themselves, which is really what it's all about, right? And as I used to close so many messages, can everybody say amen? Amen. Okay, I'm glad to take questions if that's okay. Say amen. Amen. Okay, I'm glad to take questions if that's okay. Yes, sir.
In your guess, how many people you are clergy members and pastors would you kind of predict may be struggling with that belief and non-belief? Because I agree with you, that's got to be a heavy burden to have all these people dependent on you. Realize, hey, help is not coming.
Yeah.
In the estimate, how many people are? How do you think that may actually be happening under the table?
You know, I get that question every time. And I don't have a good answer for it. The reason I don't have that good of an answer for it is really because it's just so complicated in people's minds. I don't know how many pastors and preachers that I've dealt with that they make statements that clearly I could identify as non-believing. But the mind is so compartmentalized, you know? And it's like, and what's unfortunate, and if y'all don't mind, you just tell me whenever I'm out of time or whatever, we good? What's going on right now in America, okay, is probably the most lethal version of Christianity that has ever existed. And believe it or not, it's not the Rick Perry version of Christianity. Okay? It's not the ones that you can immediately go, whoo, crazy, and walk away from. It's this prosperity gospel. It's the Joel Osteen version of Christianity that's all smiles, and God wants you to be a winner, and God's for you and not against you. And it's so watered down, and it is no longer tied to or anchored to any type of doctrine out of the Scriptures, out of the Bible. It's all up here, and it conforms to every single customer individually. Every single believer holds within their mind their own individual religion. And it's so watered down, and the messages are so watered down, that they can come and sit in a group in an auditorium and all enjoy the service and enjoy the message. But if you could somehow see into their minds, they're all believing something totally different. They're all coming at it from total different directions. It's completely personalized. And so what I'm seeing happen, and what I saw happen over the course of 25 years, was that if you were real big into the healing ministry and you weren't seeing healings, then you could go a couple of different directions. One of which I think typifies a person no longer believing in the supernatural. One direction, which is obviously the saddest direction, is that they just put guilt on the person who's not healed or whatever, and they just keep going along doing their thing. But the other way that you deal with it is you move away from that. And you kind of make all of that secondary. And that's not really what's important anymore. And now healing is not about getting over cancer, but healing is about being happy or being content, or, you know. And so it just gets watered down and watered down. I take that as a sign that they are losing faith in their original form of doctrine. But there's so many ways they can go, yes, sir.
You've already touched on a couple of them, but you've been on the other side strongly. Yes. What would be your best 2 or 3 things that you would say to nicely try to move someone if you wanted to try to help them to the other side?
Yeah. The first thing, only because it was the first thing with me, the first thing I try to have a conversation with someone about really is eternal punishment. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One is, you would be surprised how many people, I'm trying to think of some of the leaders in different forms of psychology and sociology that are pretty well proving the point that the world's actually getting better. You know, the whole thing is being elevated. People are more civilized now than they've ever been.
Pinker,
there you go. Right. And so I think we would be surprised how many people really don't believe in hell. And definitely don't believe in the version of hell that their church teaches. And so when you can start that conversation with them, they may suddenly realize that they are disconnected from what they think is their doctrine and is their core. Because they'd be like, well, I don't really believe that. I don't know if a person has to do this, or if a person has to accept Christ as their Savior. Just think of how nuts everybody went when Joel Osteen just would not be nailed down by Larry King on some of these interviews about who does and does not go to hell. Well, that's because Joel Osteen, I think, is like a whole lot of other people, that he doesn't think everybody goes to hell. So I would do that first because that's very important. The other reason that I would start with hell is because in RR, I've coined a phrase, heal the sick. Does that make sense? Heal the sick, but shoot the zombies. Right? If their God virus has them so infected that they're now a zombie, I first suggest you run away from them, lest they trip you up and eat your brain. Because it's not worth your time. Right? That would be my first thing. But if you can't do that, then hit them with the shotgun of science and reason and move on. And the way that you can tell, a quick way that you can tell whether somebody is just sick, that their religious virus has them at the level of a flu and they would like to try to get over it, or whether they're a zombie, is this hell issue. Because if they can somehow rationalize that the majority of humanity, and you got to think about it a minute, that the majority of humanity is truly going to burn, fire, burn, forever. If they can rationalize that, then I say to hell with them. Because their humanity isn't strong enough in them to make a difference. So that's an important one. I also think that there's a lot of social justice issues that the church world may take one stand on, but that the average person may feel a little different about. That's a good place to break things down. Another really wonderful weak spot is the creation of the Bible. How we got the Bible. Because if you can ever get a person to admit that the Bible is not solid ground, all right, that it's got all these different authors and some of them are saying different things, I'm telling you, the Apostle Paul and James completely disagree in the New Testament. Completely disagree with each other. They even use the same story to make their point, and they still completely disagree with each other. So if a person's religious foundation is on the Bible, once they begin to see that break away, as I like to say, no Genesis, no God. You lose Genesis for fundamentalists, they don't have a God left. Because all of those pieces tie in together. And at the least, what will happen is they'll have to admit that their whole religious concept is individualized and is just in their head, and they have no basis for it, which adults call imagination. Who's next? Yes, ma'am.
I think within the non-believer community, there are people who feel it's important to go out and convert the believers.
Yeah.
And there are others who feel like, let's just live together and not try to do that. I'm just curious about your...
Well, this is going to sound extremely political, but I did have a political career during the whole time that I was doing all of this. I think it takes everybody. I really do. Now, would I be one to go knock doors and try to find fresh meat and try to deconvert them? It wouldn't be my take on it. I mean, I was even a horrible evangelist for the other side. So it wouldn't be my take. Pastors would look at me funny like, you've been here for 3 weeks preaching and you haven't had an altar call yet. It's not my thing. I really think it takes everybody. And I really think that, though I try not to be offensive, I don't argue with anybody on Facebook. I've got lots of friends that'll take care of that for me, Something would come up posted and my son would say, what are you going to do about that? And so I'm just going to wait about 15 minutes, give my friends a dog pile. Though it's not my intention to be offensive, I think there needs to be people out there who are offensive. I think there needs to be just the really obscene, nasty, in-your-face form of atheism. I think there needs to be a militant form of atheism. And then there needs to be kind of soft and fluffy, and I'm not saying that because of my weight, soft and fluffy form of atheism where people can feel comfortable to come in and we can work with them. I truly think it takes all types. I had someone back in city administration days, we were having a serious problem with our wastewater treatment plant, and one of these brilliant public works kind of guys, he said, the solution to pollution is dilution. And I think that's the truth. If we consider this God virus, if we consider religion to be a pollution within our culture, then what we need to do is dilute the culture. So I think everybody needs a YouTube channel. Everybody needs a podcast. Everybody needs an organization. Everybody needs to be involved doing everything that they can, because it takes everybody. That's my, not only is that political, but I think that's the way it works. Because when I was really struggling with some of these things, it was the audacity of some of these YouTube videos that, there's one part of me that wanted to jump up and throw my laptop out in the yard, like, oh, good gracious, how horrible. But there's another part of me that was deeply affected by that. It reached deeper than if somebody had been warm and fuzzy and said, well, think about this. So I think that's it right. Yes, sir.
You talked about some of your seeds of doubt that you had along the way. Can you think of maybe your final straw, the moment you were just like, I deny the Holy Spirit type moment?
Yes, absolutely. The only reason I didn't bring it up is because I've talked about it so many times. But I'd stopped pastoring, and I was back evangelizing and also doing some other secular work. I got a call from a young lady that we had almost adopted her as our daughter. She didn't live with us, she was an adult, but we were really, really, really close to her. She had followed me through a couple of different churches. And she called me about midnight one night, and so I ran downstairs and got in the guest bathroom, to not wake everybody up. And her brother had been in a horrible, horrible accident. And I knew immediately that the reason she was calling is because she wanted me to pray for her and to pray for him. And as I've said so many times, maybe if it had been the week prior or the month prior or whatever, just for her own emotional well-being, at that moment she's in the emergency room, in this situation, I might could have done it just because I loved her so much. But at that moment, it was crystal clear to me that I did not believe. It was crystal clear that praying for her, after praying for so many people, that praying for her and praying for her brother would be a farce, that it would not help anything. And so I just danced around the subject and didn't pray for her. And that moment was devastating, because the only thing that she wanted from me was the only thing that I couldn't give, and I loved her dearly. And I realized that if I couldn't pray for her, if I couldn't fake it for her, then I'd never fake it for anybody ever again. And it became crystal clear of how much of a facade that it really was. And I know that's not exactly the question that you're asking, but it was so many, very slowly and gradually through the years, 25 years of learning one thing after another. But that was the turning point. That's when, that night, I emailed Dan Barker. I had remembered Dan Barker and his book, Losing Faith in Faith, back in the 90s. And I emailed his email through Freedom from Religion, and Dan Barker called me the next day. And that's how I got in the Clergy Project.
It's funny, there was a popular clip from Bill O'Reilly with Richard Dawkins, and they're up there debating the issues that they debate. And as you listen to that, it's weird to my ear, because it sounds like O'Reilly is treating it as a choice.
Yes.
And if you listen to it, it almost sounds like he's just saying, well, I just choose to go with faith. It's like,
yes, he
doesn't believe.
Right. No.
And I don't know if he's admitted it to himself yet, but he's just treating it like a simple choice rather than something profound that you would think.
Right. That is exactly what is happening for so many people. Now, don't get me wrong. The mind is very complex and can be very deceiving. You have delusions, and so the person can have experiences that causes them to not have to do that. The mind can create a vision, the mind can create some type of sensory perception to where you refer back to that all the time and you're like, that happened. Because I heard the voice of God. I heard it just as well as I heard you speaking just a second ago. I heard an audible voice. I've had visions. I saw Jesus as well as I see you right now. I wasn't playing around. This was very, very for real for me. But I do think that the majority of people, that they think pretending is faith. So much so has the prosperity gospel. Everybody know what the prosperity gospel is? It's the idea that if you believe that you will receive, you believe you receive, that name it and claim it, that if you follow whoever's program it is, Joel Osteen or whoever, Pat Robinson, whoever, if you follow their program, then God will eventually make you wealthy, God will make you healthy, God will make you wise, all of these things that the American dream wants you to have. And you can't underestimate the nexus that's been created between capitalism, this version of marketing, and this watered-down version of Christianity. All of these pieces play together to the point now that I would say the Yahweh, the Jehovah of Martin Luther is not the same Yahweh and Jehovah as Joel Osteen. It's not the same God. There's such a divergence from the line of thought. And so now it's to the point of that I've had this bad cold for the last few days. The thing for me to do in order to be healed is to pretend I don't have the cold. That's what it's for me to say. They say, well, how's your cold? I'm great, I'm fine, I'm good. Snot running down my face, I'm great, I'm fine. They're like, would you like a, while you're being healed, do you need a Kleenex, And that's the point that it's gotten to. And people think that's faith. They think that's believing something. And for them, it really is a choice. They make a choice to pretend something that they don't believe. And that's why they automatically think that we're making a choice. Because the whole thing about them is a choice, so they think it must be a choice for us as well. When really, we're just not pretending. It's the default position. Yes, sir.
I appreciate everything you're saying. I feel like you're kind of saying a lot of my story, my life. And it's weird because I'm having this draw of sitting and hearing somebody ministers, and a lot of the things that you're saying, and your mannerisms, and the ways of speech,
yes,
are very much the same. I feel
25 years.
I feel like we have a conversation about non-belief using the same terms and phrases that we use
Yes.
for belief.
Yes.
My question to you is on a personal note, reconciling some of these deep relationships with family, with friends, people that you care about that have been in your life for so long. I feel like I have some of those that I'm on the fringe of possibly losing.
Right.
And it breaks my heart
to
think that these people are, for lack of a better term, sheltered to not accept me as an individual simply because I no longer believe.
Right.
Can you talk about maybe how you have reconciled some of that?
Yeah, I actually can. And it's all still new, so I've got a lot of reconciliation that's left to be done. The first thing that I had to do was I had to admit to myself that if a person rejects me or ends our relationship because of me no longer believing, then what they were really in relationship with was that identity. That's not me. That's a big part of it. It doesn't make it any easier. It still hurts. And that has its own sense of pain, to realize they didn't really love me for me. They loved me for the me they thought that I could be, or that I was. And so that's important. The other thing that I'm doing is I'm just trying to be good. I'm just trying to be good. I'm trying to stay the same good old Jerry Dewitt that I always was, and give them time to see that nothing about me has changed, other than being open about what's going on in my head. That's the only thing that's different, is that what was in private in my head is now on YouTube. That's the only thing that's different. That's it. No pressure. Nothing else about me's changed. I haven't, started killing children. I'm not eating raw chicken. Nothing has changed.
But the temptation
y'all laugh about?
Constantly tempted on the chicken.
Yes, that's right. The chicken is a hard one to get over. And so what I'm finding myself doing is being able to be more open with them. Now, here's what I would suggest. And this is just a suggestion. And it's a very uneducated suggestion, because all this is new to me. I think there's two levels going on here. We've got, as the larger non-believing movement, we've got this come out wherever you are, where we want everybody in the world who doesn't believe to say so. And there's a lot of good, positive reasons for that to happen. The number one thing is that in the United States, we need to be seen as a voting bloc. They need to know that we're out there. And that's obviously very important. If I knew y'all clapped, I would have started with that. But the other side of this is that's a very general, large statement. Lives are very complex. And I don't think any one person's experience can become the template for someone else's experience. Sometimes it may be, sometimes it may not be. For me, I knew that I wanted a public life. I knew I wanted to go help people like myself, which I get to do. I mean, I get to help people who are in the clergy project. I get to help people that's in the same situation as I'm in. And even these, meetings like this, they end up out on the internet, and it helps. It's another place for somebody to get help like me. I knew I wanted to be public. Not everybody's going to be as public as me. So they may not have to make as public of a splash as I do. What I really wish that could happen is that people could just not believe, live a normal life, and then as people find out that that person doesn't believe, they're like, wow, I thought he was a Christian. I thought that person, wasn't a baby killer. I guess I was wrong, And that's what I wish that could work. What the balance between those two things, between the idea of the global come out, and everybody's individual, they'll do it in their own space, where that meets in the middle is the conscience. Because whether you want to be public or not, so many people that I've talked to have simply said, I don't feel like I'm being honest, I don't feel like I'm being myself, and so this person needs to know, that person needs to know, and so it really comes down to conscience. Now, what I can tell you about conscience is that you'll know when the time is right, because you absolutely cannot avoid it at that moment. One of my friends was one of the first in my circle to get contacts. Once again, telling you how old I am. And I said, well, how did you know? Because I was wearing glasses at the time. I said, well, how did you know when it was time to get contacts? And he said, when you're so sick of your glasses that you're willing to stick your finger in your eye. It's time for contacts. And when you're so sick of hiding, or so sick of having some form of duplicity, the conscience will just, it seems to me that it just makes it happen. And then the reconciliation is really literally one relationship at a time, And I just try to be as loving to them. I try not to get defensive. I try not to argue, I refuse. I just don't argue. I don't debate. I let them have their say, and I just absorb it, and then I just move on, And amazingly, once they kind of vent and get it out there, and they deal with it for themselves, because they're having to deal with this. They're having to deal with this change in your life. Then it's kind of like it's not as big of a deal as it was. On the way here, I'd gotten a call earlier from a friend of mine that helped me pastor a church once. He's now a funeral director. And somebody came in and they wanted me to preach the funeral. My first conversation with him was very awkward. Fortunately, right off the bat, he was like, I still love you. I don't understand quite where you're at, but I still love you. But then this neat thing happened, and this has happened dozens of times now. All of a sudden, I become the safest person in their world. Because there's finally a person who's worse off than them. I mean, it's kind of like going up to the hobo, the homeless guy sitting on the corner and saying, I didn't pay my mortgage this month. Just wanted somebody to know. I mean, that's kind of what it's like. It's like, what's it going to hurt to tell this person? And so many of them are now calling me up. They're like, I've always had a little problem with such and such. This thing in the Bible is a little confusing. So I've become a safe place. And I know that doesn't answer your question directly, but it's so individualized for every situation. If it cannot be reconciled, if you do everything that you possibly can, and it can't be reconciled, then the relationship was never with you. It was with an identity.
Do you think that the watered down, you're a winner, easy, happy, individualized version of Christianity, do you think that is serving to ease the pressure on people's conscience, to make it easier to make that choice to believe, pretend, and go about your life, and it's as such keeping people
most
from
definitely
coming out?
I mean, if your conscience isn't offended by pretending, then this is the greatest time in human history to be a Christian. All you have to do is look back at the Bible and you see there was a time when being a Christian would get you killed. And obviously in certain countries, that's still true. But in the United States, it's gotten to the point, I call it AmeriGod. All right, this version of God is just this Americanized version, this westernized version of this deity. It's not even the same one of the Bible. To the extent that people will say, oh, well, God's not really against homosexuality. Oh, yes, He is. Yahweh of the Old Testament was against homosexuality, or at least the people speaking on His behalf were. Stop pretending that it's not that way. Well, in the New Testament, no, in the New Testament, the Apostle Paul, his main spokesman, was against homosexuality. He talks about it. But this AmeriGod is so watered down that almost anybody can still be part of the club. Can still be there, to the extent that driving up towards Kansas, everybody on talk radio was freaking out because of President Obama's health care bill thing and the Catholics and all of that. Losing their minds. And so here you have Glenn Beck, all right, Mormon. In case all you Christians out there didn't know, he's Mormon. All right, and y'all don't believe he's a Christian whenever he's Mormon. All right, I've got relatives that were just big, I'm like, he's a Mormon. No, he's not. Yeah, he is. Magic underwear and everything. Just like Romney. Here's a very important question. Why should we waste our tax dollars on Secret Service for Romney? He's got magic underwear. Right? And if God is the God of the universe and in control of these things, God's so involved that He's going to determine who is president or not. If a bullet pierces the magic underwear, it must have been the will of God, so why are we fighting it? These ideas are insane. It's absolutely insane. So here you've got Glenn Beck, and he is defending the Catholics. And a true blue Catholic is not going to believe that a Mormon is right. And a true blue Mormon isn't going to believe anybody else is right. A blue Mormon isn't going to believe anybody else is right. And he's saying we need to join arms with the Jews, and we need to join arms with the Protestants, and all of these people need to join together. And he puts it under the label, he says, all God-fearing people need to come together and fight this. He doesn't say Jehovah. He doesn't say Jesus. He doesn't say Yahweh, which is just one God of millions, that happen to have sex to populate this planet, in the Mormon religion. Doesn't say any of those things. Just God-fearing people. All God-fearing people need to come together. That's how watered down this is. And so it's a club anybody can belong to. And so I think that makes it harder. Because what is it that you're going to debate with? We had a couple of debates at Reason Fest last weekend. And the people that were on the religious side were so wishy-washy, It's like trying to nail Jell-O to a wall, They were just like, well, the Bible, it ain't this, it ain't that. It's like, well, okay, never mind. It's just imagination. Just admit it's your imagination and move on. Yes, sir.
I ask this mostly because my wife's a recovering Catholic. She still calls herself a Catholic. And the transition is very difficult for her.
Sure.
I don't see how being married to an atheist can eventually deal with that. But my question is, given the severity of certain punishments for apostasy, you have apostasy as punishable by death, at least in Arab countries for leaving Islam.
Right.
And you have apostasy from basically alienation. Do you see a correlation between the severity of the punishment that the person faces versus how many are in the recovering from religion organization? Like, do you see more Protestants than you do Catholics and Muslims? And in addition to that, do the Catholics or those people that face harsher punishments seem to have more to deal with in overcoming?
Yes. There's no doubt. Yeah, I think it's, using a Bible term, it's a two-edged sword. I think that both sets are true. It's harder to get people out in some ways because there's less to get them out of, because they believe less. Obviously, people who have more to lose, like the people that you're talking about, obviously it's harder for them to make that step or to admit those kind of things publicly. We see all kinds of people. And I tell you what, we see a lot of. We see a lot of Mormons, which is kind of cool, and a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses. And in some ways, they've got more to lose because their communities are smaller. They've been in a smaller world for most of their lives, and so whenever they commit identity suicide by coming out, they really can lose their whole world at one time. But here's the other part. I think the people who come from, like you said, the punishment seems to be somewhat equal to the sincerity of the doctrine, of the belief, okay, of how it infiltrates the person's life. This wishy-washy AmeriGod thing, it doesn't have any requirements at all. Really, not a whole lot more than just watching a preacher on TV makes you part of the congregation of AmeriGod. He don't even know whether you're watching him or not. You can flip back and forth between channels and it's still okay. So the people who are in the religions, like Islam, that have the higher price to pay because they are forced to take these things, I think, more seriously, it does create an opportunity for them to get woke up, maybe easier than it is in this wishy-washy version of Christianity. Because what woke me up, had I been born into a liberal family, had I been in the Northeast and maybe born into an Episcopalian family or something, where really the whole point was kind of humanism and community to start with, and even the preacher doesn't take the Bible seriously, then I might not have even might have never even thought about the things that I ended up thinking about that drove me away. Yeah, that's right. It goes back to that balance, that scale. But because I was in a form of religion that literally, we would pray, and this comes out of the Bible, we would pray that if we were to even say a word that was not in harmony with God's Holy Spirit, that our tongue would cleave to the roof of our mouths. We didn't tell dirty jokes. We didn't say curse words. We didn't watch television. We didn't go to movies. We didn't go to ball games. We didn't wear fashionable clothes. Well, because you're taking it so seriously, you expect an outcome. You expect for there to be a byproduct to all of this, and that really can set people up for failure in the other ways, that other religions maybe don't do it. So we see everything. We really do. We see a lot of everything. Even in the Clergy Project, there's a huge variety of different types of people. So maybe it's not even about denomination or religion. Maybe it's about how that person takes that denomination or religion. That may be the key to it. Because there's some people, they just blow it off altogether. Yes, ma'am.
So how do you relate to your son and your wife now?
Yeah.
I'm sure your son was been brought up in the church.
That's the part that blows people away. He really wasn't. He was to the extent that he was with us every time we were there. And he was to the extent that he spent his whole life seeing me on the phone, counseling or pastoring people. And he was in the extent that he was under a certain amount of pressure because he was the preacher's son. He was part of the family. But my dad died in a car accident as a drunk driver right before I turned 3. And his mom and dad were Assembly of God pastors. They founded somewhere between 16 and 19 churches. And for whatever reason, growing up, I kind of contributed his outlandish lifestyle to the pressure of being a preacher's son, my dad. My wife, her family were backsliders, believed but didn't live it and felt bad about it until she was 13. And at 13, suddenly she was forced to live a Pentecostal life. No more blue jeans, only skirts. She was pulled out of basketball. She couldn't go hang out with her friends anymore. The whole thing changed. So she wasn't too keen on the whole thing to start with. And then we met when I was 20 and she was 18. We dated for 3 months. We got married. We've been married for 21 years, which may be the only miracle that anyone's ever seen. Definitely beats all forms of nature, I can tell you. So she wasn't real keen on the idea of forcing religion on her son, just like I wasn't. So we didn't pray at home. We didn't do Bible studies at home. I'd go in the office and I'd study for my messages and so forth. We didn't watch religious television. We didn't always listen to religious music. And so we just tried at home at least to let him be him. So he actually came out, even though he didn't use the A word, he actually came out before I did. So he's pretty much my hero. So he's just kind of happy we come to our senses. My wife, she was thrilled when I got out of the ministry. Thrilled. Because after getting married and traveling with me in the ministry, she found out she was right. Religion really does suck, just like she supposed it was, And so she was thrilled for me to get out of the ministry. Unfortunately, I have a public life once again. And this time, I'm on the other end of the spectrum as far as community appreciation. So she's not real excited about that either. She was the main reason that I was tempted to figure out a way to just hold down a secular job and come home and watch whatever was on the DVR every night. She was really the main reason for that. But just couldn't do it. Had to come see all of you folks. Yes, sir.
Do you believe that Jesus was a real historical character?
My answer to that is I say yes, only because Hitchens thought he was. Hitchens believed, Christopher Hitchens believed that there must have been someone there that it was based off of. If not, if it wasn't for people much smarter than me, and obviously there's a lot of people smarter than me that disagree, but I was such a fan of Hitchens. If it wasn't for that, I could easily see where there probably never was a Jesus character. Even in the New Testament itself, there are some prototypes that are talked about. Even in the book of Acts, there's another Messiah that's running around, that Rome has to deal with and the early church has to talk about. So I really don't know. I really, really don't know. I think the problem that Christianity developed over time was that it became crucial that Jesus was a real character. Was a real person. Had they been able to do like so many other religions and just allow even their characters to possibly be mythology, then they wouldn't be in the tight space that they're in right now. So I really don't know the answer to that. I really don't. I would lean towards that there probably was some character. But it's obvious. It's obvious from an examination of the New Testament that the story has been embellished as it goes on. I mean, it's clearly been embellished. For instance, the Apostle Paul. The Apostle Paul never mentions virgin birth. Never mentions virgin birth. I mean, and to Catholicism, that's obviously pretty important. And that's a quarter of all Christianity, or half of all Christianity, maybe. So I really wish I knew the answer to that, but I really don't. I don't know. Is that okay for me to say I don't know things? What do you think? What's your? Have you formed a conclusion? What do you think?
I believe he was real.
Do you? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Good deal. Yes, sir.
I developed a crazy theory that if the world was population was to decrease and there was nothing left but a Superman comic.
Yes.
Then those kids from then on, or those generations on, will believe that hey, there was this mystical Superman.
Yes. Exactly. And that is one of the ways that religion has or at least our form of religion has really hurt the development of our culture. Because what really should be happening is Superman really should be a mythology of our times. It really should, because of the medium and because of how it's accessible and because of how it's relevant. And we really should be able to talk to our kids, and when our kids get into a problem, we say, hey, you remember that episode of Smallville? Hey, cool, people know about Smallville. And where Clark was having this situation or whatever, and he dealt with it like this or that. And it really ought to be okay to do that. And had Christianity not put itself in this legalistic box, it might have been okay to have done that with parts of Christian teaching itself. To where everybody involved knew that you were telling a story as a reference to just help people. Joseph Campbell played a huge part in my mental evolution. And real quick, do we have time for me to go through this real quick? What, 10 minutes? Is that what we got? Okay. Real quick, in secret, my doctrine evolved like this. First I went to God loves everybody. Okay? Because I loved everybody. So God, has to love everybody. Then the next level, and all of this is in secret, the next level was that if God loves everybody, God must save everybody. Okay? And I went through all of that in secret. There's a lot of scripture about universal salvation. I mean, it is in there. Christians today don't like it because it's all about a choice. And if they're not forced to make a choice, then what's the product that you're selling? You know. And so, I mean, that's what it's about. Did you just have an aha moment? I saw you just have. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I went through that same level.
Yeah, good. Okay. So you've got God loves everybody. Then the next thing that I began to deal with was, well, the reason that God is able to save everybody is because God's really in everybody. And there's some form of Christian doctrines that says Christ is in every man, whether they know it or not. And so that's how He's able to save everybody, because He's already in them. They're already righteous. They're already redeemed from birth. All of these kind of things. The next thing was Joseph Campbell. And Joseph Campbell teaches that really what mythology is, you know, and we all know what mythology is. Mythology is the other person's religion, right? Now what mythology really is a byproduct of human beings now that this level of consciousness has evolved. And so you've got to deal with all of these problems that, you know, the great apes don't have to deal with, you know, except for us. That mythology is really a byproduct of this dilemma of like me realizing that I will die, you know, where animals probably don't realize that one day they will die. Okay, so mythology is a byproduct of dealing with human suffering, dealing with the human condition. Okay, and so it's really a dialogue that everybody has. So Jesus, God loves everyone, God saves everyone, God's in everyone. God is really everyone's internal dialogue. It's the way they're dealing with their situation. It's the way they're dealing with their life. It's the way they're working these things out in their mind. Well, then you're just one book away from God is a delusion, all right, that people are having. So, anybody else? Yes, sir.
How many people are actively involved in the clergy project?
In the clergy project, yes. The last thing that I saw was 150. And that is with almost no advertisement whatsoever. Probably me traveling around from city to city is the most advertisement that the Clergy Project gets. We have a homepage, a public site, that a person can go on and fill out an application to become involved, and then there's a screening process, and it's all done anonymously. But we feel as if that the media has actually ignored us intentionally, is our feeling, because there's been many, many wonderful opportunities for them to at least sow some advertising space because of the controversy. But they haven't even done that, because you've got Dan Barker running the Clergy Project. Well, Dan Barker is, president with Freedom from Religion. Freedom from Religion is out protesting stuff, in courthouse lawns during Christmas. You would think somebody would do that trail and go, "Oh my gosh, you think that's bad? They're trying to get preachers out of the church." But they produced 150, and a fair portion of them are actually still in the pulpit every Wednesday and every Sunday. And what's important for people to know is these people aren't preaching hell. They're not preaching heaven. They're not giving altar calls. They're not trying to make people feel bad. They, not only are they just preaching love your neighbors yourself in every way that they can figure out how to do it, they are tormented by the fact that even though they might get up and say only exactly what they believe, they may get up and speak and give a humanistic message, as it were, they know the person sitting out there in the pew thinks there's something else and thinks that they're supporting this other identity, this other thing. So it kills them. So Sunday mornings in the forum, man, the traffic skyrockets because they're heading towards that horrible Sunday morning experience. Afterwards, it lulls off during Sunday, during the Sunday service. Then afterwards, they're back on, and they're just, I could kill myself, And so really what the Clergy Project is doing is giving them a place to vent and a place to try to deal with all of these emotions, try to get some advice, try to figure out an exit strategy so that they ultimately will commit identity suicide and not suicide, because it's that grueling on them. It's that hard on them. And for the ones who don't qualify for the Clergy Project, for whatever reason, we bring them over into Freedom from Religion. Did I say freedom? Recovered from Religion. Yeah, we bring them over to Recovered from Religion. And a lot of them I just deal with personally, because they still have to be anonymous, so they can't show up in a little group in their hometown. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
As your beliefs were changing, how did the message and attitude towards your congregation change?
First off, it made me look like the smartest Pentecostal that had ever preached. Because I was able to reference materials that probably none of them had ever read and ever been exposed to, And so I was just able to come up with things that they'd never even heard of. So it definitely changed that way. The other thing that it did was it made me, the main thing that it did, I never envisioned that I was going to leave the ministry. Never did. Never saw myself leaving the ministry. Didn't think I could. I felt like what would happen, which has happened, is that I would forever either be that preacher or that guy that used to be a preacher. And I didn't want that, you know. I'd much rather have been that preacher than that guy that used to be a preacher. And so I never envisioned leaving the ministry. And so what I began to do was, I was so afraid of people finding out that I was not this identity, okay, that I was not the guy they thought I was, that my messages, especially in the last, I'd say 5 years of my ministry, my messages were just as open and vulnerable as a human being could be and still be the leader of a group. I mean, I told them about my own shortcomings. No jokes. I told them about my vulnerabilities. I told them about mistakes. I told them about, even sometimes about my own doubts. I remember preaching a message, and this was really true for me at the time, where I would tell them that 95% of me didn't believe, that it was only this 5% did. Because I knew that the people out there listening to me were in the same boat. You know, because I knew them. And I wanted, what happens is the preacher gets up and he puts on such airs, okay, and he wears nice clothes and he drives a nice car, that the average person in the congregation feels like that it works for the preacher but it doesn't work for them, so there must be something wrong with them. And I could not stomach the idea of the people in my congregation thinking that I knew something and that I was being successful when they weren't being successful. So it was very, very, very vulnerable. And I did a whole lot of leveling the playing field. Like, for instance, this one church that I was pastoring, the first church that I was pastoring, they just had this horrible thing against smoking. When I got there, I mean, they thought smokers were Satan. And I didn't know that when I got there. Well, as I began to kind of reach out to the community, even some people in my family came, and they were smokers. And so they would go out front and smoke before service or after service. And it was just killing the people at the core of this congregation, the leaders of this congregation. So I did this huge PowerPoint, this huge, thing. And in it, I began to talk about, because they used the scripture not to defile the temple of God. All right? So they saw smoking as defiling the temple of God. And that's not even what it's even talking about, but that's irrelevant. And so I got up and I started preaching on that, not defiling the temple of God, not defiling. Man, they're behind me, If it wasn't for how loud it'd be, I'd preach for y'all for a second so you can see what it looks like. And they're just behind me and they're having a great time because they're thinking that I'm trying to straighten out the smokers. And all of a sudden, I flipped the slide on that PowerPoint and there was Popeye's chicken. Y'all got Popeyes up here?
Yeah.
Popeye's chicken. And I began to preach about how people defile their temple with Popeye's chicken. And I began to talk about cholesterol, and I began to talk about knowing better and knowing, and all of that. And then, they got it. I flipped it back around to where they saw of how hypocritical they were being, that they were giving these smokers a bad time when they, didn't want to pass through the smoke on their way out to the car to go eat Popeye's chicken. And so that's the kind of things that I did. I was trying to remove myself from that identity and to tell people that they didn't have to have an identity. And so in counseling, I said all kind of crazy things to people in counseling that I hoped they wouldn't go back and tell other people. Because if they came to me and I knew why they were struggling was because they had this identity that they couldn't live up to, I'd confess all kind of crazy things to them. Years, early on, I was called in, I was evangelizing, and I was called in to this meeting. It had come out that the piano player at this Pentecostal church was gay. And the pastor was freaking out. Freaking out. I mean, freaking out. So, he calls me in to witness this lashing that he's going to give the piano player. And so, I was a humanist from day one. So, that pastor is just talking so horrible to this kid, and he's just crying, And so I turned to him when the pastor was through in order to try to make things better, which really was my style. I said, look, we've all got problems with the flesh. I said, hey, I started preaching when I was 17. I've had times of weaknesses. I didn't want to say, hey, everybody masturbates. I didn't want everybody's got problems, that that isn't acceptable inside the church world. And I was trying to say it the best way I could. I'm sorry, I forgot there was kids here. See what y'all done to me? And so I'm telling him that. He leaves there. I thought I'd made this great sacrifice by being vulnerable to this young man. He leaves there and starts telling everybody in the church that I admitted to being gay in the meeting.